Inteleon, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Providing you another turn. And the Palafin is going to drain it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindjoke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Los Angeles Regional Championships. We've got some stellar Pokemon gameplay going on this weekend. So many hot competitors here in this hot state and this beautiful city. Palm trees swirling in the breeze, I think, as I said yesterday, and the weather still holds up just like us. My name is Adam Watson, joined in the lounge by Shelby Boo and Kyle Sablehouse to set the stage for Championship Sunday. How you feeling, y'all? Kyle.
How you feeling, Kyle?
I feel great. I'm a little disoriented. No, I'm great. This has been an amazing tournament so far. I'm really surprised by what's going on at the top tables. There's some madness. There's some Eries. It's an eerie feeling over there.
Yeah, there's a lot of control decks performing quite well this weekend. We speculated yesterday that players might respect it, might try to counter it because of its current rise to prominence in the metagame, but doesn't seem to be enough to stop them. What do you think about that, Boo?
I think it's pretty bananas. I think it's going to be a good show. I think this is going to be a great way to go out. I mean, this is our last NA regional here in Los Angeles, so I was hoping for something exciting, and it's looking like it's going to shape up to something pretty nice.
That is a great point.
Yeah.
This is the last NA regional of the season. We've come such a long way. Right before we head to NAIC and then on to Worlds, I want to take a look now at that beautiful graphic that we have. The locations getting slowly grayed out over the season.
It's a lot less
and
colorful.
It does seem a bit gloomy, but at the same time, even more exciting because we're here in Los Angeles. And so many fantastic locations we've visited over the course of the season. And we can all look back with some amazing nostalgia, I think, at those previous metagames as well.
Yeah, I mean, what a ride we've had so far. We've seen so many different cities. The meta has shifted.
I was going to say, the format.
Like crazy from the point that we were at Peoria and Pittsburgh to where we are now, and it's only going to get more wild as we see NAIC in the World Championships.
And we're on the cusp of another meta shift as Twilight Masquerade will make its competitive debut for the international scene in NAIC, but that is a great way to segue into the championship points breakdown. All the players that are going to be at NAIC and are competing here at LA, this is what is on the line for those players. If you take first place, win the whole regional, you're going to automatically lock up your invite to the World Championships, but every single point matters when you're trying to get that round 1 bye.
Yeah, so many players at this point. Not only just the players in the top 16 race at NA, top 22 in EU, just locking up that World Championship spot before you go into NAIC to take that pressure off and to just enjoy the fact that you have the new set of Twilight Masquerade and you can explore with different decks, maybe have that breakthrough performance without the pressure of putting that record on yourself that I need to get X amount of points to go to Honolulu. It's going to be really relieving to get it done right now in day 2.
If you can go the distance and get those points, lock up Worlds, especially joining the pantheon of so many veteran players, but also so much new blood that we've seen, it's got to be just a massive boost. And as you said, Kyle, a great weight off of your mind. And Boo, as we move into recapping day one, I know that you were on the desk. You saw some amazing games. We've got some highlights here, and I want to hear you break down some of your favorite moments. This one we've got chopped up is from round 4, actually, right at the beginning yesterday. It was Kieran Farah versus Mikey St. Augustine. What's going on here?
Oh, actually, I think this is the one that I was on a
I
plane
gotcha.
for.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Even here.
Me and Heggy took this one. This was quite a game where we saw the Baynet EX come out of nowhere and finally lock up the items. This was a unique spot where Kieran had overcommitted his energies and has 4 water energies in the discard pile.
Yeah.
No way to retrieve them at this point. Mikey takes a bit of a risk here. I think if you calculate it, there's no true way for Kieran to reach 250 damage, but he brings up the Baxcalibur and starts attacking into it. Now, if Kieran did have access to 2 waters, it actually is a horrible turn. Baynet just gets wiped out in 2 shots, but the energies don't exist, and Mikey just keeps on swinging for the fences, and Baynet ends up taking the knockout on this Baxcalibur after a few simple turns of Everlasting Darkness.
Yeah, a big risk, and it certainly paid off. And I'm really disappointed to hear that Boo wasn't watching this part of the stream on the airplane.
This was my pick. Baynet right here representing Everlasting Darkness indeed.
We got to push Pokemon for that free Wi-Fi.
But you stuck to your guns, you made it to the tournament, and you helped jump right in after such little sleep, which was great. So kudos to you for that. And with this clip kind of rounding off with that Baxcalibur getting locked into the active spot, you can see how punishing certain plays can be in this current meta. There are a lot of very odd tools at play as players are looking to counter decks in any possible way they can. We've got another highlight here. This one is from round 6. This is Isaiah versus Crystal. It was the Entei sort of new idea for a Charizard deck, just having that aggressive nature of the Entei versus Dialga.
Yeah, this was where, I believe this was the end of the match where Crystal's able to just take multiple turns off of the end game here, which I actually was talking to a couple of people and saying, yeah, Dialga V-Star took multiple turns with Star Chronos at the end there, and they were like, that's how that mechanic works? Like, I feel like a lot of people don't know that's even the case, but to watch this, I know Kyle, this was like one of his favorite moments backstage watching this match.
Yeah, this is always fun. I mean, we got a taste of that with Metacham back in the days of the Rapid Strike decks, and now once more we get to see it again, and just stealing turns is so unfair. Isaiah always looks like he's in the blender, but you're definitely even further in the blender when your opponent flips over the the dice to show that you're on turn 2.
Yeah.
And you didn't get turn 0 or 1.
Yep.
They got 3 turns of time, and they're able to lock you out and avoid Isaiah taking the 2-1 victory here. This ends in a tie.
Yeah, for the viewers at home who are unfamiliar with this situation, after the time the round is called, the current player is turn 0, and then there's 3 turns thereafter to try to bring the game to a conclusion. If it does not come to a conclusion, then the game will be a tie. And so using Star Chronos within that moment made it so Isaiah Bradner did not have an extra turn to attack and try to close out the game, and what was a surefire victory became a tie. Crystal able to get away with 1 match point.
My favorite part is the subtle flip of the die there. She put it over on 2 for Isaiah, flipped it to 3 drawer cards and pass, and then it's a tie. It's the ultimate power move on one of the greats in the game. Enjoy your turn, pal.
Not exactly highway robbery, but Dialga is capable of doing a little bit of disrespect, certainly, as the Lord of Time. But we do have one more highlight I do want to point out from day 1.
I hope it's
Those
Cloths.
of you who missed it.
Speaking of disrespect,
this one comes from round 9. Nathan Ginsberg versus Dre, and this was a control deck versus the Lost Box. There's a variety of attackers in this deck, but it just doesn't matter when you can't do enough damage.
this was a ridiculous game that we had. Nathan was able to take the first game pretty cleanly, had double Pidgeot set up, was able to accomplish everything that he wanted in the opening. Dre, out of nowhere, flips a Pokestop, double Mirage Gate, takes the knockout on both Pidgeys in this game. Nathan is left with no resources other than the ones that you see here. but that's all he needs. He just keeps looping these 6 cards. Snorlax, Tool, Regieleki, Tool, Jet, Penny. He can do it forever, and he certainly does. Dre finds an out with the Spiritomb, uses Fade Out, and tries to open up that bench space to maybe find a way to take the win, but he's only got 2 cards left in his deck. No switching outs remaining, and it was over from there.
To have the insight to recognize that, yes, my opponent can't even knock out the Regieleki. This isn't the normal Pokemon you would use the Hero's Cave loop with, and it just perfectly works. That's the Regieleki with Electromagnetic Snonar, I believe the name of the attack is, allowing you to get cards back from your discard pile and really grind your opponent into the dust for those control mirrors.
It's funny that it was role-playing a Palafin that entire time, with the Jet energy swooping in with a cape. It wanted to be the hero so bad, and sure enough it was. Just grabbed its best friend Penny over and over again, and that was enough for Dre.
And so those highlights, folks, were some of the best moments from day 1, and as we move into day 2, these players are fighting to join our top 16 leaderboard here in NA. These are the slots our players are accumulating so many points to secure. Everyone who remains on this graphic for the World Championships will get a round 1 bye.
Yeah, this is huge. I know that you talked about this yesterday too, Skarzig, just like the people that are struggling to stick at the bottom there. But, I mean, there's names on here that have incredible amounts of points here and, like, barely even went to local events. Like, they're getting these points off of these major events, regionals and internationals. And that is just crazy to see.
Rowan's Dave now started this event 7-0, is trying to continue on an interesting climb there with the future hands. Ian Robb playing a control list is having a great day today too. So there's some big names here that are still in contention and looking to lock up that top 8 today.
Their arrow's about to go up, Kyle?
Yep, John Eng might have some troubles hanging up at the top there. He did admit his season was chalked, and then he ends up as first place.
Yeah, what?
And you have to remember, folks, that this isn't the entire graphic. There's, players at rank 17th and 20th that with a strong finish this weekend could make it onto here and lock up their spots. Piper Lapine and Isaiah Bradner, I think, really come to mind.
Kieran Farah is 17th right now. And
my
he has featured on stream with the Chen Pao, so has an opportunity there to build on that and maybe sneak into these higher teen spots.
And joining the North American leaderboard, we also have the European leaderboard. There's many more countries within the rankings over there, so they get 22 slots. But that doesn't mean it's going to be any easier to make your way onto this leaderboard, because EU certainly has a reputation for being quite a fearsome ranking environment.
Yeah, you want your name to be Cameraman or Kalama at this point. It's definitely a household you want to represent.
Yeah.
Tord Reckliffe obviously is going to continue on that incredible reign. Just doesn't even need to be here at this point with the finish at the World Championships previously, but just flexes every single week that we see him. Innovating when innovation is not necessary. I can only imagine what he has for us at NAIC, and there's a lot of other names that are just some of the best deck builders in the game, not just pilots. But when they show off what they've been working on over the past few weeks, I'm sure we're all in for an absolute treat in New Orleans.
Talk about a power move. When you build up such an enormous buffer for yourself that you can truly begin to experiment and not have to worry too much about your finishing placements. And with after we've looked at the European leaderboard, we can bring things back around to the local scene. Here in LA, we've got a short list of some notable players that have made day 2 here in Los Angeles. Any names jumping out at you, Boo?
Yeah, I was so happy to see. I mean, we got to feature Olive on the stream yesterday. I think started off a little shaky today, but such a great, I mean, we didn't get a lot of interviews yesterday, unfortunately. We had so many ties on stream. Olive was one of those fantastic interviews that we were able to see, and she was super personable, super chill as well, and I just love to see players like that going into an event and just having fun with a deck that they know very well and they're doing great with. So hopefully I'll see her succeed throughout this day 2.
You don't want to throw any love towards Tennessee? Sam Leggett?
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I'll leave that to you, Kyle.
Yeah, I think we had him featured on the stream in Indianapolis. Was able to
I got to talk to Sam.
Destroy my brother, and we all love to see that. And sure enough, he's doing it once more with probably the worst Giratina list we've seen in a while. And I'll say that lovingly. Why do you have 4 Ionos in there, my guy? But it's working for him. and it's beautiful, and I hope that he's able to make it to top 8.
Sometimes you build something completely out of left field, and it just loops back around and becomes good. He's a true deck builder at heart, certainly.
He loves 4-ofs, and he found a way.
But if you can innovate on the meta and get that big win when you need it, you will join our NA regional champions. We have one more to crown here in Los Angeles, but look at this powerful roster.
Yeah, it is incredible. Technically, Azul sitting there as really a double regional champion, just in a different region.
Yeah, I must ask you why that is.
Yeah, oh yeah, double on this graph alone, right? Alexander Flatus. That's just an ongoing joke that they look similar. But yeah, as you can see right here on this graph, we just have one Genesect ready to be crowned here today, and it's happening today. It's going to be super awesome. It's going to be a great way to end our NA regional championship series, and I cannot wait to see who that person is going to be.
Yeah, just a quick note on Mr. Flatos was undefeated in day 1.
What?
504.
Oh, okay.
Cheeky.
I was like, I didn't see him. Yeah.
I mean, I don't recall seeing Flatos and Azul in the same room at the same time.
It doesn't happen, my guy.
I don't know.
We gotta call Scooby.
And eventually we will get to the moment of what? Genesect is evolving, and he will become our LA champion. We'll see who he becomes.
Yeah.
But that's going to be it from us. You in the audience right now, do not forget to follow our channels. Keep up with this Pokemon action. If you're watching on Twitch, follow that channel. If you're watching over on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. Get those notifications in your face so that you will not miss out on any Pokemon action. That's going to be it from us to kind of set the stage for the show. We're going to kick things over to the casting desk and jump into some competition.
It's the season finale of the Pokemon TCG season, and what a fitting place to have it be in Los Angeles, California. Welcome in, everyone. Day 2 is already underway, and Pablo, we've had some exciting action off-stream, and we're going to be showcasing the rest of the tournament and crowning our champion.
I am very excited to see what's going to happen today. I know there's a lot of control ahead of us. There's so many at the top tables, and I think you mentioned yourself, you saw Eri being played at the same time in 4 different tables. Like, Eri seems to be the card of the weekend.
Of course, these players battling it out for money, championship points, prizes, so much on the line through this regional event. And speaking of which, let's take a look at the format for these regional championships.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Swiss round 13 underway. Of course, these players will be battling it out through 3 more Swiss rounds and then cutting to our top 8. And these players so far not locked up quite yet, but an excellent spot to do so with having 30 to 28 match points and above that even.
Yeah, how many do you reckon we're going to need? Because a lot of these players are still in contention, right? We have Brandon Vaughn at the very top. I know he was one of the pioneers of Roaring Moon along with Ross Cawthon. He played that so much, and now in this new rotation, he's been piloting Lugia a little bit. But other than Brandon, there's still plenty of spots to play for, right?
Absolutely. Really looking for those 36 match points to be safe. 35 could be a little bit of a bubble. We've seen a lot less players at these events than our last couple of regionals, but we'll work those numbers out as we continue through. I know what everyone is here to watch, some Pokemon TCG action, and we've got a banger match to kick the day off. Let's throw it down to the stage and get into this 13th Swiss round at the Los Angeles Regional Championships. We talked about Brandon Bond. He's going to be one of our competitors. Let's see who he's facing off against in this Swiss round.
It's gonna be Ian Robb with that control, Pidgeot control, which we have seen over and over, but within those control decks, there are a lot of variation between them, how many Snorlaxes they have, whether they have Charizard as well, so it'll be interesting to see what Ian has in store for us. And on the other side of the table, we have Lugia V-Star, a deck we haven't seen too much of so far.
No, it's sort of fallen off in favor a little bit due to a few pieces sort of leaving the rotation, things that people have wanted to have a little longer. Of course, Charizard being a strong deck, but it's gained a lot as well. If you look at the prize cards there, two cards you really don't want to see in combination with each other. Well, that Hisuian Heavy Ball single copy and the Entei V, that was really a card that came to the top of my mind as maybe a way that Ian can sort of claw back into this matchup, which really, when you look at it on paper, Lugia V-Star has so much going for it against these control decks.
Yeah, between the Jet Energies, the Arceus being able to attach everywhere, and also being a good attacker, right? Mimikyu does stop Lugia V-Star, but Arceus can handle that, so it's not like you can trap that in the active. Now, we do have the match starting with Ian going first, and a Luminion, possibly the worst starter of them all for Brandon.
Yeah, that completely almost offsets Ian prizing that Hisuian Heavy Ball and the Entei V. That Luminion, without having anything like a water energy in the deck for Brandon to use that Aqua Return attack, it's going to be stuck there unless something like a Collapse Stadium comes down and discards it. Not what you want to see at all, especially in a matchup where Ian's win condition is going after these Pokemon that cannot attack, slowly running Brandon out of resources and putting the tempo into his favor.
Yep, and in order to do that, he does have the option to use Snorlax or Mawile in order to trap that Luminion in the active, so it's going to be on Brandon to hopefully get that out of the field, and with 4 Jet Energy, I do believe he will be able to do so. Now, I don't see any Temple of Sinnoh in Ian's list, so nothing's going to stop those Jet Energies from working.
It does have a plethora of attackers to choose from, so like we sort of mentioned yesterday with some of the control decks that we featured, sometimes the best way to remove energies is to just knock those Pokemon out. Those Pokemon and all cards attached to it do go to the discard pile. And with Lugia just playing lots of energy cards, sometimes it's really just going to come down to getting those attacking threats off the board, but that's easier said than done, Pablo. Brandon's got a lot going for him so far. Starting off with this Ultra Ball, Archeops #1, the first piece of the puzzle. It's all thanks to that Summoning Star V-Star power from Lugia V-Star, allowing you to put 2 colorless non-rule box Pokemon into play, and Primal Turbo, such a powerful ability. By normal effects, it's sort of checked by being on a restored Pokemon, a Pokemon that's really hard to get into play, but Lugia just throws all the logic out the window and gets it into play that easy.
Yeah, that's one way to get a Stage 2 Pokemon into play, which usually is deemed very hard, right? Especially these restored Pokemon that you mentioned, but Lugia V-Star just bypassing that rule for over a year now, and with a lot of success. Now we're going to see that Call for Family to help establish that Lugia. Very nice attack for this Minccino, getting another one out as well. Now Brandon needs to make sure that he's very smart with his energy and doesn't spread himself a little too thin. And wow.
That is a great 6 cards here for Ian. Immediately going into tank, but not after playing Rare Candy, getting Pidgeot EX into play. And this is the crucial turns for Ian. Before Brandon has got these Archeops into play, before he's firing off huge attacks with that Cinccino's special roll attack, Ian's got to figure out how he wants to navigate these turns, what Pokemon he wants to set up. It's really hard to deal with that Cinccino. Not only does it deal incredibly high damage, but it's a one-prize Pokemon doing so, so you can't wall it out with things like Mimikyu. All of your wall threats, things with Hero's Cape or not Big Charm, the Bravery Charm on it, are going to really just get knocked out, mowed down by this Cinccino. So how does Ian really want to approach this first turn to really make sure that no matter what Brandon is able to put together, if he just has the nuts next turn, right? The Lugia V-Star, double Archeops, Cinccino, that he can still keep himself in a spot where he doesn't just get snowballed out of control.
I mean, generally, other than trapping the Luminion, it's going to be really hard to slow down Lugia, right? They have access to energy from their deck. There's no more Sydney to attack your opponent's hand. That card rotated, so it's just going to be quite difficult for Ian to really stop that once Brandon has fully set up now. Is there any way you can disrupt that? You can try maybe to area away the Ultra Balls to make it a little harder to discard those Arceus, but that feels like a stretch.
It does feel very difficult, but there is that Hero's Cape with the Arven found off the quick search. We're just going to see another Pidgey coming into play, so Ian may be understanding there is a very reasonable world where throughout the game, my Pidgeot EX could fall. I'm going to want to have another one as a backup to get set up, and also finding that Cleffa card that we haven't really seen too lot in these control decks, but as of recent, it's really found a home here just as a way to act as a better Rotom in a lot of cases. And hold on here, Ian just wanting to get this Pokemon into play, protecting this Pidgeot EX with the Hero's Cape, and getting in there using Blustery Wind to take the knockout onto that Minccino. This is Ian's way of saying, look, you're on a clock here. If you kind of leave your Pokemon unevolved, if you're not really attacking me, I'm just going to start knocking out your Minccino so that they can't evolve and deal big damage to me later on.
Yeah, I guess that is one way you can help contain the Minccino or Cinccino threat is taking them down, right? You know Lugia usually doesn't play any way to recover Pokemon outside of the V-Star ability. Therefore, if there's no Cinccino, then how are you getting past that Mimikyu? You have to use Arceus, which is still a good enough answer, but it's not as great against other things that can tank those hits. So maybe this is what Ian is planning, just denying the Cinccino altogether.
This is a big turn here for Brandon. This Pidgeot EX will be a tough Pokemon to get knocked out, especially with this Lugia V coming up into the active spot, thanks to that Hero's Cape A-Spec, giving Pidgeot EX 100 more HP. We're going to see the gift energy attached to Lugia, and I'm actually not sure there's a lot much more going on in this hand. We actually might just see this evolve and then read the wind to discard that Archeops that was grabbed, and this is what Ian needs in this spot. A little bit more time, a little bit more tempo, and with just one Cinccino into play, Pablo, is this the opportunity where Ian can boss? And a huge find there off the prizes, finds that heavy ball, and can get the NTV out of the prizes.
Yeah, the NTV can provide a little bit more aggression as opposed to the 100 damage that Pidgeot is doing right now with that double turbo attached. The Entei definitely threatens the Cinccino, which we know is the key Pokemon for Brandon. And one important thing here to consider is that Brandon did prize 2 Lugia V-Stars, right? So finding that last copy, even though there's Ultra Balls, is not going to be easy at all.
Now only has things like Jock to maybe search out for evolution cards, but with how Brandon's been playing, already has that Lumineon in play and is just playing that one copy. So, like you mentioned, Pablo, it's going to be very hard to get that ability up and running, get Summoning Star into play. Just going to see NTV hit the board, a Fire Energy goes onto it. And Ian, every turn from here on out, as long as Pidgeot EX is in play, will be able to put together whatever pieces he would like, thanks to that quick search ability. Search out for any card. We see Ian already with the boss's orders, and usually Blustery Wind does 120 damage, but because of that reduction from Double Turbo, it's just 10 damage short of knocking out Cinccino, which seems like it would be a great play. In this case, though, Ian's maybe got to think, do I take a turn off? Do I preserve this Pidgeot? There's a lot of decisions to consider in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, committing so many energy to one KO Pidgeot is not going to be easy, and we're going to see that Airy, oh wow, off the Read the Wind. Brandon found the raw Lugia V-Star, the last copy in the deck. Odds were definitely not for that to happen, but it's there, right? And nothing's going to stop this Lugia V-Star from summoning the 2 Archeops next turn.
And now Ian has some hand information as well. Saw the Lugia V-Star was there and also has an Iono, but there's also no Gusting cards in the hand for Brandon. So unless he top decks something like a Boss's Orders, he is going to really have to, if he wants to start taking prizes, knock out a Pokemon like Cleffa, which is not going to provide a lot of value for Ian down the line. But there we go. We're going to see Summoning Star put 2 of these Archeops into play. Double Primal Turbo on board and online. We've got to keep track of some of these resources here, though. We do see 1 Jet Energy down. That Collapse Stadium is still available. So while we have been seeing Ian so far go aggressive, that Lumineon, it's got to still be a blinking red light in your head here if you're Brandon, saying, this guy, this Pokemon has to leave as soon as possible, because if he stays here for too long, if I continue to just mow through my resources, it is going to be a potential lose condition for me in this game.
Yeah, the Lumineon being, or making sure that stays in play and then eventually gets trapped is definitely Ian's goal right now. And part of how you can do that is if you end up knocking out this Cinccino at some point next turn with your Entei, right? You only need 1 energy and the Boss's Orders to do so. That's less Pokemon that Brandon will have in play and less energy as well because of the ones we're attaching right now to potentially get rid of the Lumineon with that Collapse Stadium. So I feel like I'm seeing Pidgeot control, but also Pidgeot Entei aggro control.
And with this missed energy, Brandon has now burnt through half of his energy cards in the deck. Got to keep track of that. Does have a way to disrupt Ian's hand a little bit. Usually control going to get pretty sizable hands still off of the Iono, but it will just be 5 cards for Ian because that prize card was taken. That Boss's Orders going to the bottom of his deck. He's only just playing a single copy of Boss. That's all the copies Ian has, so would need to find something like the energy card here to make things happen, as we'll see Brandon just play more of these resources out, capturing Aroma. That can find an evolution Pokemon, and it will be another Chinchino. More resources to keep track of. That Minchino, though, this is the second one so far powered up. Every time it gets knocked out, energies go away. There's no way to bring those back. It's going to be a big resource war as this game progresses.
Yep, and that 110 HP coming in so clutch to prevent from going down from that Pidgeot the previous turn, but not going to be enough for the Entei. We do see the bench now completely full, so Collapse Stadium is a card that Brandon really wants to get that Luminion off the bench. Now, I did see Ian found the fire off of that Iono, so can now quick search for that boss and eliminate the Cinchino and 3 energies alongside it. Is that the best play? I think so.
So we got to do math here. Now, I think this would be a lot more enticing if you had something like a Bravery Charm to boost this Entei's HP up a little bit. That means that this Chinchino would need, if another one came into play, would need 4 energy cards that aren't double turbo energy. Double turbo would push it out of the math since it would be at 280 HP. And this is a smart sequencing choice here for Ian. Just wants to use that fleet-footed ability, a little bit of a bonus this Entei V has, and then use Quick Search to see what cards can be potentially grabbed, and immediately, no consideration here for Ian, just gonna immediately grab that Boss's Orders, put it into the hand. Ian will start to get on the aggressive even more, go down to 4 prize cards and say, look, every time you try and power up these Chinchinos throughout the game, I'm going to be ready. And the more prizes you take, the more Pokemon like Radiant Charizard become imminent threats to deal with.
Yeah, that Radiant Charizard, another thing that Brandon needs to be aware of. So we're seeing these control decks be more and more aggressive, and we talked about it yesterday, right? A way you can control your opponent's resources is just by eliminating them through knockouts, and that's exactly what we're seeing Ian do here. No need to play Temple of Sinnoh, no need to play any other Lugia attacks. Just go after your opponent's attackers, eliminate their energies that way, and this is where we're going to see the Cinchino go down.
So Brandon is slowly losing these Chinchino and some of these energy cards. There's now 2 Chinchino in the discard pile, so this will just be 1 more left if it wants to get evolved. No way to recover Pokemon. That Summoning Star could be used to bring Chinchino back, but it's already been used on double Archeops, and there's always a question when you're playing against these control decks where you don't necessarily need to use double Archeops every turn, but in a case where Brandon only put 1 into play, that Boss's Orders from Ian would have 100% targeted just that 1 Archeops.
For sure. Limiting your opponent's energies down to 1 per turn is so important if you have that opportunity. Fortunately, there are 2. Now, we do see the second Cinchino hit the board, and Brandon had a tough choice to make after drawing from that gift energy, but seems like he's going to fully commit to this Cinchino, and we'll go down to 4 prizes. So the Radiant Charizard is a threat still with the Magma Basin. I do believe Ian is playing a copy of that. So Magma Basin plus Double Turbo will get the knockout, and then there's no more Cinchinos in the game, along with very few energies left.
And this is tough here for Brandon. I'm not sure if he has another energy card in the deck that's a non-double turbo energy. Let's take another look and see. Even something like these Jet Energy, you really don't want to be putting them down onto this Chinchino, and I think we're just going to actually, this is fine, the more that I look about it. The math actually does not matter if you put the double turbo into play. I was thinking with Bravery Charm, but I think Ian smartly decided to not attach it because he understands it probably would not matter on this Entei. A big heads-up play from Ian, really seeing what makes sense here from Brandon on his side.
Yep, this will be enough. 260 damage onto that Entei, getting the knockout. But yeah, this is the last Cinchino. That Radiant Charizard with a Magma Basin, with a double turbo, can be a big threat.
If Brandon could have played another Iono that turn, that would have been a big opportunity. Limit Ian's hand size, and you can only quick search for 1 of those cards. That could be something he's got to think about. You do already know that these control decks are usually playing anywhere from 2 to 3 copies of that double turbo energy, usually not maxing out at the 4. And with 1 already being on that Pidgeot, you've always got to be careful of considerations of how things can go well for you and how they could go bad. And there is a world where potentially that Pidgeot EX has the only double turbo energy in the deck attached to it.
Yep, there's definitely that possibility. Now we do have the deck list, and there are 2 copies available. So as long as that hasn't been priced, which I don't think it was, there will be the possibility to get this knockout. Now, does he have one of the pieces though? He can quick search for one, but does he already have the other one? I don't think he does.
Not quite sure. It looks like just a few counter catcher in the hand. Thinking about what the next step is to play in this situation. He understands there's some liabilities on the board. That Rotom V only having 190 HP means even something like that Lugia V-Star's Tempest Dive attack could finish it off if it comes to that. And Pablo, we haven't even noted the most important card thanks to the Temporal Forces expansion. A-spec cards. Lots of times for this Lugia deck, it's Master Ball, but Brendan has actually chose to play the Prime Catcher A-spec. That is a huge swing card, especially if you've already set up your Archeops and put them into play.
Yep, it's basically an extra jet energy, right? That switching effect so crucial. So perhaps that Luminion is not as big of a liability in this spot as it normally would be, right? If there was a Master Ball A-spec or even a Maximum Belt. But it's going to be on Ian to try to piece this knockout out. Otherwise, Brandon, this Enchino can take down anything in play other than the Pidgeot. And if my math doesn't fail me, there's 12 energy in play, so there should be at 5 left for Brandon outside of the prizes to be able to even stretch for the knockout of the Pidgeot if he needs to at some point.
This is a cool play Ian is going for here, using Luminion and grabbing Thornton to be able to switch one of these Pokemon from the discard pile with another Pokemon. And if there is something like a Magma Basin here potentially, then that could be what Ian needs to maybe put this Entei V back into play. I'm not quite sure the resources are quite there, so let's see what Ian has in mind. He's going to use this to get Entei V into play. Oh, there is a Magma Basin. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Ian has it here. He can use this Thornton to protect this Rotom, get it out of the active spot here, use Fleet-Footed, draw some more cards. Does he have that mist energy? And it is there. Entei V, even after being knocked, can just be put right back into play. And because of the double turbo energy on that Lugia V-Star, even though you're putting 2 damage counters with the Magma Basin, that Tempest Dive will not be knocking out this Entei V. Ian going down to 3 prize cards, and now we've seen all 3 Chinchino hit the discard pile here for Brandon.
What a fantastic play here by Ian. That Thornton really caught me off guard for sure. And maybe the double turbo wasn't the price, and that's why Ian had to go through this process of getting the Entei into play instead of just using the Radiant Charizard. However, wouldn't the Magma Basin plus the energy, because Brandon is at 3 prizes, still work on the Radiant Charizard? So I'm guessing Ian just wanted to make sure that he could continually attack each turn with the Entei and not have the liability of Radiant Charizard in the active spot.
Well, again, going back to that math point, if Brandon's best attack for turn is just to use Tempest Dive, then Ian can quick search out something like a Penny and then just get an extra turn of attack. So I think Ian would rather have gone through the extra hoops here to just deny a prize card, because that Luminion still will be a liability later down the game if you give your opponent another single prize knockout.
Yeah, now with the Bravery Charm, though, it's, as you said, out of range because of this double turbo. It is reducing by 20 the damage that Lugia V-Star is doing. So 200 is not enough to KO this Entei. 200 is not enough to KO this Luminion. We know there's no Lost Vacuum. I know Ian knows that in general, no Lugia V-Star has been playing Lost Vacuum, right? And that's something very important to try to use that prior information and bring it into the tournament, right? The metagame trends, the list trends, and the card counts from previous tournaments.
Brandon is sitting on that Prime Catcher and thinking, is now the time to use that? Is now the time to give that information away, show that Prime Catcher's in this deck? And it's actually going to be going after the Luminion, but again, because of the double turbo energy math, it's not going to be a knockout. So this really makes me think, what is Brandon going for in this spot? He's going to use the Primal Turbo. And you can power up some of these other Pokemon in play. There's nothing crazy like Weirdeer plus Jet Energy. There is that Mew EX in the deck. That's something Brandon hasn't shown yet, but there's really not great attacks to copy. Even something like copying the Burning Rondo on the Entei will not knock it out either.
I think Brandon's going to go ahead and retreat the double turbo and then manually attach the Jet Energy to bring the Lugia back up. And now he will be doing 220 damage, putting himself at 1 prize card remaining and a single boss's orders, being able to take down either of these 2 Pokemon on the bench or the Entei as well. So can Brandon survive this turn? Because this Radiant Charizard, if there is a Defiance spend, would be able to knock out their Lugia V-Star.
And the big question is, does Brandon have 3 energy cards left in the deck? This Radiant Charizard could take this knockout on the Lugia V-Star, but Brandon could respond with that Snorlax on the bench. So it's going to come down to what resources Brandon has left. No energy cards in the prize cards here, so is not going to be receiving really any help. 2 pretty much useless cards. Brandon going down to 1 prize card, and Pablo, we have officially entered the end game. Also using that Tempest Dive to discard the Magma Basin, so it will be on Ian to have a copy of the Fire Energy, which there is just that 1 copy remaining in the discard pile. Ian would have to find a big combination here, something like Super Rod to put it back, plus a way to search it out, and Defiance Band. Let's see what Ian's got with his hand.
Yeah, Ian is playing that Defiance Band, so the KO is possible, but yeah, Pidgeot is good, but is it that good? Oh, the Defiance Band is actually prized, so there's no access to that. There's no way to knock out Lugia V-Star this turn.
So Ian's got to get into tank here, think about what he can do in this spot. We'll finally play that Super Rod, put the Fire Energy back, and it may just be a pivot into Entei and hope my opponent does not have boss angle. We see Iono, the card of selection, off that quick search. There's no draw support on Brandon's side. You can put that big hand size down to just 1 card and force your opponent into maybe an awkward strategy. You're giving them a little bit more of an out this way, right? You do put yourself into a position where you may have to play Penny on the following turn, but I think with Ian knowing that this Defiance Band is unavailable, this may just be his second best play.
Well, but going into Entei doesn't work because of that prior 20 damage, so it might be... Okay, I thought it was going to be attack with the Pidgeot first and then go into the Entei combined with the Iono, but it seems like Ian just trying to trap this Snorlax in the active. Are there enough energies left, or is there 1 Jet Energy left for Brandon to be able to switch and get an attack off?
Yeah, it's risky, though, because you have to also have the Jet Energy and the boss potentially on the same turn if this Pidgeot just sits in the active spot, doesn't do anything. Now, there is sort of a weird situation where there's maybe a world you don't want to attack into Snorlax if they play something like Sharon Scare to potentially heal it, but this may actually just be the best attacking threat, because if Ian can evolve this Pidgey into a Pidgeot EX, then there's nothing on the bench that can really deal enough damage if Ian eventually knocks out that Lugia V-Star. So let's take a look at the energies. Looks like there is still that therapeutic energy in the deck.
There's 1 Jet Energy left as
wow,
well.
there is.
Now, Ian could also chance finding the Defiance Band after knocking out the Snorlax, right, with Pidgeot to open up that potential KO with Radiant Charizard, but it's a 1 in 3 chance. We know it will be the next card, but he doesn't know that.
This is very tough. Ian does have time from here, though, so if he wants to, maybe he could make a play where he just slowly pennies every Pokemon up off of his board. That's a potential he could go for.
Leaves the Pidgeot in there as well, yeah, has the only Pokemon available.
So now at his disposal, quick search every turn. Ian does have a pretty decent amount of options with the cards already in the hand. There's a Fire Energy in there that he put back into the deck off Super Rod. I believe a Penny in the hand as well. And Ian's really got to think. Has the idea that these decks are always playing for Jet Energy, so that's got to be a given.
Yeah.
You give your opponent time. They can kind of just sit here if you're not taking knockouts and you're just leaving Snorlax, where Jet Energy plus Boss's Orders, unless you clear every single Pokemon off the board, will be getting that last prize card. There's just too many options as it stands. It looks like just thinking, what do I want to grab here off of Quick Search? These are long games in a matchup like this. We're almost halfway through the way this match is played out. 23 minutes past, and we're just going to see Arven get played. And now there is the Nest Ball. Ian may be thinking his best chance could potentially be Chi-Yu getting in there and trying to spin the wheel a little bit and saying, look, I know you didn't have the energy cards. You probably would have played those down. I'm going to see if I can do what it takes to get lucky and get rid of your last few special energies in the deck.
Yeah, Chi-Yu combined with that Bravery Charm that we just saw get grabbed puts Chi-Yu exactly out of range of that Lugia V-Star damage. 230 HP would be perfect, and then Jealousy Singe. It's like, okay, you're not going to use your Jet Energy or power up, then sure, I'll try to hit it myself. Boss.
Does find Boss. That's a great card to hit. It's not quite Jet Energy. Let's see what Brandon has for turn in his hand. Does have the Boss's Orders and finds the Jet Energy off the top. What a combination for Brandon. Ian was just 1 card away of milling the Jet Energy. A tough break for Ian, but Brandon understood what he needed to do and closed out a long game 1. Wow, what a nail-biter, Pablo.
Wow, that draw of the Iono was so perfect, and then Jealousy Singe actually got Brandon closer. I can't believe what I just saw. The odds of that happening, even were so abysmally low.
You could see Ian shaking his head. He is like, come on. I did everything I could there, even after having my Entei and my Heavy Ball prized. Was there anything different I could have done? Maybe some minimal things there, Pablo, but I really liked the line that Ian took in that game. It felt like he understood what Brandon's win condition was able to make the Thornton play, try and play around knockouts as best as possible, but Brandon had the Prime Catcher the turn before when he needed to knock out the Lumineon, and then the perfect card off the top of the deck. What a game there between these two competitors.
What an amazing game. Ian's aggression in the early game almost paying off, systematically taking down the Cinchinos, the big threats, being able to use Entei in a more aggressive fashion, losing that Entei afterwards, getting it back with Thornton, and almost going away with the win. I think on average, Ian should be winning 9 out of 10 times, but Brandon just had the perfect combination.
Get the boss's orders in hand. If Ian had another turn there, would have actually had information on the boss, and then eventually you can just Iona that card to the bottom of your opponent's deck and give yourself some more time. That was literally a perfect time top deck opportunity. We'll get into the second game. Our 2 Gusting cards in the top of the prizes there for Brandon, so that's got to be something you really don't love to see. That Defiance Band, yet again, unavailable for Ian. So it looks like he will be starting things off and has a great copy of that one. Buddy Poffin can get out some of these basic Pokemon into play, start to get the board set up, and it will be double Pidgey. You know how much Ian's got to value getting Pidgeot EX set up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, getting that is, of course, the way the deck gets to work, right? So many different pieces, this 2-page deck list, so many single cards. That is how you can find them when you need them. No attachment here for Ian, so we won't be seeing any aggression from his Entei this upcoming turn, and I think that's why Ian chose to go first, to try and be as aggressive as possible, because he knows time is against him at this point.
So we'll see how fast Brandon is able to get things set up. Doesn't have to play too fast, especially when you're not really threatening an attack on Ian's side the following turn. We'll get heads off of Capturing Aroma, so this could grab Archeops. You see it immediately put to the top of Brandon's deck. We'll just check the rest of the cards. I think it's really just going to come down to those same factors. How does Brandon manage those energy cards available, and how many Cinchino attacks is he able to get off before Ian maybe targets those or the Archeops in play?
Yeah, that's definitely the key to this matchup, it seems. It's not about denying those jet energies. It's really hard to do so, right? Even if you're playing 4 copies of Temple of Sinnoh, because Lugia discards those stadiums. But it seems like the aggression is the way to go here, and the denial of the Cinchinos.
So it looks like Brandon will be going back into the deck. We'll see if there's something like an Ultra Ball or just another Capturing Aroma. We'll see what this finds. It's another heads. I mean, Brandon is in a spot where even something like a turn 3 Summoning Star is fine if it means you're backing it up with solid attackers. Read the Wind combos so well with the whole strategy behind Lugia V-Star, and it makes sense that it's on that Lugia V. A great way to add some more consistency, add some cards to the hand, but more importantly, there's very few discarding effects that are available every turn consistently. Read the Wind just kind of acts like that for this deck.
Yeah, and not to mention that if Brandon doesn't bench a lot of things, the damage that Entei is doing is not as significant or threatening, right? And we do see that Morty's Conviction, the card you were talking about in the beginning, even.
Yeah, when I saw this list, I sort of asked myself some questions about how useful it really is in this Lugia deck. It's another way for you to discard cards from your hand, and it's going to work out perfectly here. Archeops number 1 will hit the discard pile off that Morty's Conviction, and number 2, discarded off Read the Wind. Brandon setting up for a turn 2 Summoning Star, exactly what you want with this Lugia V-Star deck.
That might have been the first Morty's Conviction we've seen on stream since it got released, I'm pretty sure.
It might be. I'd have to check back. I'd have to do my research a little bit. Ian, again, having turn 2 Rare Candy Pidgeot on his side, that's what you want to see. Now, something like a Burning Rondo, even just for a little bit of damage, would have been a great follow-up. But now Ian's got to think. Brandon has a lot of cards in hand, did just draw 3 cards off that Read the Wind. So what does Ian want to do here? Does he want to start powering attacks up? Does he want to maybe re-pivot into a different Pokemon? There's a lot of options to think about.
Yeah, the Entei can definitely tank a hit here. Now, we do see Ian holding an Airy in his hand, but against Lugia, though, The two Arceus have already hit the discard pile. Like, other than the Prime Catcher, there's not really like a very impactful item card that you can hit with Airy, right? There's no Super Odds, there's no Rare Candies, there's no Mirage Gate. So against Lugia, that might be why we are seeing Lugia at the very top. With all these control, all these Airy being played, Lugia is the best deck to combat those cards.
Yeah, you could always get lucky and hit that one Prime Catcher, of course, that Brandon's playing. That's pretty unlikely, though. So I think Ian, thinking better of it, playing Arven as a supporter for choice, it will be Nest Ball plus that Forest Seal Stone. Quick Search already being used. Same with Fleet-Footed, and no energy card coming down again. So what is Ian cooking here? What is he looking to do by holding these cards in his hand right now?
Now, Brandon does only bench one Minccino. I feel like I would love to see him hold off on benching that until he can bench two at the same time, so that if one goes down, he still has the other one, especially if you're going to dedicate some resources to the one here. Because without Cinccino, right, you have no answer to Mimikyu. Dealing with the Entei becomes a little awkward and problematic. So having that extra turn to, that extra needed turn to evolve, I think is so important that you really don't want to bench it until you can bench to guarantee that you have at least one available the turn after.
So I think Brandon's just thinking, do I want to use the second Primal Turbo? Might as well just look through the deck, see what pieces you have available. And there are still plenty of energy cards. We've only seen maybe one get discarded thus far. Lugia V-Star, great Pokemon to start. And will also this game, let's not forget, have access to Luminion. That could make closing things out a lot easier, since any of your ways to search out basic Pokemon will allow you to essentially draw a supporter card. Or find a supporter card, not just draw into it.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the Serena and the Boss at the very top of the prize cards, but there are two other copies of Boss's Orders available as well, and that's probably going to be good enough. So we see the 220 hits onto this Entei, surviving by a mere 10 HP, and now it's on Ian to make something happen here against Brandon's picture-perfect setup.
And this makes sense for why Ian didn't maybe go out of his way to find a Fire Energy, because if it was attached, there's really no point in attacking with this heavily damaged Entei. So we'll see the Quick Search be used, and immediately Penny can reset Brandon's turn of damage and give Ian a little bit more time to set up, maybe start to slowly attack. I feel like Ian would actually maybe be okay allowing Brandon to have a prize card on an insignificant Pokemon, since Ian didn't have an excellent opportunity that previous game to use Counter Catcher, which he's playing 3 copies of in this deck, to have a way to gust some of these bench Pokemon while also playing these impactful Disruption or Stabilization supporter cards.
Now, Ian is eyeing up that Mimikyu to try and slow down Brandon just a little bit, force him to commit to a Cinccino, but will that be enough? I don't think so.
We're going to see the Forest Seal Stone be used right now, and Ian now at this point is thinking about, do I just grab the energy card? And it looks like that will be what it is. This makes sense if Ian's not going to want to re-promote that Entei this turn, but then the question becomes, what do you leave in the active spot? And it's just going to be Nest Ball failing, not grabbing any Pokemon, so could this be maybe Ian setting up for a Cleffa play to try and draw as many cards as possible, or some other option?
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be the choice. Make sure that you have those tools, the Defiance Vest, available to you, reducing as much damage as possible to keep your Pokemon safe. It's actually going to go onto the Pidgey, which I'm surprised. But yeah, it's going to be Cleffa for 3 cards, I believe. Yep.
Yep, filling the hand up to 7 cards with that Grasping Draw attack. This action will be back on Brandon. Now that Minccino did not get punished being the solo Pokemon in play, usually I do agree, you want to get 2 down at the same time, but when there's no attacking threats, it feels like it's just okay to have it there just as a potential option. But now, what else does Brandon have access to this turn?
Did Brandon draw for turn?
I'm not sure if I watched him draw or not. Did you see it happen? Hopefully the judges will make sure they take care of it. I'm sure hopefully each player is drawing cards for turn, taking care of everything. We'll make sure the game is being played as properly possible, as Brandon will start his turn off with a Primal Turbo. Just take a look through the deck, see what energy cards are there, and deciding to not grab anything off that first Primal Turbo. Doesn't want to overcommit if this Cinccino is not being used this turn. Yeah,
not going to commit any more resources than necessary. And now Brandon taking this knockout. I think this is the ideal way you want to go against control. Like, the less cards you have to play to achieve your goal of getting closer to winning, that's the dream, right? Now, Brandon is definitely missing another Minccino, because now this opens up Counter Catcher. The Entei is 1 turn, one energy away to take down this. It will survive the hit from Lugia V-Star. So Ian now gonna go on the offensive here and start taking knockouts and denying the possibility for Brandon to do so as well.
Yeah, the double turbo energy means the damage reduction will not matter in this case. Still dealing enough damage to knock out Cinccino. And now the question is, what does Ian want to play as a supporter card for a turn? Has quick search as well, will use that. And you see Ian playing just a little bit quicker. Understands time is not on his side. There's just 16 minutes remaining in this round. If at best Ian can force a tie out, this is definitely one of the matchups that you're okay doing that against. But these games are going to get a little bit longer, especially with Brandon having a lot on board. Ian's got to still play with caution and a little bit of pep in his step.
Now, if Brandon ends up winning this, he's going to have 37 match points with 2 rounds to go. So basically, he's going to have the possibility to decide what he's up against in top card almost. So really nice position to be in if you are Brandon, as we do see Ian going in this aggressive route, going after the Cinccino, taking the his first KO, and we'll have to see what ends up happening here. And can Ian take 5 more prize cards within the next 15 minutes?
Ian got some great information there as well. Saw there was no boss's orders, no Iono in the hand, so Brandon's response, even after that gift energy drawing, maybe a card at most, is not going to be very, very strong unless he found some other pieces at this point. So we're going to see that Great Ball get played. Players will be just drawing some more cards. Brandon using that Great Ball to look at the top 7 cards. Really just looking to get down a few more of those Cinccino. Is playing maximum 4 copies and does find one of those off the Great Ball.
Yep, there's a Cinccino getting benched. Once again, ideally you would like to see 2 in play at once, but you can't always do what you want here now. Getting this hit into the Entei will force it to, like, okay, you go after my Cinccino, then you can't penny, right? Because we are going to be tight in prizes, therefore Counter Catcher will not be working yet.
And Brandon's in a tough spot too. There are a lot of energy cards in the hand. If you want to play something like Professor's Research to maybe see another Cinccino this turn, you've got to ask yourself, is it worth discarding 3, maybe 4 energy cards for the turn? Brandon's thinking about it. Did top deck the boss's orders for turn, so does have access to that card and is going to actually just go after the Pidgey. This is a really interesting line. Is it worth taking this prize card to put yourself back in counter catcher range again?
I mean, I'm honestly not so sure. I think the Entei is a big Pokemon that you really want to take care of, right? Pressure, especially because Ian can't just go quick search boss, take a knock at your Cinccino, and then you can't deal with the Entei right away, right? I even would have liked to see a knockout on the Radiant Charizard a little bit more than the Pidgey, just because Radiant Charizard, as the game develops, is going to be a much bigger threat overall.
Yeah, and Ian actually going to grab double turbo energy, valuing just getting an attachment down onto something even like this Radiant Charizard, so that if you play Penny the following turn, since Brandon has taken 2 prize cards, you're getting closer and closer to Combustion Blast being a valid attacking option, as Arvin will be the supporter card for turn, grabbing the counter catcher. You can also get a tool card as well. It looks like there's no option available, and yet again, targeting Cinccino, understanding special role, this deck's biggest threat cannot be online, or Ian will be in a world of hurt.
We're going to see this knockout, preparing the Pidgeot as well to potentially hunt down the last Cinccino. I think Ian knows that the standard to play is a 3-3 line, right? So we shouldn't be seeing more. Now we do see the gift energy get activated before we promote, and it's going to be the Lugia, which is now going to hit into the Entei, most likely. Yeah, 1 boss is down, 1 boss and 1 Serena are in the prize card, so 1 way left to Ghost alongside the Prime Catcher.
And yet again, Brandon is down to just over half of his energy cards remaining with what's on the board and what's in the discard pile, and only down to, looks like 1 more copy of that Cinccino. Maybe 2 more with how things are going. We'll see the Ultra Ball get played, so Brandon will search through the deck. We'll see what pieces are still available. There's that first Cinccino, and it looks like the second Cinccino also still waiting in the deck. So we'll see if that is the choice, and it will be. So this would be a big turn to finally get down double Cinccino. But then you also ask yourself, do I start to Primal Turbo onto 1? Do I have to commit my energies to both? And then again, the more you sort of split your energies up, the more of an interesting spot you put yourself into.
Yeah, splitting the thing is, like, if you split your energies or you preemptively, if you don't preemptively power up the Minccino, then they can go after an Arceus, and that really limits your energy attachments for turn. But if you do preemptively power up the Minccino, then they go after them, and then they deny those energies anyway. So it's like a lose-lose sort of situation, knowing that you're up against a Pidgeot that can cost pretty much every single turn. But we are now tied in prizes, and I think against control decks, you can expect them to have only one copy of Boss's Order, so it's not as easy for them to recycle it over and over and over.
So this is the decision for Brandon. Has burnt a lot of these special energy cards that are not Jet Energy and Double Turbo. Saving that Jet Energy, we saw how valuable it was. That Jet Energy was still in the deck at the end of the turn there for Brandon. It looks like considering just putting on that Gift Energy, maybe just not using the other Primal Turbo just yet. We do still know that Professor's Research is in the hand. There was that copy of Double Turbo Energy, which was played down for the turn onto that Minccino. As it stands right now, unless Brandon wants to commit another Boss's Orders, we'll just be forced to hit into this Entei for not enough damage. 10 damage short, doing 220, and Ian is still in a great spot so far. Tied on prizes, but still having Pidgeot out every turn, clearing a lot of these energies. And as it stands now, this could even be an opportunity where Ian is maybe okay to give up these 2 prizes if it means clearing that Minccino off the board. This is going to be a big decision for him this turn.
Yeah, clearing the Minccino this turn, that will allow the Entei to go down, and then Radiant Charizard is a big threat. And I do believe Ian will have access to Defiance Vest, or Defiance Band, sorry, by that point. So he will be able to be ahead. He will be 1 prize behind, take this knockout on the Lugia, put himself at 1 prize card remaining, and that should be simple enough to accomplish with the Thornton play that we saw, along with Magma Basin.
So looks like there's just a few cards left in the hand for Brandon, as Ian will find Luminion off the Ultra Ball, and just going to do some sequencing here. Not using that Luminous Sign yet, can use the Fleet-footed ability to just draw a card before seeing some pieces. So we'll see 1 more card put to the hand. And now the question for Ian, what does he want to do this turn? Is there going to just be a supporter used so far? That's in the hand. Will Luminion come down? We saw that it was a liability in that first game. So Sui and Heavy Ball will get the Mawile out of the prizes if Ian wants that as an option. Though knowing that Prime Catcher is in the deck for Brandon makes Tempting Trap a lot less of a tempting play for Ian.
Less tempting indeed, Ethan. Now, enough energies available to distribute amongst your attackers, but not to cover everything, right? So you could try and trap something, and then they dedicate energies, attack with it, and you trap something else, and eventually run them out of energy that way, but not choosing to grab the Mawile. Anyways, we are seeing a retreat here from the Entei.
I think the consideration is if you retreat this Entei and then boss up the Minccino and knock it out with Pidgeot, you then force your opponent to play their last 2 Boss's Orders to be able to knock out Entei, or something like Serena. We do know that is up in the top of the prize cards. Otherwise, you can maybe just use this Pidgeot once, and then no matter how much damage it sinks, or rather it takes in, you kind of just only use it for support from there on out. It's going to maybe burn your opponent of as many resources, and we're just going to see Boss's Orders. And now this is the question for Ian. Do you just accept this Entei V is going to go down at this point, or do you try and protect it for as long as possible and pay that hefty 3 retreat cost to go into that Pidgeot EX and use that as your attacker this turn?
I mean, if this was a Game 1 situation, I think retreating would make more sense, but because you're in Game 2, I think you really want the Entei to go down so that you can use Radiant Charizard with the Defiance Vest. I think that will be the key to this match in particular, as we do see the knockout finally. Going down to 3 prizes, Brandon will be able to respond here if he chooses to do so, right? He might also recognize that the Radiant Charizard is coming, and he didn't see Defiance Band last time, but that's something that someone as prepared as Brandon at the very top of the tables at the regional tournament probably knows, even though he hasn't seen it.
You got to have some sort of understanding of how these decks are built. It's a key thing to keep in the back of your mind. Always got to ask yourself, how am I able to lose games, not just how am I trying to win games? And there it is, the last Minccino coming down into play, playing that full 4-3 line. And here we go, Primal Turbo getting things kicked off as well. And it looks like it may just be all in onto this final Minccino. Or does Brandon want to save these Jet Energies? Still has all 4 Jet Energies remaining in the deck. Has gone out of his way to make sure those energies have not been put into Pokemon and that they can be kept to be attached for turn. And Brandon's still doing that, keeping all 4 available as options. just going to get only the double turbo energy onto that Minccino.
Yeah, really respecting the possibility of Mawile, really respecting the possibility of Snorlax as well. But yeah, I really think never having two Mincinos down at once was one of the issues that might cost Brandon in this particular game, because he was never able to respond effectively to this Entei. He had to do this two-hit KO play. Now he's gonna leave himself open to the Radiant Charizard. Ian will have the advantage here, and with the Thornton or with Suprod, Ian should be able to close this out before time is up.
It's just going to be Jock searching out two Archeops. Brandon just sort of thinning the hand, or rather thinning the deck out, finding pieces that he may not want. Could be seeing a repeat of game number 1, where a late game Iono can provide a lot of value if you're not knocking out Pokemon that have gift energy. And here we go. Brandon Vaughn taking the knockout, going down to just 2 prize cards, and that's so heartbreaking that 2 gusting cards are still remaining as your last 2 prize cards. That could be a big factor in whether or not Brandon has enough gas in the tank to get across the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, with 6 energies, if he dedicated all the jet energies and evolved this Minccino, if he had the boss's orders, would that be enough to KO the Pidgeot? I think it would be, right?
6 energies, 420 minus the 40 from double turbo energy. That's exactly
enough. But there's one way, right? There's still Prime Catcher as well, but you have to expect an Iono is coming with this knockout, and we're still missing the Cinccino. So Cinccino plus Prime Catcher, I mean, we saw Brandon do it the previous game, right? The 2 perfect cards, but can he do it back-to-back games? Odds are stacked against him.
And let's not forget that Ian is behind on prize cards and just going to play the boss's orders this turn, bringing up that Minccino, and now all 4 Minccino have been knocked out, and Ian will go down to 2 prize cards, but does put this Radiant Charizard in the active spot. So now Brandon, with having 4 energy cards left in the deck, has to think about what attackers he wants to use, and smartly will bring up this Snorlax into the active spot, since I think he understands in the back of his mind, Defiance Band, a really scary card, especially with Charizard, still being able to, with a combination of cards, of course, come back into play.
Now there are only jet energies available here, and Snorlax is going to need 3. Yeah, and that's going to leave 1 left, so now that could open up the possibility to trap an Arceus or something for a little bit, right? Even if you don't have the Snorlax, you could start using Chi-Yu aggressively as well. Now, did see Capturing Aroma, Tails Flip, that grabs the Luminion, could potentially grab the boss, just not quite this turn. So now we're going to see the Primal Turbo, Snorlax going to get powered up, Charizard's going to go down, but we also have to factor in the 2 coin flips for Snorlax to wake up.
This is going to be a big time play here from Brandon. And also, the fact that he's going to take this knockout means that he'll draw into a guaranteed gusting card, but it really is going to depend which one. That's Serena, since there are no V Pokemon on the bench, could cause an issue. And Brandon actually has the Therapy Energy. It does not draw into the boss, draws into Serena. Brandon now knows that boss's orders is the last prize card remaining. Could shift the entire dynamic of this game, but let's not count Ian out left. Counter Catcher back online. That Radiant Charizard is in the discard pile, but there is a combination of cards potentially here for Ian. You see him adjusting in his chair a little bit, getting prepared, thinking to himself, is it possible? You would need a way to bring this Charizard back. You need something like an energy card or a Magma Basin, and then that Defiance Band plus a Counter Catcher or boss's orders. Maybe this is a turn where Ian may have to just take things a little bit slower, but you saw how that approach worked in game 1. 1 extra turn there for Brandon was all he needed to find those last pieces to close the game out.
And now I know I remember seeing 1 boss's orders played, but is there still 1 boss's orders available? We know the Prime Catcher is also available though, so that is an option. Now we did see Ian burn a Nest Ball a few turns ago, right? Which is how he could now find that Radiant Charizard. So you're going to wonder if that could be costly for Ian at this point in time.
Trade off in the moment for a little bit weaker of a play later on. I think Ian may just be 1 card short and is going to have to just go for the Iono to 1 card. Ian only drawing 2, now has not used Quick Search yet, so here is going to be a very interesting spot. What does Ian want to do here? Has access to Quick Search. What card does he want to find off of this quick search. Do we see the Charizard get preemptively grabbed and then wait for the following turn to maybe let this Pidgeot tank a hit? You can't retreat into any of these Pokemon because the Snorlax gets through them all. And then additionally, Lugia V-Star can knock out anything. Even if you try and put something like a Bravery Charm on it, that Snorlax, or rather the Lugia V-Star, can still knock a Pokemon out. So we're going to see Charizard come down, and here it is. Blustery Wind, 100 damage. Brandon, you did the incredible in game 1 with just 1 card. What can you put together with a 2-card hit? And has the Prime Catcher off the Iono to 1. Brandon closing things out. What a draw. Advancing to 12-0-1, and will be 1 step closer to top 8. Iono, it's a lie, Pablo. It's not real. Brandon may just be Iono's best friend because she came through and found him everything he needed in that set.
I don't know if Prime Catcher was the top deck or the 1 card, but either way, what a way to close this one out. And mad props to Ian. He played his heart out, and it was generally a very impressive display of Snorlax control against possibly one of the worst, if not the worst matchup that Pidgeot control has. What a display, and Ian was so close, especially on that first game. That Chi-Yu almost seemed to work against him at that point in time.
It was so close. It seemed like he was just there, but just again, sometimes with those late hand disruptions, you kind of put yourself in a spot where statistically, like you said, 9 out of 10, 80% of games, you're going to win those because you're going to get discarded more pieces than your opponent's going to be able to draw into. But not only was that boss discarded, but the other piece was in the hand, so it couldn't have been discarded. And because the Jet Energy was the next card instead of the previous to get discarded, Ian Robb fell just short in that first game, and then game 2 as well. So close. Ian missing those early attachments. It was still a very solid start there for Brandon. It was really a great set to look back on, and this is a great set for anybody watching who says, yeah, control is great, but Lugia, you just cannot beat it. Ian is proving that even if matchups are tough, he's going to do everything in his power to show that he has lines, and he's going to make the best plays he can. That is truly veteran, experienced players doing what they do best in the game.
Yeah, and it's funny to call Ian a veteran because he's like 23, 22 years old, maybe 20. Like, I'm not sure, he's incredibly young, but his experience, his skill, it was on full display here. No wonder he has won so many regional championships. And this doesn't put Ian out of contention, right? Still 2 more rounds to go. He can still make it all the way to the top. And I would not be surprised if that happened, because what a display. He systematically took down all the Minchinos, the big threats. Brandon was not able to bench 2 at once. Ian recognized that those were the threats and almost pulled it off.
Yeah, what a statement that would be, making back-to-back top cuts now that at regional championships, now that these regionals are 2,000 plus players, that shows a level of consistency. We gotta still give credit to Brandon though. Even some small decisions like targeting that Pidgey. That game could be completely different there. If that Pidgey evolves into another Pidgeot, maybe it soaks up another hit. Maybe one of these Pokemon isn't benched, and yeah, you've gotta think back to that moment there for Ian. If he maybe had that Nest Ball still available, could have maybe just been 1 piece short, assuming that Defiance Band was still in the deck, which I believe he took it off the prizes earlier on. Was just falling so short. We'll see here if it was. It was the top deck. That is insane. What a top deck there for Brandon. And you see him giving a sigh of relief, looking at the crowd showing, yeah, you know what? That may have been a little improbable, but I just did that. I put myself now in a spot where Brandon has 37 match points.
Yeah.
He is locked for top cut. He is our first player here in LA who is guaranteed to be in the top 8. Pablo, who could have predicted Lugia as the highest ranking player potentially going into this final bracket?
I mean, certainly not me. I feel like I've been very outspoken about this. Lugia has felt like a little bit of a lie, but turns out when the tournament is full of control, that's the perfect storm brewing for Lugia to do well. I know there's a few others that are doing well out there at the top table, so it might be Lugia that closes out this format before we jump into Twilight Masquerade.
Yeah, of course, we're keeping action updated with all the matches going outside. In fact, we're down to just our final 2 rounds. So Brandon sitting at an undefeated 12-0-1 record. He's playing up at table 1 against Aban Ahmed, and that's another control. So Pablo, we don't talk about this a lot, but there is a potential situation here for Brandon where you actually concede the match to Aban, let him into top cut, because if last match was any display, that is a matchup you are okay hitting with. In fact, I think you are more than happy to hit with, especially when the stakes are truly on the line in top cut.
I mean, with how the games went, though, like, I mean, Ian, of course, a very formidable opponent, but you did need that little bit of luck to go your way to close it out, right? So maybe you don't want to face off against Control. I mean, that's up to Brandon, right? But he definitely has that possibility. He's played so well so far at the LA Regionals. He's at the very top, and therefore he gets that little bit of a benefit of, okay, you know what? I want to potentially play you in top 8. Let's bring you up.
Well, of course, there's not just the regional championships happening this week. We've got tons of events to showcase throughout the weekend, and of course, on the Twitch channel throughout the week. Make sure to check everything out. We've got action all weekend through, all week through, starting on Tuesday, of course. Check out some of the animated series. We've got recaps of regional and international championships, and then the NAIC preview show. That's all what it comes down to. The last event of the year. It's going to be super exciting. Get hyped for it, Pablo. Get hyped for it, everyone at home. You're not going to want to miss it.
Yeah, NAIC, always a magical moment. The closing of the season that leads into Worlds, final championship points awarded. It's going to be amazing, so make sure you tune in to that.
And while we're on the topic of Twitch, the next match, Swiss round number 14, will be a community choice. So that poll should be live, if not going live any second now. Vote for who you want to see on. Vote for who you want on the main stage as this high-stakes match, win-and-in scenario. I mean, these players, once they're making top cut, there's thousands of dollars on the line. It is nothing to joke about here. It is very, very serious for these competitors.
Yeah, the prizes available are so huge. Makes me a little sad that I haven't been able to top cut a regional yet in this new era, but I'm sure I will. I will eventually.
Well, as we both dream about making top cut in this season, Adam, of course, our very, very nice host for the weekend, one of our good pals, caught up with Jake Ewert, who you may know yesterday, got second place at a regional championship. So let's hear what Jake had to say.
Hello, everyone. Adam Skarzig Watson here again with our tallest Day 2 player, Jake Ewert. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling great. Honestly, coming into this event, I didn't know what I was going to play. I'd been playing Ancient Box for a while, been doing well with it. But Arceus Control was what all my friends were telling me to play and what they're playing. And in the end, I was like, no, Ancient Box, that's what I'm good at. Let's just stick to it.
Wow, so you went against the grain. A lot of your friends telling you to switch decks, and you decided not to. Was it after testing the Arceus Control, or you decided you didn't want to waste any time practicing a new deck altogether?
Pretty much like I said in my Orlando interview, I don't honestly test very much. And so it was more so sticking to what I'm comfortable with and not really honestly feeling like putting in the time to a new deck. Just roll with what I've been doing well with and just stick to that.
A lot of top players that we've spoke with, of course, say that being comfortable and consistent with a deck that you like is a underrepresented recipe for success. Were there any changes you made to the Ancient Box list that you think may have helped you, or was it the same 60 tried and true Jake special?
It's 4 cards different than my Orlando list. It's not really too many big changes. I mean, the biggest change probably is playing a second PAL pad. It's been really good throughout the day. I don't know if it was necessarily the correct 60th card to play, but it's felt pretty good.
Yeah, you can't test for every possible tech card or every matchup that you might hit. When you were coming into the tournament, were you expecting a lot more Snorlax because this was a deck that did well recently? And has that been your experience in your matches today?
So I haven't played against a single Control or Snorlax today. I honestly expected counters to it to be kind of big. So like the Charizard control decks, which we're seeing at the top tables. Lost Box, which has a pretty decent Snorlax matchup. And I felt that with those being the more popular decks, I felt Ancient Box has a good Lost Box matchup. An okay Zard matchup, it's winnable. And then Qianpao is another really big deck all the time, and it's very favored into that too.
Okay, I'm glad that you got rewarded for sticking to one of your favorite decks and to kind of bring it back around on your friends who are trying to get you to switch. Or were any of them here today? Were they playing Arceus Control? Have you heard about how they've done this weekend?
Last I heard, one of them was 5-1-1 with it, and I honestly haven't checked in with him yet, so I hope he made it there. One of them was 5-2. I don't know about the rest of them. Not too many of us came out to this regional.
So the Arceus control might still be a big factor for day 2, but you are bringing the Ancient Box representation. Now this deck, I'm kind of a fan. It's certainly growing on me. Do you have any advice for someone like myself or someone in the audience who might be trying to pick up this Ancient Box list?
So mainly when I've been coaching people since Orlando, the main thing that people are doing incorrectly a lot is overbenching. There's a lot of matchups, especially against Lost Box, where if you put stuff on the bench and you can't retreat it, or you have no way to move it out of the active and they can Sableye or Greninja you kind of lose the game just to not being able to actually play against your opponent. And that's kind of the main thing I've noticed with Ancient Box people that just pick up the deck. They try to bench everything in their hand, and you can't do that.
Thank you so much for that quick tip. I know that there are some members of the audience who might be looking to pick up some of the decks that do well this weekend, and you might be certainly part of that inspiration, Jake. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck in day number 2. As for you at home, don't go anywhere because we have more Pokemon action yet to come.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Welcome back in, Pokemon trainers, Pokemon players, Pokemon lovers. We are so excited to tune back in with you all for our Pokemon TCG Regional Championship here in Los Angeles. I'm Boo, here with Kyle Sablehouse. We had an awesome time casting with y'all yesterday, and now we're back on the desk, ready to get into some more action. Today, we're still in our Swiss rounds here in day 1, and there's been a lot going out there on the field so far. And I want to take a look, actually, Kyle, at our day 1 meta graphic, because I think I didn't get to see it yesterday. I wasn't here, had some trouble getting into this event because of travel difficulties, but now we're here checking out our analysis of day 1. 21% Charizard? What?
Yeah, I mean, this is a little interesting because do you consider the new Charizard control list in that as well with a 101 Charizard line? That's the one that we're seeing a lot of success from. Of course, there are some notable names still on the classic Charizard variant. I believe Andrew Bennett-Kennett is one of those players still at a higher seeding who could get the job done with Charizard, but the story of the day is not on this graphic. It is the Lugias and the controls. And sure enough, we had a great showing of that in round 13, and we already have a player locked in for top 8 with 2 rounds to go.
Yeah, one of our Lugia out there in the field. Well, let's see if that kind of showcases as we move over to our deck analysis from day 2. So this is what we're seeing in our day 2 as far as our analysis coming up here. And let's see if we get more of the showing of what we're actually seeing out there when you walk around Well, there's some control popping up there, but I still don't see Lugia on the graph.
Yeah, I guess they're just sprinkled in, but honestly, they're just set for the meta right now. It ends up working out fairly well. It's one of those decks that when it's running hot, it has opportunities to deal 220 damage, which lines up against a lot of decent decks right now. You knock out some early Arceus, some early Origin Form Dialgas, whatever it may be, the Chen Pals perhaps, and you can take advantage of some of these decks' lower hit points. And of course, it lines up so well against control. You have so many energy, so many jets to move around, and you just steal victories left and right.
Yeah, I think our Lugia players are sitting pretty out there, and I never thought I'd be saying that until maybe after this format when Twilight Masquerade comes around. But hey, they're bringing it out a little bit early, and I love it.
They're working with half a toolbox right now, and it's still getting the job done.
Yeah, that's a bit scary then to think about what it could be with the potential, crazy cards that are coming out to help that deck. But, you've seen the decks here in our day 1 converting over into our day 2 now. Let's check out our players, our standings so far here in Los Angeles for the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, Brandon is truly the story of the day right now with that Lugia performance.
I know,
12, 0-1. There's some additional Lugias that are still floating around near the top 2, so you might see another one of those names in top 8, but there are a lot of solid players on the control list right now that you need to look out for. So expect to see a few of these names jumping left and right. Reagan, Retzloff, and a lot of those other players around 31 points. They're going to be looking to chain together 2 more victories in these final 2 rounds in order to make top 8. So if you have your eyes set on any of these names, be sure to be rooting for them for the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, we are definitely going to be seeing some of these players on our stream coming up. Let's take a look at the notable matches that we sent out to you all.
Yep, we left it up to you with the community choice to see which of these players would be making it to the stream. And I mean, there's a lot of wacky decks here that have an opportunity. What did you choose?
What did you choose? I feel like we've been getting some wacky decks all weekend, Kyle. And you know what? I'm kind of a fan. So I'm excited to jump into this next matchup here. Thank you for your community votes. We're going to lock in. Oh, wow. No pun intended here, Kyle. We're locking in Locke versus Zach Cohen here coming up.
It's going to be exciting to see both these players and what they've got for us. Take it down to the table and introduce them.
Yep, they're prepping their cards. They're about to get started. So let's take a quick look here. Over here on your left, Zach Cohen is going to be bringing us Charizard EX with that Pidgeot EX as well.
Yeah, this is one of those Charizard players once more. This is a true Charizard line focused on actually attacking, actually knocking out Pokemon, burning darkness all over the place. And on the other side, Locke is bringing that Armor Rouge in combination with the Arceus V-Star. Prize cards showing up. Radiant Charizard in the prizes, nice and low.
Yeah, not bad. Not too bad at all. I mean, a couple energies for both players. We got the boss's orders at top there for Locke. Arceus V-Star on bottom. Couple of nest balls. It might be a little awkward depending on what the opening hand is for Locke, but I wouldn't say there's anything too detrimental. We don't have a ton of repeating cards for either of those players sitting in the prize cards. And, I'm excited to jump into another NA Regional Arc showcase here. They love their Arceus V-Star, and I'm excited to see it. We got the fist bump here, and we are jumping into our Swiss round 14 here in Los Angeles, starting over on that Arceus V-Star player side with Locke here. We already have 2 Arc Vs down on the field, and even though there's 2 nest balls in the prize cards, we have one out on the field right now for Locke. So gonna get another basic Pokemon out here onto the field as well in that Charcadet. Let's talk about this this Armor Rouge deck, Kyle. What does it bring, and how is it unique as far as an Arceus V-Star deck?
Yeah, I mean, just the opportunity to continue to move around these fire energies. You can surprise your opponent with the range of attackers that you have, and we've seen Delphox V as an inclusion that can occasionally surprise some opponents, and just moving around these energies, it allows you to work the extra hit points of that Arceus V-Star to their full potential, and maybe avoid some of those knockouts that Charizard is limited to, as it only has the reach of whatever prize cards have been given.
Yeah, it definitely gives you a lot more resources to work with, a little bit of leeway here and there in certain matchups. I mean, it's gotten Locke this far, sitting at a 10-1 record here in Los Angeles. But we're over onto Zach's side of the field now. Started off with that Regieleki, known very well for its electromagnetic sonar move, but it's just going to be the starting Pokemon here for Zach, as well as a Bidoof that I believe came out of hand onto the bench. Now we're in the deck looking for another Pokemon off a nest ball.
Yeah, and of course, this is one of those 1-1 lines. The Bidoof and Bibarel find that Rotom V to continue to build up the hand size. And I believe we saw, well, we see that supported there, the Iono.
Yeah, I think that was first to lead everything off.
Yep.
But we were chatting.
We're missing a little bit here, as clearly there's some additional Pokemon that need to hit the board. And Rotom's going to do its best to find some help. Maybe that Buddy Poffin on the following turn will help out, but this is misleading. You look at this board and you think control.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe Locke has no idea what's happening right now.
Yeah, there's actually a lot more fire going on Locke's side of the field. Maybe kind of confused as to what this deck is, but that's all Zach was able to do. Just an instant charge ability off of that Rotom V. It's going to draw into 3 cards, but then it ends your turn. So now we're over to Locke here, who just went quick and easy here, throwing some energy, down onto the field. Of course, attaching to that Arceus V that was in the active to be able to use that Trinity charge there and get even more energy accelerated out onto the field. So now let's see if Zach can start to get some established board state here for us.
Yeah, just drawing the cards out of order. Finding the Ultra Balls instead of the Buddy Poffins leads to interesting choices in the beginning. You have to lose some of those resources you hold near and dear to your heart in the middle stages of the game, typically giving up those early prize cards to the Arceus V-Star. You're losing Iono, you're losing Counter Catcher, all in the name of grabbing what? Pidgey, Charmander. This doesn't feel great, but it might be Lumineon into Arven here. This board stinks.
That's exactly what it's looking like here. That Lumineon V is going to come down. Luminous Sign being activated here to grab the Arven. And Zach's just jumping straight into that. That's going to give us an item card and a tool card in that Forest Seal Stone that will be placed onto one of these V Pokemon. And, of course, now the Buddy Poffin is going to get us some Charmander. So Locke is well aware as to what he's playing against at this point in time.
Well, I love seeing this board state clearly. If you're Locke, this is an opportunity where if you end up drawing into Arceus V-Star, Ultra Ball, whatever it may be, a supporter, you'll have an opportunity to take advantage of a pretty weak board state on the other side. Zach just drawing some additional cards at this point. Bibarel's not helping. You need to have Rare Candy Charizard next turn. And what is happening here?
We're firing off, Kyle.
This is great. I mean, honestly, at this point, you're just trying to get these fire energies out of your deck so that the next card is live.
I know, but it's pretty wild that we still have Arceus V, and that's it on the board at the moment. No evolutions here, just all of this energy joining the field from Locke. Not exactly what I expected to see. Usually you're trying to get into that evolution as fast as possible, but sometimes that's just not an option for you.
This is the embodiment of community choice.
Yeah, true.
Y'all love to see Arceus struggle, and here we are with, what, count it, 11 energy on board?
And no evolution. Well, I guess we have an evolution there in the Armor Rouge, but no Arceus V-Star, which, of course, is the name of the deck, I guess you could say.
Both players just have to smile and laugh.
Yeah.
This is one of those times this is such an important game when you look at the tournament where you're at right now. You have to not only win this match, but win the next match too. Keep your head clear and continue to keep on trucking in this spot. And Charizard's finally ready to go. We see the Infernal Rain. The energy is starting to come down, but Regieleki's still stuck in that active spot. And to move it usually requires a little bit of help. Maybe that Prime Catcher. We'll see what the options are.
Yeah, we'll see what is in hand here. Oh, already has a Prime Catcher in hand. All right. Well, I didn't see that before, Kyle, but now I see it because it's being played here. That's going to allow Zach to pivot a Pokemon from Locke's side in that Armor Rouge, take a knockout on it. That's going to be a single prize Pokemon knockout for Zach, taking the first prize card of the game. And, of course, getting that Regieleki out of the active, and that Charizard EX is now out there and attacking. So very rocky start here for Zach, but because Locke was just whiffing a lot too, we're here now. And I guess Zach has taken out a single prize card. How do you think that sort of prize map affects this game exactly, Kyle?
Well, you can certainly target down some of these single prize Pokemon in the early stages. Attacking into the Arceus V doesn't feel great until you start to give up some of those prize cards. If your opponent gets greedy, uses Boss's Orders, and starts to target down Pokemon like that Rotom V, Luminion V, whatever it ends up being. So target the additional Pokemon that you see here. If you can remove the single prizers, then maybe after your opponent takes some prizes, you'll be able to take the big knockouts.
Yes, exactly. That Burning Darkness is an incredible move there on that Charizard EX. The more your opponent leads, the more powerful it gets over on that side. But now we have the evolution here from Locke, so we're actually going to be seeing some damage, not just energy coming out.
There's no energies left. Trinity Nova has no targets remaining.
Wow. I don't even think there's any in discard either, actually.
It's turn 4. They're gone. There's nothing left.
Well, there's hey, at least, you know, if you get that Armorage, you can kind of shift them around. There's the potential for that.
Sure.
But so I guess you really want them out on the field, but it's going to be kind of awkward if all the energy hits the discard. Then you're going to have to figure out how to get them back out here. So that's just a bunch of damage there from that Trinity Nova. Of course, it's hitting for the full damage there, output there. Now we're over to Zach here, who started off the turn, going to hard evolve into that Charmander, the middle evolution, up into the Charizard. And then we see that Industrious Incisors help out the hand a little bit in that draw support, up to 5 cards in the hand off that nice little Bibarel.
Well, this is a steady turn at this point. Just allow yourself that chip damage into the Arceus V-Star.
Yeah.
Hopefully your opponent doesn't have the range to pull off some pretty incredible attacks there from that Armorage EX. The Scorching Bazooka, if you have the range, you can knock out a clean Charizard at some point. This turn, not as relevant. You already have the damage on the Charizard EX that you can clean up pretty nicely. But if you're able to move around some of these fire energies, oh, mama. Scorching Bazooka can get the job done.
Yeah, 40 base energy, but then it's 40 for each fire energy as well. I can't believe that is the name of the move, actually. Scorching Bazooka. I mean, that's pretty appropriate in this scenario. So you have the small Armorage there that you're seeing just be evolved into on Locke's side. That's what's able to move around those energy for you on the field. And then you can do some incredible knockouts here, potentially, with this deck. So I'm happy with the showcase so far that we've seen here from this Arceus Armorage.
I mean, this is an unchecked Pokemon at this point. The Crimson Armor also allows you a little bit of assistance, too. The double Turbo Energy attachment, almost a signification of this. You have the Retreat available, and now you can save those fire energies to move them with the Armorage at any point. You can just pick which Pokemon you want to take the knockout at this stage, and maybe it is the Armorage. You can send it up and know that it's got an opportunity to stick around for at least an additional turn. There's no threat right now.
Yeah, exactly. If it's at that full health, that full HP, takes 80 less damage from attacks, which is pretty wild to see, and not a mechanic we see too often either. But not only that, but this deck also has disruption of its own as well in that Judge that we just saw from both of our players shuffling their hands into their deck, and they're both going to draw into 4 cards each.
Yeah, it's such a silly situation we get into, but honestly all it took was Arceus V-Star hitting the board. It opens up so many avenues, and all the cards are falling in the right places. We still have the V-Star ability to work with in the following turns.
I didn't even think about that.
And you can see the prizes lining up. This is 2 prizes on a Charizard. Armorage EX will be able to clear a Charizard, and then you can potentially save that V-Star to search for a Boss's Orders and close the game out. This could be 3 turns away.
Yeah, exactly. And then, I mean, on the inverse of that, look at Zach's board state here. I mean, it was struggle from the beginning, but it has just kind of remained that way, unfortunately, for Zach. Just exactly from the start. We've already lost a bunch of resources, and then we don't, I mean, look at the Pokemon that are on the bench right now. None of them, besides that little Charmeleon, are really doing much, and I guess the Industrious Incisors here. But this is where Locke is going to be able to do this awesome move here, bringing that Armorage EX with the Scorching Bazooka into the active position, switching that energy up with the other Armorage here. And we're going to see a bunch of damage. It's going to be 40 for each of those fire energy that are attached to the Armarouge.
And Locke is thinking ahead. You see the discard of the fire energies as opposed to the double turbos. This is to damage the Radiant Heatran, which has the opportunity to surprise your opponent. You continue to build up that damage. That's 70 damage for every counter that you see on that Pokemon.
Oh,
you're in for a world of pain if you get a couple more Magma Basin on there.
Yeah, and I love to see that. You're just pretty much stacking up all of the threat levels on your board. You have answers to every single scenario that you could potentially be put in. And I cannot believe that from the way it started, where Locke wasn't even able to really find an evolution there, just getting out all the energy has now led to this incredible board state here, where there's a lot of answers to whatever Zach is going to potentially throw at Locke. So pretty wild. Zach is just going to move this Charmeleon into the active position here now after that knockout. Locke, of course, going down 2 prize cards thanks to Charizard EX going down. And now we're going to see another Charizard EX off of that Ultra Ball that discarded a Pidgey and an additional rare candy.
Yeah, and we know there's another rare candy in the prize cards as well. So that's going to be, what, 3 that we've already seen hitting the deck. That doesn't leave many other Charizard opportunities. So not only is Charmander going to be a very important find on this turn, we don't even see it.
I was about to say, I don't think we see it at all or wait to get one whatsoever. So yeah, it's just going to be the Pidgey for a Pokemon in hand for Zach. Going to take a look at the discard because, as we were saying, so many resources have already been used for Zach. And, you know, the further you go into the match, the more resources you're going to have to use. And Arvin is going to be the choice of supporter for the turn for Zach to search out even more of those resources now to just try to get these Pokemon out and get some sort of a semblance of a field for the later game here.
Well, start to think about the math that goes into this situation. Zach has to consider how this Armarouge is able to find 8 energies, as that is the magic number for the Scorching Bazooka. Do you potentially go after a Pokemon like this Armarouge? It doesn't feel great, but maybe that avoids those additional energies being added to the Armarouge EX.
That's true.
Do you continue to target down maybe some of these prize card opportunities that you'll see? It's tricky to pinpoint the prize map at this spot, especially when you start to realize after this Charizard, it's Radiant Charizard or bust. You have no other options for attacking.
Yeah, exactly. It's just you're kind of worked into a corner here, unfortunately, for Zach, and we're going to see how he chooses to navigate through it. But that Radiant Charizard is going to come down at this point in time. And the nice Magma Basin, at least, helping out on both sides.
Thanks, pal. Yeah.
That's funny. Yep, that Magma Basin is at least going to get that energy there for Zach onto that Radiant Charizard, taking a couple of damage counters there. Now we're going into a counter catcher. Of course, Zach is technically right now behind in prize cards. Not anymore, though, after that prize card knockout there for Zach. We were discussing what was going to be taken, decided to go for the prize cards there, take an additional 2. Now there's only 3 left to take, and a maximum belt comes down.
That's a big boy right there. It's getting dangerous.
Oh my gosh, 50 additional damage there, and it was already doing so much on that Armarouge EX.
Yes, this has unlocked a world of pain. The bazooka is firing away at this poor Charizard. There's no answer to this. The damage is accumulating onto the Heatran. It'll continue to build up at this stage. You have the knockout lined up, the one-hit KO. We only see this from grass Pokemon or bazookas.
Yeah, don't even need the weakness on our side. It's not grass, it's fire there. The fire bazooka indeed, taking out that Charizard EX for Locke, and that's an additional 2 prize cards down. Only 2 left to take to wrap up this first game in our Swiss round 14. And Zach is still just on the back foot here, only using a Buddy Poffin so far for this turn, and the Radiant Charizard is already up in the active position. So, I mean, at least we got that.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in the prize map for Zach. It's difficult to continue to chain together the Radiant Charizards at this point.
Yeah.
It felt like the damage that was left over on that Arceus V-Star was going to be in range always, and then you saw this evolution last turn. 280 hit points is just a difficult number to hit when you only have the Radiant Charizard at your disposal. So we're going to game 2.
We're going to game 2 between these players. There was just too much stacked up against Zach after that really rocky start in the beginning, and Locke despite not finding the evolutions for a couple of turns, was able to do the job of just getting all of those energy out. And then once those Pokemon hit the field and those evolutions, we just had a myriad of attackers and different things being thrown in Zach's way. And it was just too much, unfortunately, for Zach to get to recover from. Do you think this is kind of the result of these different Charizard lists, Kyle, that are just like lacking a little bit more consistency because they have these different things at their disposal, tech cards in there?
I mean, this is just where Charizard is at this point. You see this list is focused on the Prime Catcher and focused on having that myriad of back and forth attacking, doing consistent damage, but hopefully targeting the right Pokemon with that. And when you're facing against someone who can one-shot your Pokemon and easily take them all out, you're left attacking into those Pokemon or just targeting the bench over and over again. You don't have Maximum Belt like we saw featured in the early Charizard lists, which was a great way to slow down when you're playing against the Chien-Paos. You knock them out early without having to worry about taking those prize cards. Same with the Arceus Vs. It doesn't line up anymore, and you're kind of waiting for your opponent to make a move. And when they blow you up with a bazooka, you don't have any time.
Yeah, I don't know if Zach was expecting the bazooka here today, but Locke is bringing it into our day 2 here and taking down our first game in our Swiss round 14. So that was incredible to see. And let's just talk about the pace of that game as well. I loved it. Both of our players, unfortunately for Zach, it was like because of a lack of things to do. But it was a quick back and forth that we saw from both of our players. And let's hope we get some exciting gameplay coming up here in our second game. But oh no.
Thanks, I hate it.
Yeah,
double Charmander, double Super Rod.
Wow, look at that.
On the other side, a 1/1 arc along with double Iono, double Nest. These are, you never want to pair together in the prize cards. That's typically a general answer of, are my prize cards bad? The answer is yes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. If you have multiple copies of a card that you potentially need, they're pretty bad for sure. So we see very awkward prize cards here, and Zach is gonna get clued into that right away. Searching the deck off of this Nest Ball, gonna see that there's only so many Charmander in there, and it's a bit awkward here.
Oh no.
Cleffa at least starting, that's gonna be better than that Regieleki start from the last game that we saw, but still, Regieleki's in hand, and there's not many oh no.
What are we, is there an access to Rotom?
I don't know. I didn't see it any of the hand.
The hand is not great. I get that potentially you can play this hand down and use the Cleffa over the next few turns. The hand's energy, Defiance Band, Cry, Manaphy, Regieleki, Boss's Orders, and we're not drawing 3 additional cards with Rotom.
Gosh, yeah, that is tough to see. Hopefully, we can get something happening here, potentially down the line from Zach. No, I'm saying, like, can we get a top deck or something to help out in this situation? But, I mean, over on Locke's side, we've already got it locked up here. Arceus V getting that attachment right off the bat, as well as an Ultra Ball going into the deck. Looking at these resources, and we already have a Charcadet on the bench as well. So
I mean, the number one answer, it's already been solved. Arceus V, energy attachment, that is what you need on this turn. You know, as Zach, your opponent can play Arceus V star next turn. They can search for a Boss's Orders and a double Turbo Energy and take your Charmander away. You accomplished nothing in the first 2 turns if that happens. And with that 7 fresh cards being added to the hand, it is basically guaranteed at this point. I'm terrified if I'm Zach.
Yeah, that is nice to see. I'm sure Zach maybe wanted that Iono instead that was discarded on the Ultra Ball, but just a research. Oh, it's a Poffin?
The best top deck, never punished. Let's just throw some Pokemon on the board and move on. The hand can be played down a little more at this point. You can use the Boss's Orders to stall on the Charcadet if you need to. Make your opponent just have that 1 more additional card, and maybe if they don't have Switch, Double Turbo, or a boss, they cannot search for all 3 in 1 turn.
Yeah, that is true. At least we've been rescued here by that Buddy Poffin, allowing Zach to get some more Pokemon out here. And starting the Cleffa in the active too. Not too bad here for Zach, but that was an incredible top deck that was much needed here for Zach.
Well, we see a few more cards that can be played at this point. You might as well play as many as you can. You need access to as many cards as possible with Cleffa. without destroying your bench, so Manaphy will be held back.
All right, so we're just going to end off here with that grasping draw. Of course, drawing up to 7 cards in the hand. That's why we saw so many being played down there. Now we're over onto Locke's side with another Ultra Ball. This time it's going to discard that Gouging Fire EX as well as a Fire Energy there too.
Yeah, just a fancy way to continue to hit those numbers that your opponent's not used to. 260 can often unlock a world of pain, especially with that belt. And this is interesting. The judge played after the grasping draw. There was a world where you could target down that Pidgey with the boss's orders and guarantee that Pidgeot doesn't see the board next turn. Instead, he's going to trust his gut, go with the judge for 4, and off those 5 cards, if Arven isn't found along with a little bit of help, maybe you can still avoid the Pidgeot.
Yeah, Judge is just one of those cards. It's not like the Iono where you get draw up until your prize cards. Judge is just solid 4 cards. So if those cards are not so solid for your opponent, then you can disrupt them quite a bit here. Whoa, what are those cards? What?
They're so bad. Radiant Charizard,
oh my gosh.
Prime Catcher, Mist Energy, and Roxanne. They're unplayable.
Wow. Those
cards.
are all unplayable, and I'm sure Locke, not knowing it, is going to watch this back and be like, wow, I'm super happy I judged that.
Man, I'm good.
And that's what we're just going to see, the exact same thing that we saw in our last game. Locke has now secured this Arceus V-Star. We're getting these energy out onto the field. Not only that, but we're taking knockouts this time around as well. Cleffa has gone down. That's a single prize card there for Locke to start off this game. And Zach is going to have to recover this turn somehow after drawing into 4 horrible cards, and that's going to be it for Zach. That's the turn.
That is a turn of Pokemon, and you can just see the look on Zach's face is absolute disgust that we have gotten to this point in the tournament, and I'm attacking with a Charmander.
I feel like if I was Zach, I would not be picking up this deck again just after these 2 matches. This is just brutal to see here, and now Locke is going to have even more potential here to just run away with this game. You're going to see a lot of the same things we saw in our game 1, but honestly, Locke is keeping composure here, knows exactly the game plan as to what to go through. And now we're actually going to see this Starbirth V-Star power as well, which is even going to add more consistency here for Locke, drawing out 2 of any card from the deck. I mean, the ability to use that V-Star power on top of everything else that this deck has to offer is just incredible.
Yeah, obviously we're having a lot of fun right now at Zach's expense. It's unfortunate that he's running into this situation, but it is on Locke to continue to keep his foot on the gas, and he's doing just that. Armarouge EX into the active spot. You have the opportunity to avoid any damage on this Pokemon while also setting up a unchecked threat against potential rare candy Charizard opportunities here. You have to go for this, and it's terrifying. Zach once more. Pidgey promotion. What do we see? Arven top deck, but it's looking a little too late.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's something for us to work with here on Zach's end. If we had another completely missed turn, that I think would have wrapped it up here for Locke. But we're still in this thing. Zach is going to play down this Arven and allow us to search the deck here for some cards. A tool card and that important item card here as well. But I mean, what else do we even do with this hand at the moment?
Well, if you went for a Pokemon like Rotom on the opening turn, you could grab that Forest Seal Stone and have a party. You also have a couple more cards in your hand. But the tools just... They aren't like what they used to be. It's gonna be grasping at straws here. Buddy Poffin potentially as an option.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably going to be the exact replica of the Arven we saw in the last game as well. Yeah, just a quick flash there.
There's no more Charmander. There's no more Pidgey.
There's nothing.
This is grab a Bidoof and go home.
Absolutely incredible. Zach is discussing right now, look at my prize cards. This is unwinnable. How do I even work from here? That's going to be it. A concession there from Zach Cohen. And Locke is going to lock in that 2-0 victory here in our Swiss round 14 with Arceus V-Star Armarouge. Wow.
Locke says, I had a little more for you. I had that Turo too. I was bringing the pain.
The flex there to be like, oh yeah, I had options here as well, even though I was just in a dominating position this whole time. And unfortunately for Zach, that's what we saw both games there. Locke didn't have to do much once everything was established there, and Zach continued to struggle. I mean, the real thing there, I think, was the judge.
Yeah, there's two schools there. You can either go for the boss's orders on the Pidgey or remove that threat immediately, or you can go for the judge and just hope that your opponent does not find anything. And perfectly, you see just the hand of all of the single one-of tech cards that you need for turn 7. There is no turn 7 as we move into a very fast-paced game after 15 energies were played.
True. Yeah, there was a lot of fire energy from both sides of the field. These are fire energy decks here, but the only one that was really bringing the heat was this scorching bazooka here from Locke. I love to see that. I cannot believe that's the name of the move. It's so funny. But yeah, I mean, we just saw Locke get all of this established on the board here, and even though Zach was taking the knockouts to actually lock up some prize cards there, Locke had the answers. I mean, we saw the maximum belt on the Arcerus EX as well. There was just no way around that, unfortunately, for Zach. In our game 2 here, now we saw at least what we thought could have been a little bit of a better start, but the prize cards were just working against Zach right off the bat for this game 2.
Yeah, the question of that opening turn as well. Did not like the Rotom in game 1. It was not his friend. It played against the Bibarel. Chose to avoid it in game 2. And it managed to bite him there, as we just see basic Pokemon being fed to the Arcerus EX over and over again. But they had a good time. That's all that matters.
They had a good time indeed, and that was a really fun, explosive match to watch as well, Kyle. I feel like we have been getting some great games all weekend, and I'm just going to add that one to the list.
Yeah, no, that was terrific. Obviously, it's not the way Zach planned for it to go, but with a win in the next round, he still has that opportunity to maybe get that top 32, some of those boxes that come along with it, $1,000. Maybe those are the points that they need as well to start closing in on that World Championship to Honolulu, that invite. But for Locke, win it in time next round. I know you had fun on stream, but got to refocus, recenter, and make sure that bazooka's charged up.
Yeah, make sure the bazooka is charged up for sure. We just went through our Swiss round 14, but we still have one more to go here. And that is where you see the most amount of intensity, I think, outside of our top 8, top 4, our finals, because this is really what's going to get those players into that, to play in those final couple of matches and, you know, go down the record books here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, and obviously we still had a lot of big names that were in contention, along with seeing some fresh new faces to the stream at least. It always leads to some excitement when you're at that closing points of a meta, seeing what last chance, maybe that last hurrah for that deck before the new card comes in and destroys Arceus or whatever it may be. Arcerus finds one opportunity here to squeak in, maybe make a top 8 showing here. It'd be really exciting to see.
That would be epic to see. I think my question now, Kyle, is how many control are going to remain? How many of them are doing well enough now and continuing that streak to get into our top 8? Because I feel like we could see a lot of them.
Yeah, so this is where Brandon really has an important role, as he was just given a control deck in this round. He should concede.
Yeah,
that's the right play at this point.
Actually.
You have 37 points. You are guaranteed. Put as many control decks as you can into cut, and you will be able to destroy them with your Lugia deck the way that it's been playing. If you continue to just give yourself great matches, there's a potential that you pick the players that you play throughout top 8, top 4, and finals. We'll see if it works like that. But if Brandon is thinking like that, we could potentially see 3, 4 control decks in the top cut here, and Lugia could just have a field day.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could just run through that, like that entire. It's going to be kind of similar to our last regional where we saw a ton of Chien-Pao there, but then that was not what took it home.
Dialga Lever,
Yeah, exactly.
There's just one bad seed in there, destroyed the day. The frostbite just completely vanished as the metal survived, and it was something to watch for sure. Dialga, it's not having as great a day this time around. It's one of those, once the cat's out of the bag, it's like it's not going to work as well as it did. We had one
There's
player
still a few, yeah.
doing well, Crystal, who we
Yeah.
had featured on the stream against Isaiah Bradner in day 1. Took a loss in the last round, still around 27, 30 points. So potential with this round and next round to have a top 32 seeding potentially. So still a great showing, but nothing like what it was a couple weeks ago.
Well, it's interesting because we see that sway so often in the TCG where it's like a deck has a breakout finish, they do really well, and then you see in the next event that everyone is prepared for that matchup because they know, okay, if people pick this up and it comes in numbers, I got to make sure I can beat it. But one thing that's kind of interesting, that happens a lot with our control decks. You see this control deck that comes out of nowhere, does extremely well because nobody knows what they're playing against. But then after that, it's kind of figured out and you don't see it seeing as much success. But now, in this current meta, I feel like there's so many different iterations and different cards that you can put into these deck lists that we're actually seeing the sustainability of control. We're seeing so many different lists come out, and you see it here in Los Angeles. So many are out there doing super well, and I think that's kind of giving longevity to the archetype of a control style deck.
Yeah, and sometimes the only answer that you have to control is play a ton of energies like a theme deck and just punch them in the face. And sure enough, that's what works here. That's what leads to winners. And we have Locke ready for an interview. We're going to go ahead and throw it out and see what he's got for us.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back out to the floor of the LA Regional Championships. I have Locke Nguyen here to tell us about his big win we just saw on stream. How you feeling?
Oh, pretty good. I was very nervous game 1 when I just missed Arky V-Star 3 turns in a row, and I didn't think my game plan of just charging like 6 energies on the board would ever work at all, but it got there.
You were playing an aggressive strategy indeed, but once you got set up, you're just swinging for the fences. Has that been your typical strategy throughout the tournament so far?
Yeah, pretty much it's set up a bunch of arcs, get all the energies on the board, move all the energies around, swing for big numbers with whatever.
Hey, if you can't knock it till you try it, certainly. This Arceus Firebox deck that we've seen has taken a few different forms over the course of the last couple months. What helped you settle in on this particular variant that's settled around Armor Rouge EX?
You know, there was an interview with Tord like a few weeks ago, and he was saying that he had more trouble with Arc Armor Rouge than he did with Arctina. So that made me switch it up from going from an Arctina tryhard to just playing Arc Armor Rouge.
And it certainly worked out for you here. I'm so excited that you were able to bring such a fresh deck to the stream, and you did win our community choice. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to maybe someone who's watching from home or in the community right now?
Just shout out to my KDR squad, and thanks for all the fans and everybody that cheered on Throw for the Lock on stream.
Thank you so much, and congratulations once again, Locke, for your big win and for giving us a great show for the stream. We're going to kick things back over to the casting desk and keep things rolling.
Fantastic interview there, Skarzig, with our previous round winner there, Locke, talking about the Armor Rouge, saying there was a conversion there from the Arctina into the Arc Armor Rouge. And I gotta say,
hard. Yeah.
try hard, both of them. But I am a supporter of that decision for sure.
Yep, honestly, sometimes you just gotta go out there and have fun, and it
definitely
seems like the wrong answer, but it's actually correct. Playing a bunch of energies, having those opportunities, I'm sure that that's paid off against some of those control styles that you run into. Having uncapped damage potential, unlike the 280 of Arctina.
Yo, when the Heat Train came out, I was like, no way.
Yeah,
that's scary.
He does numbers. We've seen 10 hit points remaining on Radiant Heat Rant attacking for 700 damage before. And I'm sure that Locke has worked on that as well.
Yeah, it's like, what do you do when there's that much on the field that you kind of have to consider? Like, I guess as a player, you're sitting there like, what do you do, Kyle?
Yeah, well, the issue is the damage that was already on the Radiant Heat Rant.
Yeah.
The energies don't matter. The Armarouge is moving the energies, but he's only one prize card. And then the Armarouge EX, you don't want to attack into if it has clean health because you're reduced by 80 when you're attacking into it. There's just no clean answer. And that's what you see when Charizard's trying to attack into it for 180. It's just, it doesn't work.
I feel like we're giving so much love now to Arceus V-Star decks. We have to kind of discuss the counterpoint of that. How do they work against themselves as well? Because if you start and you can't get an attachment for turn or you can't find an evolution, then you're crumbling after that sometimes.
yeah. Go ahead and ask Jay Jewel what that looks like. Every time we put Arceus on stage, it just loses in 10 minutes. But Locke did not care about that and ends up showing us a great performance with Arceus once more. It's been, what, 3 years of Arceus at this point? But it's just cool to see all the different iterations, and it's still got a little more juice.
Yeah, a little more juice indeed. Congratulations to everybody who picked that match, because it ended up being an epic one. And that was our community choice, but we have a little bit more community picks that have been going on our stream so far, Kyle. And that is the community choice pick of what is the best item card, I believe, is what we're working with right now. So we've been kind of going through this throughout our day 1 and now into day 2.
All right. Super Rod versus Counter Catcher. Boo, do the honors. Which one do you want?
Oh, I mean, I'm going to say, oh, wow, Super Rod all day, I think.
Go for it.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to go Super Rod just because I think that is what saves so many decks in the late game. Sometimes you have tricky starts where you either have to discard certain Pokemon or you need that energy to put it back in your deck to get something off, like a Mirage Gate or something like that. And I feel like we've seen so much more from that card versus the Counter Catcher. There's so many other options there to at least gust. And also, it's not always applicable in certain scenarios. You know, it could be a card that's in your hand that you can't even use yet.
Yeah, no, I definitely understand where you're coming from there.
Yeah.
Oh, Super Rod. Mismanaging your resources, are you? Are you just throwing away your cards willy-nilly? Are you just not thinking ahead? Well, I'll tell you who is thinking ahead. Those players using Counter Catcher. They surrender some early prize cards in the beginning. Go ahead. Demolish my Cleffa. It's all yours. Go ahead. Use that boss's orders. Everyone loves a comeback story, Boo. And I've got one for you. Roxanne. Counter Catcher, Lost Impact. Out of nowhere, not only are you left with 2 cards in your hand, but I've blown up your Pidgeot. You have nothing left to do. You can Super Rod it back. Go ahead. I've got another Counter Catcher.
You can't stop me.
You can't stop this. And I will use whatever supporter I want while also surprising you with this catcher.
Yeah, and there's ways to get it back technically too. You could just loop catchers forever, I suppose. But that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Okay, you can't argue that Counter Catcher is the best like overall card though in the entire meta. Like versus Super Rod.
Yes.
Like when you're considering all the decks around. Come on.
In a vacuum, Counter Catcher is cooler. But as you look at all of the cards
cooler,
in a whole, does Super Rod see a little more use? Yes. Does it feel great? No. No one wants to use Super Rod. It's dumb.
Yeah.
You throw in some energies and bring them back with your Chien Pao. That's great. You bring back your Charmanders that got demolished throughout the game. That's not fun. You're just reminiscing on all the horror that happened.
It is a recovery card.
You're just reminded of bad times when turn 2 and 3
that's
you
not
lost
true.
everything
Come
you ever
on.
loved.
You got to think of it like a potion, you know? They fainted, they're gone, they're in your discard pile. You just give them a little potion and they're back in there.
So what are we going to do? Are we going to cry over lost ones, or are we going to get revenge? Are we going to pull out the Counter Catcher and get them? That's what I'm doing.
I feel like you're selling the chat right now for sure on the Counter Catcher. Okay, chat, come on. Listen. Which one have you used more often? Which one is in more decks?
Yeah, do you want to go fishing with your grandpa, or do you want to get revenge and grab that bird from the sky with a net and bring him back in?
You're shooting a net at it, really? Yeah. That's even cooler.
See?
You're winning me over.
I have a convert.
I swear, if we see this come up and Counter Catcher is picked, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it here, Kyle. Were you on your high school debate team?
No, I just had a brother with a hard head, so it just leads to this.
You had to learn how to win those battles, huh?
You pick and choose, yeah.
That is funny. Well, we'll have to leave it to you all. Which item card are you going to choose to be the winner there in that community brackets? I guess, what's your item card, of all of our item cards, our current format item cards, though, Kyle?
It's tough. I mean, we did pick some great ones, and
Yeah.
I had to debate Mirage Gate as opposed to Buddy Poppin'.
Yeah.
How unfair is that? The 1-8 matchup
I know.
of Mirage Gate. But I think that I really do. Mirage Gate is just one of my favorite cards. It unlocked the potential of the Giratina. It's just one of my favorite cards to incorporate. Not only do you have the ability to use that shred and avoid all these silly control decks.
Yeah,
but you just
for
remove
sure.
Pokemon from play. It's not nearly as cool when you're playing it with the Arceus because you lose access to that Star Requiem.
Yeah.
There's just so much that you can do with that deck, and it only works because of Mirage Gate.
Yeah, I know you're definitely a Mirage Gate fan. That is for sure.
Yep. And who doesn't love losing their whole board to a turn 1 Radiant Greninja? You know?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no,
At least you
everybody
have your
loves the
super
board
rod, right?
Ah, stop, Kyle. I'm done with you. Oh my gosh. Well, enough of Kyle here right now. Skarzig, our wonderful host for the weekend. Adam got to catch up with Brandon Vaughn out on the floor. So let's go see what Brandon had to say.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LA Regional Championships. I was able to catch up with one of our winners who we showcased on stream, but we had to cut him loose so he could chase down his next opponent. I'm here with Brandon Vaughn. How you feeling?
Hey, Adam. I'm feeling pretty good. It's going to be my first top 8, so, I mean, it's going great. Playing Lugia, I've been hitting control all weekend. After you guys watched me and Ian play on stream, I hit another control. I have 37 match points, and I went ahead and gave that next player the win, so then they could get into top 8 as well to try to higher my chances of, maybe pairing up with them in top 8.
That is something we have only seen from time to time, being able to concede and try to get a better matchup for yourself in top 8. And when it comes back around to you playing Lugia for this event, was it in anticipation of so much control being in the field?
Yeah, I was definitely expecting a lot of control, especially after Azul winning in his previous event. And, I mean, if you guys have listened to any of these podcasts in the last couple of weeks, everyone is trash-talking Lugia right now. So that's why there's a lot of control players on the top tables right now. So I felt like it was a good pick. I was going to maybe play Future Hands, but I'm glad that I just went back to Lugia. I've been playing the deck for a long time with all the different variants, and it's been a great weekend.
I'm not going to hold you. I, too, like with some of our members in the audience, am a Lugia hater, but you're proving us all wrong. Yeah. So when it comes to picking up Lugia, you had this kind of in your back pocket. Were you a longtime Lugia player before? Like, was it easy to arrive to the conclusion to be comfortable playing this deck?
Yeah, I mean, I played a lot of Lugia in the previous season as well when Single Strike was a thing. So, I mean, I was rocking it back then, kind of just different variants. And I was just kind of looking at the different matchups. And I love the auto win. I feel like, we'll see. Maybe it's a pretty good chance to beat Control. So I felt like it was a great deck to choose. And I'm not looking back. I'm not looking back.
Yeah, pick the choice, be confident in it, and it's certainly paying off for you now. Getting into top 8, absolutely incredible achievement. Any final shout-outs you want to quickly give to someone who maybe helped you learn Lugia or just has your back in general?
Yeah, I mean, first off, shout out to 88 Card House for giving me the opportunity to come to these events. I've also been working a lot with Jacob right there in the local shop in Newark, so shout out to him. Shout out to my wife, my family, all my friends for helping me get ready. Keon, of course, has always been testing with me a lot as well. And shout out to all my locals everyone's been hyping me up today. So it's been a great weekend, and a big shout out to one of the co-owners, Mike at 88 Card House. He's always had my back with everything. And I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all the support that I have.
All of that support, all of that positive energy coming together to skyrocket you into top 8. I want to thank you once again for taking the time to share your thoughts with our audience at home and for bringing a little bit of variety to our top 8 bracket here in LA. Thank you so much once more, and we'll see you for some more Pokemon action shortly.
I got into competitive Pokemon with my siblings all the way back in 2010 just by going to our local league. My first competitive Pokemon memory is probably when I won my first regional championships, also in 2010. My favorite Pokemon is Shuppet because it was the card I used to win my first major tournament. There's a lot of players who I look up to and respect in the community. I mean, one I think that most people look to is Tord, just because he kind of represents the ceiling in the game. And I'm a big fan of, past just being a competitor myself and playing in tournaments, I'm a big fan of competition and seeing what Tord can do, thinking about what's possible, even if I'm not the one competing at the top 5 years from now, seeing what the landscape of competition could become. I'm very enthusiastic about it and excited to see where it goes. I'm if I could battle anyone, I think I'd have to go with Ash Ketchum. You know, he's the go-to, the champ. So yeah, morning person. I don't practice as much as I would like between tournaments. Of course, for the bigger tournaments like the ICs, I put in that little bit of extra prep, show up a little bit early to the locations. But my in-between major regional tournaments is definitely lacking overall. I would like to be testing more if possible. I'd probably call my girlfriend first if I won the World Championships. Well, I guess she would probably be there because she does usually come to the World Championships. So I'd probably have to give my mom a call. Favorite dessert? Cake. Any kind. Carrot cake, chocolate cake, vanilla cake, any kind of cake. My favorite part about coming to Pokemon events, I love competing in the competition. I think the real thing that keeps me coming consistently is my friends and my group that I play with consistently, seeing old friends. If they didn't really exist and I felt like I was like a little bit more outside the community, I don't know if I'd compete, but yeah, it really is the community that keeps me coming back consistently.
Hello, everyone. Adam Watson here. I'm joined by our seniors regional champion here in Los Angeles, Benny Billinger. How you feeling, my friend?
I mean, this isn't a new feeling. You know, I've already won 2 regionals this season, so to add a third to the crown, it obviously feels great, especially as my last regional as a senior. I'm obviously very happy to take it home.
A hat trick. That is certainly a rare feat, and I know that after experiencing so much success in the Pokemon TCG, have you been running through all of your competitions mastering the same deck, or have you been switching it up as the meta has shifted?
I haven't played the same deck since Knoxville. I've always switched it up. This event, I decided to tackle Lost Box. I thought it was a good meta call. It had a good Charizard matchup. I didn't end up hitting any. But it felt like overall like a really strong play. And I felt like it felt the personality of decks that I play. Like it was obviously very strategic and hard. You have to think a lot about your decisions going forward.
Now, a lot of players for this regional specifically were worried about running into a lot of control decks. Was that your experience as you were playing in the seniors division?
Well, I knew that there were going to be some control. I was running a Spiritomb on Friday, but I decided to cut it because I felt like my control matchup was already a 50-50 or even better as I run like 8 switching outs. And I felt like I was very comfortable in the control matchup, so I just decided not to play the Spiritomb.
A lot of players that I've spoken with like to shy away from making those sorts of last-minute changes, but you had that insight to know that where your matchups were going to fall. And as you moved through the top 8 into the finals, were the matches difficult, or did it seem pretty easy, this being your 3rd win now?
This is probably the hardest run I've had. In top 8, I hit a Guardy. Thankfully, she didn't run Flutter Mane, so I was able to tackle that one. I went to 3 games, but I got that one under the belt. Top 4, I played against Arctina, and my deck didn't run Hoopa because I didn't think that card was very good. So it was definitely a rough match, but I was able to get a very fast start there. And then in the finals, game 1 was rough, but I was able to go Iron Hands. And then he didn't really have a response, so then I just mooned it. And then second game, I got turn 1 moon on his opponent, Dialga.
So it was Dialga facing up against you in the finals, and you can see the variety of attackers that Lost Box uses, the variety of strategies that you can employ. Do you think that Lost Zone is going to continue to be your deck of choice as we head into the new format? Are you going to continue to innovate and play some of these new decks that we're expecting?
I'm obviously going to play a lot of new decks with the new format coming up, but I mean, Lost Box, I really like it, so who knows, maybe I'll just full send it into NAIC.
That could be an interesting strategy when we move into Twilight Masquerade. So many players are going to be testing a multitude of decks. And as for you, Benny, when it comes to testing decks, you want to give a shout out to anybody who helps you practice or helps you decide on which deck you should play at a regional?
Yeah, so I'd like to thank like my group mainly. You got Andrew Hedrick, Gabe Smart, and then we got some seniors, you know, Justin Templar and Carson. And like all of them, you know, they just help me out, you know, help me prepare. And they'll continue to help me going forward.
The ability to have so many high-level players in your corner helping you practice really pays off. I'm so happy to hear that you've run 3 regionals now and you're doing your group proud. Congratulations once again. Any final shout-outs you want to give before I let you go and celebrate?
Shout out to my family. You know, I couldn't do this without them. They supported me through this entire journey, and I couldn't be more happy to represent them proud.
Very well said. And that, again, is Benny Billinger, everyone, who won 3 regional champions, won his final regional as a senior. And I can't wait to see him tear it up in the next age division. But don't go anywhere because we have more Pokemon action yet to come.
Wow, great to see there. An incredible interview from Benny Billinger, taking things home with a Lost Zone Roaring Moon EX deck in our senior division. So now we've wrapped up one of our age group matches, our age group championships. But look at these decks, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, what an interesting mix. 3 Dialga and making it into the top 8, but Roaring Moon, you heard it from Benny himself. If you can get a turn 1 knockout, you're probably going to be doing all right. And
yeah,
I mean,
true.
That is what flower selecting is all about. Throw cards away, Mirage Gate, giddy up, and it was able to take the championship here in LA.
Yeah.
It is not even 2 o'clock.
I know.
What a great feeling to be the champion and just hang out all
Go
day.
eat lunch? Yeah. Take your gold Pikachu to lunch, huh?
Sign
Kyle?
me up.
That is awesome. Yeah, it's great always to see from our senior division. We see a lot of, I guess, synergy that we get from our Masters division, and you see that in the Dex showcase there. A lot of similarities there, but I'll tell you what, our seniors division players are some incredible players, and when they age up into our Masters division, they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
I think it just comes from playing at a very young age and then continuing on, especially if you're keeping up or getting coached by some of our Masters players. I mean, they just become unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard it from Benny before. He's given credit to Zach Lesage and a few other names to note as well. Just players that are caring for the younger division, giving them those opportunities to learn from them, and sure enough, it just leads to championship after championship. And I mean, big congratulations there. And this is another story. We could have our very next Regan Retzloff, Isaiah Bradner, Grafton Roll, the players who just dominate the second that they reach the next division.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many players out there that have done a lot in the seniors division that are now succeeding here. But you know what else is succeeding, Kyle?
What?
We're going to find out here. What did you all choose in our community choice of the best item card in formats?
Rigged. Boo.
Wait. Wow. Thank you, chat, for bringing some reason back to the stream here and not being persuaded by car salesman Kyle over here.
Enjoy your mid-rod. That thing is dumb. You go fishing with your grandpa. No, you could have been catching birds out of the sky. Winning in heroic 6-1 comeback fashion. Instead, you want to go grab your poor little bitchy.
Kyle, you can make it sound as lame as possible, but our chat is smarter than that. They see the value in Super Rod and how effective it has been in so many decks here. So it's moving up into our semifinals of the best item card. I mean, you got to follow the format. What is the best item card? Just weighing it that way, you know?
Yeah, I have to argue my point. We'll leave it there.
Yes, that is very true. Well, it's always great to hear from y'all in our community choices, what you think's the best item card, but also we usually get some nice little posts online as well. Our social media platforms, make sure you continue to hashtag play Pokemon as much as you can so that we can see these posts showcased on our stream.
Ooh, look at this. Yeah, John Edward having fun at the Pokemon Championships in the Philippines today.
Oh.
Our very own Wanchismo Saldana over there casting VGC. It's got to be an exciting time for everybody over there in the Philippines, having a blast.
Yes, look at that shirt.
What's the Philippines also what? It's top 4 make it into the World Championships at the national level. So
yeah, that's epic.
Big tournament going on there, and excited to see which of those competitors are heading to Honolulu now.
Yeah, look at that sweet graphic behind them too. I want some epic graphics like that here. We get a lot of Pokemon showcase, but never trainers like that on our some of our signage.
I want to be an anime protagonist. That sounds
Yeah, you should go model for them, Kyle. So you can you pose like that?
They got to take like 20 or 30 pounds off, but yeah, we'll see what they can do.
Well, thank you so much, John Edward, for that incredible post there. Ooh, this is coming from a special event.
Oh, let's read the bottom. I recognize that language.
Oh my goodness. Well, last weekend with events in LATAM, today we have a special event in Mexico City and Peru. Success to all. Wow, that is awesome to see. And this cute alpaca with a little beanie.
There you go. That's a win. That's all we needed to see. A VIP alpaca getting the job done. Maybe it made top 8. Who knows?
Yes, we have events going on all around the globe. So make sure to tune in to all the Pokemon playing everywhere you see it. And now I'm seeing a lot of Mimikyu over here and some cool costumes.
This is adorable. My Mimikyu's got a little trophy for their Worlds Invite this season. From a friend, and don't get fooled, that's my name written on it, and I did nothing. My Mimikyus did all the work. That's Mimikyus are getting the job done. Cool.
They're not only getting the job done, they're doing it in style, Kyle. Like, look at those outfits. My goodness.
Is that the monocle over there?
I know. I think they have have a little bit more drip than the drip Cubone, if I do say so myself.
Competition.
Competition, indeed. Lots of representation from our Mimikyu. What is happening?
All right, time to break it down. Mewtwo do be ballin'.
Yeah.
And, I mean, 6'9", 250 pounds.
My goodness.
LeBron James doesn't stand a chance. How do you get through that?
That's true.
We're
yeah.
talking about not only do you have the abilities and the psychic, and you can incorporate that tail to help on defense, but I mean, there's got to be some ways that you can add in some additional assisting powers. You probably give yourself plenty of space with that psychic ability. You can keep the defenders out of the way and just start raining threes. Mewtwo's getting it done.
I mean, just look at the size of the thighs, Kyle.
Sign me up.
Those are so powerful.
Do those
Can you imagine
thick
the
thighs save
jumps?
lives?
They save lives. they make those shots.
They also probably
They
lead
dunk
to
on
like
ya.
an 80-inch vertical. Can you imagine
Oh
just
my
jumping over
gosh.
3 Michael Jordans? LeBron
Wait,
doesn't have a chance.
Wait a second. Mewtwo also just levitates as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you got everything in the package.
I feel like you have to forego some of your hidden abilities and just play some true one-on-one. If you're actually using all of your psychic, it's over.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Well, thank you so much for that. That tweet right there, Mewtwo do be ballin', that is for sure. I love how pixelated the Mewtwo is on that's the left side too.
I'm still very intimidated.
Who had a tiny basketball as well?
We have a lot of time on our hands.
Yes. Yeah, we're working hard over here to make things as exciting as possible, not only in our tournaments, but over here on the stream as well. I mean, there's so much excitement out in the field when you come to play at one of these tournaments. You still see tons of people out there playing in side events, walking around with their friends, having a good time, or maybe they're tuned into the stream here. Thank you all for watching.
We always add a bunch of additional seats as the tournament starts to close in.
Yeah.
And it is definitely a spectacle to watch, as you'll have all of the different tournaments going on all at once, VGC, Go, and the Pokemon TCG, all to watch. Tons of action, and we want to see who's going to be crowned the final regional champion in NA this year before we make our way over to New Orleans and eventually Honolulu.
Yeah, we had so many players participate in our tournament here in Los Angeles, and you gotta think that some part of these players were thinking that this is my last chance to become a regional champion, at least in our North American region here.
Yep.
And, you know, I wonder how our players who are about to pass that threshold, potentially make it into our top 8, are feeling with that in their head.
I mean, name a better place to get the spotlight shined on you than
Yeah,
Hollywood. Here we are, a great opportunity for so many players. Is it Armor Rouge's time to shine? Is it going to be Lugia, V-Star of all decks? Is it going to be Control decks that get the job done? We'll just have to see.
I'm sure that was just a Snorlax imitation, right, Kyle?
There we go. Yeah, my boy.
Hey, I think it was better than our cloth yesterday.
Yeah, we gave it a shot there, but I wasn't working with much.
Well, we are going to be jumping in very soon to our last Swiss round. You have Kyle and I are going to be casting it for you, but this is truly the round before we head into that top echelon of the tournament, where there's so much on the line for these players. I just have to assume that the people sitting down at that table for the last Swiss round, winning in for top 8, there's so much pressure there that they have to get through.
Yeah, it's a spot that I've been in before. We had a tournament years back in Charlotte where they just kept throwing me on stream over and over again. They put me on the first round, the 9th round, and the 14th round, which is the final round of the tournament. So I got to intro the show, close day 1, and be the win and in for the top 8 of that tournament. I ended up winning all 3 of my games
there you go.
Throughout that.
That's how you do it.
And you know how I won the final round?
How?
I conceded game 2, because game 2s are dumb. I want to see that here. If we tie in this final
Please,
round,
no.
I am going to lose it.
Yeah, we did see a lot of ties on our stream yesterday. We're trying to change that up a little bit. And so far, we've had some pretty good records here going into that, at least. We just saw an awesome, super explosive round where Locke was able to take things down with Arceus, V-Star, and Armarouge, and I would love to see something equally as explosive going into this last Swiss round from our players. So I'm very excited to see what we have in store for you all. Once we get those players, I know there's somewhere in the crowd. Let's get them over here onto the stream.
We do have a lot of players with that potential to squeak in. Now, we took a look. Talked about those ties as well. Don't tie, especially on stream. We don't like to see that. But it has led to a big issue in this tournament so far. The tie rate seems to be very high. And that happens, especially when you see a lot of these control decks. And when they go head-to-head, it's going to be so weird to watch those play. And it gets to this point now where a 35-pointer is primed and ready to make the top 8. We haven't seen that so often. We've seen 36 points be the bubble at some of these events, just given how many players are still left in the tournament. So we have this opportunity now, tons of players at 33, 34 match points. They have to play, and it's going to give us a pretty good showing of which decks we'd like to see potentially closed out here on the stream.
Yeah, hopefully something awesome in store for y'all. And I mean, the difference is between top 16 and top 8 is $1,000. So there's a lot that these players are playing for. Not only just the notability, getting into the top 8, the extra $1,000, the minimum that you're going to get as well, but even just having the chance to then play through the top 8. Maybe you hit some good matchups. As we saw from the interview earlier, we did see that concession. I know you're excited about that, Kyle.
That's right. I live for that. And you know what? The only way that Brandon is going to lose games is if he gives them away to opponents that he'd love to see in top 8. Did go with that strategy. I love to see that. I would be interested to see which player he's given in this final round, because you could just play the Grinch at this point. You get paired down, way down to a 34-pointer who's come on, let me in. I'd love to hang out with you in top 8. And he's like, actually, I don't love this matchup, so I'm going to try to 2-0 you and get you out of here.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I feel like the way this tournament has shaped up has definitely been kind of interesting. Not like we usually have seen at our previous regionals. But, yeah, it was definitely interesting, keeping up, saving up for this moment here from our players, but there's a lot on the line coming up, and we're going to be getting into the action very soon.
Yeah, we've taken a look and seen a couple of the matchups that we could potentially be featuring here. It's going to be very important. We've mentioned it already before, but 3 match points. Play fast, play precise, and make sure that you're paying attention to that clock as well. If both players aren't wearing a watch, you better be asking the judge how much time is left too, because you can't miss out on opportunities for top 8.
I'll tell you what, though, it's kind of hard to play fast and efficiently and well. I feel like you have to be a very good player to do both.
There's typically a sacrifice in one of those regards. Most people choose to not embarrass themselves, but that leads to you tying. So
that's true.
Go for it. Just
exactly.
Throw cards, have fun. Maybe you'll go into top 8.
Yeah, I mean, that's a difficult position that you're put in on stream, and that's just how the stream does come into play in these matchups. You know, we're here in Hollywood, lights, camera, action, you're on, and hopefully you can perform under this pressure. But I mean, this is as scary as it gets here, trying to get into that top 8 and hopefully be in contention for the win, the championship title of winner here in Los Angeles. So
well. All right, I've got a little bit of a look at what is going on here. Locke is going to be facing off against Reagan Retzloff. So Arceus Armarouge against the Chin Pao. Ooh. We did not get to say one really cool thing about Locke's deck. Toad Scroll is in that deck.
We didn't even bring that up.
Toad Scroll prevents the use of the superior energy retrieval.
Yes.
Reagan fans in shambles as he is playing Chen Pao. This could be a ridiculous game at table 15. Meanwhile, at table 13, which is our table 1, that we have the static seating for some players.
Yeah.
We have the Lugia mirror match, so it doesn't matter. They can just ID. And well, Brandon and Zane Graham will both be in the top 8, so Lugia is at the top.
Lugia is at the top. And you know what's interesting? In the interview that we saw with Brandon, he was talking about how if you listen to all the podcasts and stuff from these content creators in Pokemon TCG, they were all just trashing on Lugia.
Rightfully so.
And that's why... Stop
Kyle. That's why you decide to bring it, because it's like, well, if they want to play control so that they don't have to deal with the Lugias and say that Lugia is really bad, I'm going to play Lugia, and I'm just going to sweep the control out there in the fields. And I mean, it's worked so far.
We call that meta manipulation, and it's one of our favorite tactics to use, although it did not work out for some of the big names here.
Yes.
We do have 2 great names to close out our Swiss round show. So let's go ahead, take it to the table, see our 2 competitors.
Yes, finally, we're getting into our last Swiss round here in Los Angeles. And it is going to be an exciting one. I'll tell you one deck I'm excited to see here is some Iron Hands action. We haven't seen it yet on the stream, so this is going to be an exciting one with Nico Gis bringing the Turbo Hands.
This is down and dirty dodgeball. We're talking about 2 very fast, aggressive decks that are going to be going head-to-head, maybe without their hands.
What do I do with my hands?
You're going to have to headbutt them. There's nothing left.
What? Okay.
Amp you very little.
This is fine. This is fine because it's on the bottom here. There's opportunity, but I mean, you don't really have much to peak accelerate to if you don't have my hands.
Oh, there is one
Where's my hands?
One final hands.
Thank goodness.
For Nico.
But is Nico going to be able to find it?
He's got one tied behind his back, but he's got an opportunity.
Let's talk about what Nico is going to be facing up against here in Alan Zhu.
Yeah, Alan is a competitor who finished 33rd at EUIC with Qian Pao this year, so would love to continue to build on that performance. Has that opportunity now, as you see, playing the Lost Zone deck with plenty of interesting features, similar to that list Dean Nizam showed off in the top 4 of Indianapolis. But we are underway.
Yes, here we go. Kicking off our Swiss round 15. Alan Shu versus Nico Gist. We're jumping into things with a Buddy Poffin. That is a very powerful card that we've debated here on the stream already. And Alan is definitely going to be happy to start there. On that starting turn with the Buddy Poffin, let's talk about this matchup, the intricacies of what we're going to be seeing here from Alan going against the very powerful and very well-known Turbo Hands deck.
Yeah, the issue with Turbo Hands has been that it's very aggressive and sometimes to a fault. You run out of gas within 2 to 3 turns.
Yeah.
You're so focused on throwing energies around and taking big aggressive knockouts against lower hit point Pokemon in the beginning of the game that eventually you get to this point where you only have 2 prize cards remaining and you're hoping to pick up the pieces with cards like Boss's Orders, and you're not able to always find those. It comes down to Mew using Restart and all these other top decks, and that is where Alan is going to shine. You have that opportunity with flower selecting to build up on a strategy, start to think about how you lay out the prize map, and maybe you can surprise your opponent with some big hit point Pokemon taking 1-hit knockouts.
Yeah, that's why these Lost Box decks just do not like to see the disruption of getting cards just removed from their deck or from their hand, but that's not what is going to be the case here. We have Nico, who's playing a deck that's very aggressive in the beginning stages of these matches, versus Alan, who is working up to that late game strategy and taking things home in the long run with this Lost Box deck. So we're going to have to see who on this spectrum is able to bring out a win. Let us know in chat as well, which one of these strategies are you rooting for, because they are very different here. And I'll tell you what, Alan has got a pretty solid setup here, Alan, over here on the left side, and now we're over to Nico to have to match that aggressive start there.
Yeah, one unfortunate piece there for Alan. No switching card. No way to move that Comfey into the active spot. This Roaring Moon is stuck, so no cards accelerated into the Lost Zone. Means that Mirage Gate is just another step away from being activated. Leads to a very difficult next turn. Meanwhile, for Nico, this is a pretty classic start. That Techno Radar is going to allow to search for some additional help here. Not only do you have the Iron Crown, giving that additional attacking power, but you have Iron Hands to accelerate and potentially clean up a knockout that this Miraidon starts to chip away at.
Yeah, this is awesome to see. You know, 2 Iron Hands were in the prize cards, but that Techno Radar is going to say, no, it's all right, I'll get my Pokemon out. And that is really the goal here for Nico, to get these crowns down that are going to be adding to that damage output for this game, but also to make sure that there's an energy to put onto this Miraidon and be able to accelerate those energy with the peak acceleration, as well as do some damage as well, get that all onto the field. And, you know, that peak acceleration is boosted by those Iron Crowns that we see on the bench as well. And it's pretty wild. I think Miraidon, this particular Dragon Miraidon, is probably one of my favorite cards.
Yeah, the fact that it is a future Pokemon means that you can accelerate and you get the damage amplification of Iron Crown too. So currently, we see this Pokemon is going to be attacking for 80 damage and accelerating 2 basic energies to start to charge up the Iron Hands EX.
Yeah.
Mew is found off of the Arven Nest Ball. We see that along with the Energy Capsule, and this means that you're going to have a very low hand size, but this is where the text shows some of its faults. You've played out everything that you have. If you see 3 bad cards off of restart, you have to go home and cry.
Not always, okay, Kyle? Not always. Listen, you can get into some sticky situations here, but as long as you got the energy and the attackers, you can get through, all right? I've been in some tough spots here, but let's see what Nico was able to get. Oh, very nice. An electric generator. Here, let's see if we can hit an energy.
The psychic energy is the most disrespectful thing to see off the generator.
Yeah, that is tough. There's a single psychic energy in this deck, and then there's 14 electric.
Look, Nico immediately grabs the psychic energy and says, "You will never do that to me again. You stay on the Iron Hands where you belong."
Oh my goodness.
It is a tech inclusion, you see. Obviously, having access to the Sparking Strike of the Miraidon can be great as a one-hit knockout from a single prize Pokemon, but you've done the damage already. 100 damage to Roaring Moon.
Yes.
And you're potentially ready to go. Was this a pass of the turn? We're already on the next turn?
I think so, because I think Alan just like threw the hand down, and I think that was a pass. I don't know what's going on in that hand, but it's not good, Kyle. That is for sure.
There are multiple generators ready to roll. The Research was one of those cards that the Mew allows us to find. And double energies found here. Amp you very much ready to roll. That is 3 prize cards that you have access to immediately here.
That is absolutely incredible. We whiffed the first generator, and that is no issues here for Nico. We had the acceleration there, of course, from that Miraidon before. That future booster energy capsule, again, one of the most important cards here in these future box decks as well. It allows it to free retreat as well as boost its damage output. And now we have the Iron Hands EX that's already been charged up here to take that knockout, and that's 3 prize cards. That is the bread and butter here of these future decks.
Yep.
That Iron Hands, amp you very much, allows you to take an extra prize card off of any Pokemon that you knock out.
Now, typically, this is a spot where you would worry. You'd assume that your opponent could work in maybe one of those Pokemon like the Hoopa EX. It's a great responder to an Iron Hands EX. It's able to take that knockout due to the fact that there's so many energy in play right now. One big problem. That's the first card into the Lost Zone right here. We are on turn 3, and nothing has been accomplished. Colress Experiment is going to try to help in this spot, but it's really going to be on the back of a multiple switching effects and a Lost Vacuum if you want to get to a Mirage Gate this turn.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, we saw the Roaring Moon go down, which was huge.
This hand was good. Hoopa is found off the Nest Ball. The other 2 cards from the Colress Experiment, a Switch card and a Lost Vacuum. Everything you want to see for Alan, but he has to chain this together. See the Switch card into the Comfey. That's 1 more card. You do still need to find a card on your side for the Lost Vacuum if you want to make this work.
Yeah, exactly. You have to.
Oh, we're not getting there.
And we were so close, Kyle, to seeing Alan maybe potentially be able to save that, but Nico is gonna come out of the gates. There was a hand tied behind the back, but not for long, because we had an amp you very much right out of the gate.
That was
there
an
for
amp
Nico.
you just enough. And it got the job done in 7 minutes. What a way to start things off here. We are living in the future, and Nico is 1 game away from punching that ticket into the top 8 here in LA. What a way to do it.
Yeah, I love to see that. I know there's a... Oh, well, let's jump into this first before we discuss further. But, you know, this is our first game, and I think this was the big momentum swing here. Nico taking 3 prize cards there off that Roaring Moon. Alan just not being able to pick up the pieces in a way that would have been good enough to keep going from here. And that's just heartbreaking to see.
Even if the miracle turn was performed, Alan brings up this Hoopa. Nico's hand was completely fine at that spot, had found an Iron Hands, had another electric generator in her hand, could have potentially come up with a knockout on that Hoopa that turn. Nico was cooking, and I'm sure that he's hoping to see a very similar hand this time around.
Cooking with an electric stove this time, huh?
There we go. Just stay away from the bathtub, as I've learned.
Well, look at these prize cards here now, Kyle. 14 electric energy, and 3 of them are in the prize cards, as well as a heavy baton and the prime catcher and a boss. So both gusting effects there for Nico, and that heavy baton's always nice to have too.
Bits and pieces you see there, but you hinted at it. Those 3 energies in the prize cards can lead to missing on some of these generators. Opening generator misses. This is double hands attached pass.
Wow, that is definitely not what you want to see. You want to see the same thing Nico was able to do last turn, to have that Miraidon ready to go, get some damage out, accelerating some energy, and having a stable position from there. But now we just see 2 Iron Hands from Nico, and that's about it. Hopefully the turn after can be helped a bit by that Arven that we see that's in the hand. As far as Alan's side of the field now, starting with a Radiant Greninja. So if we do have access to some energy, we could see some draw support for the hands potentially, but even more important, that Colress's Experiment is what we were lacking before. That's going to start stacking those cards up into the Lost Zone for Alan here to hopefully get a little bit of a better start. There was no lack of Pokemon in the last turn, but there was lack of flower selecting.
Well, you have the flower selecting this time around. Buddy Poffin is the one card that's missing from this equation.
Yeah.
And this leads to a slower start, even though it's much better than last time. The Colress Experiment is able to help out. And you're going to just slowly charge up. And you want to protect that Comfey, which is important to note that although the hand from Nico wasn't strong, you're just a research away from your Comfey being knocked out from Miraidon.
Yeah, there was a lot of Pokemon, I think, for Alan in the prize cards as well. I believe I saw like 3 different Pokemon there. So hopefully we can get access to those at some point here. For Nico, though, three Lost Zone cards on Alan's side, so Nico's going to have to match that aggression here. We do see a heavy baton. There's another in the list here besides that one in the prize cards, which is very nice to see, so that you can kind of retain some of these energy in the game so far. And of course, that Techno Radar, so important here for this deck. This is going to allow Nico to get out these other future Pokemon onto the field.
Yeah, that future booster energy capsule is also going to be an important piece to moving these Pokemon around. You have such high hit points that you're, retreat costs that you're working with, that moving these Pokemon is going to be vital to how you continue to go about these turns. This is a very slow start that we're seeing from Nico. Unfortunate to see the hands in the active position. And just going with the Arven just seems like a pretty slow approach, but you want to make the most out of your resources in this opening turn.
Yeah, you kind of have to just start establishing your board, because if you have no board, then what are you working with, you know? So making sure that you're always getting this Miraidon out to help your board state further it more and also get some damage out there, super important. We did see, of course, the Techno Radar, and the discard for it was the Professor's Research. The Arven had already been played for the turn, but now that's a supporter down for Nico. I'm not sure what else is actually in the hand to start off the next turn that we're going to see, but at least we're going to have that peak acceleration. It's going to be 60 damage going down onto that Roaring Moon here in the active position. We're back over to Alan's side. Let's see if we can start stacking up that Lost Zone a bit more and unlocking the potential of the rest of this deck.
Ooh, the one of Lost Vacuum is found with the Colress Experiment. Not only do you have the ability to add an additional card into your Lost Zone, but you could remove a card like that Heavy Baton. It's the big reason why Iron Hands in this deck is able to continue to chain attacks. If you avoid that, then maybe your opponent has to play a slower turn, attack with a Miraidon once more, and that's the kind of time that you're going to need in this spot.
Yeah, that is huge there. If that heavy baton goes down, the other is stuck in the prize cards. Unfortunately for Nico, having 2 in the list. As well as that switch card, that's a basic Pokemon there. So we do see some healing. It's only going to be 30 damage now on that Roaring Moon that's now on the bench here. As well as that Comfey, activating another flower, selecting. And we're back into the deck after that Artisan has come down from Alan's side of the field.
And obviously, with the ability to reach for 7 cards in the Lost Zone at this point, you start to wonder who is going to take the knockouts at this point of the game. You need multiple Mirage Gate if it's going to be an early aggressive Iron Hands. If you want to incorporate the Radiant Greninja to chip away at some of those Iron Hands that you see over here. Maybe you set them up for a double Amp You Very Much 6 prize swing in 2 turns.
Yeah, that would be brutal indeed. There's definitely options there that we're gonna have here. We'll have to see what Alan chooses to do with the rest of this turn here, but definitely making sure to manage all the resources appropriately, keeping track of everything here. So. Can you imagine how much the Artisan, how much better it would be if it was just any Pokemon without a rule box?
Oh, yeah, it would almost be an auto-inclusion and everything at that point.
Instead of just a basic?
You're just sneaking crowns on every turn, plus 20, here we go.
Oh, yeah, that would be epic indeed.
Tough call here. It's some of your main firepower. And that Raikou that could potentially help out if your opponent does overcommit, play down multiple crowns. But looks like your opponent is playing it pretty wisely, keeps that thin bench, just enough damage to work in the Amp You Very Much knockouts.
Yeah.
It's not going to be something to worry about here. Instead, let's get aggressive.
Let's get aggressive indeed. And one way to do that is one of your favorite item cards, Kyle, the Mirage Gate. Coming out of the gates here for Alan. Now we're up to 7 in the Lost Zone. That's going to allow Alan to draw out 2 different types of basic energy and attach them to the field. It's going to be that water and that dark that's going straight down onto that Roaring Moon EX. Huge part of this deck.
And looks like Palpad is not just for the control decks, as we may have hinted at a while ago, Mr. Pablo. You can use that in these aggressive builds too. And double Culver's Experiment added back into the deck. That's going to leave plenty of opportunities for Alan to find the reach. And this is a very early knockout here on the crown.
Yeah, that is early indeed. We saw that beautiful ace spec, only one that you can play in your entire deck, and it's going to come out there for Alan to take those 2 prize cards off of one of those Iron Crown. So that is going to lead to Alan taking the lead in this game 2 here. Nico's trying to disrupt here a little bit because that was a giant hand that we saw that Alan was accumulating of all those resources. And now it's an Iono. So Alan is only going to get 4 cards to the hand, whereas Nico is going to have 6 to work with here.
Yeah, and if you see Iono in a list that's this aggressive, you start to wonder, what's the point? You're using all of these additional resources to take the prize cards in the beginning. You're going up 2 or 3 prize cards. Why do you want to use Iono? But it's so valuable to disrupt decks like this. The decks that are building up 11 card hands, or the control lists that just have so many resources. If you can just limit them to 6, 4, whatever it may be, it doesn't matter what you're working with. If you have access to that Mew, you can restart, keep building, and you're just playing theme deck mode. Just throw your energies in there and get in there.
Yeah, get in there, get aggressive. It is, you know, a bit of a linear strategy that we see from this deck. You just got to know exactly what you're supposed to be doing and work with the cards that you have in your hand at that moment in time. And Iono is definitely one of those cards that helps out in this specific matchup to disrupt those giant hands that Lost Box decks can accumulate. Then we're going to see this Iron Hands with the Heavy Baton come up here into the active position and take the knockout. So adding in that aggression after the disruption, we'll see where that leaves Alan after this going into this turn. And of course, 2 prize cards because of that Amp You Very Much. That's what we're trying to see, this prize mapping. 2-2-2, and Nico has a 2-0 victory here in this game potentially.
Yeah, that was the arm press to take the knockout on Roaring Moon, as Didn't exactly have the reach just yet, but with the double crown was able to reach 200 with the heavy baton attached. But it is
Oh, you're
a
right,
good
you're right.
idea that after this Pokemon is knocked out, you have that heavy baton. You can move the energies to the Iron Hands and then start using Ampu very much with that one against some of these lower hit point Pokemon.
I was going to say, Kyle, what am I saying? There's not even an energy there. There's not enough energy. Yes, now we're going through Alan's turn here, starting things off after that knockout, of course. Hoopa is going to come down as well as that Mew EX.
Hoopa is such a great inclusion. The access to the dark energies that you already have because of Roaring Moon, the fact that you can target down with some of that fighting weakness against Pokemon like that Arceus and many builds that you're working against, and Energy Crush just blows up every time you see so many energies on the other side of the board, just like this deck does. Only 2 energies required to Energy Crush. You have to think Alan will have access to that.
Yeah, that Hoopa is awesome to see in this list, and Alan is just going to churn through this turn here. Now we're up to 9 cards there in the Lost Zone. It's followed by a Super Rod. One of those, we're going fishing with the grandpa here, Kyle.
Wow, what a fun turn. You know what would be great? If you had a Mirage Gate.
Oh, yeah, true. Yes, it's just going to be that Super Rod there for Alan, shuffling those energy back into the deck.
Yeah, there's not much needed from this turn. The prize exchange where we're at right now certainly is favored towards Alan. And you can see that with the Hoopa to take the knockout here, only 2 prize cards remain. Likely has to be the Iron Hands EX as the responder.
Yep.
And if you can chain together that Roaring Moon one more time, use a Super Rod for that Hoopa, whatever it may be, then Alan will be taking this to a Game 3.
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, like, it's going slower pace, but I feel like the aggression is still there for both of these decks back and forth. And you can see that with options that you have there, Alan, making sure to just do everything as far as the checklist goes for this Lost Box deck.
He's slowing down. I don't see Mirage Gate in hand. They're switching cards in hand, but all of the flower selectings have been used. This is a passive the turn with a Comfey active? You have to switch out of there at this point. You're just going to bring up as many hit points as you can and hope to not walk right into Ampu very much for 3 prize cards.
Oh,
One
no.
more crown is the knockout with against the Hoopa with Arm Press.
Wait, do we have it, though?
1 was knocked out. You have access
Yeah.
to 4. So just a Techno Radar, whatever it may be, would help you get there.
Yeah, there's not one in the prize cards.
It's not there, but the Prime Catcher is, and Mew will be targeted at this point. No reason to retreat just yet.
Wow.
But the cards aren't there to use your own Mew for a restart. Arm Press is the play because the energy was attached to the back Iron Hands.
Oh my god.
That's a big miss on multiple prize cards, but I guess you couldn't anyways with the heavy baton.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, everything's just a little bit off in this game, but it's just enough for Nico. The heavy baton is still there. The energies should go to the Iron Hands, and you just need a boss's orders to close out.
Yeah, it was just the Prime Catcher with, of course, the switch with that booster capsule with that free retreats, and that's just going to be the knockout there on that Mew EX. That's going to be 2 additional prize cards there for Nico. Now, Alan, it just feels so bad because it feels like we're just missing a little bit for both these players on both accounts, but it's coming down to the wire here now. Nico only 2 prize cards left to take. Alan starting off with this Colress's experiment.
There was nothing in the top 5 there. You see the top deck of the turn was the Pokestop, which potentially could have found a card like that Mirage Gate. Where are they? 0.
Well, 1's in the prize cards.
Right, so there's 1 in the prize cards. None of them have been played into the Lost Zone, and we've only seen, what,
1.
maybe 1 played so far?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's 1.
Hiding in the last 12 cards of the deck right here. It's so unfortunate for Alan to not see these resources. And he's just got to bank on the most hit points in this spot right here because you can't send up a single prizer into Ampu very much.
No, yeah, I mean, yeah, then you just lose pretty much at that point. So Alan's got to do everything here to find. It's just going to be a nest ball, double nest ball, really. 1's going to go to the Lost Zone, 1 to the hands, and that's just going to be the rescue board retreat into another flower selecting.
Where are they? An energy is found. Radiant Greninja tries to find this.
No lost zones here, just a quick draw too. No! What, Kyle?
All the energy, none of the gates.
What? There's no way. Like, we have to be, no, there's only one played, one of
Spin
the
the
prize.
wheel.
We're spinning.
Pokemon Go, don't fail us now. It is the Mirage Gate. But how many energies have been missed here? I suppose you have the Super Rod to refill.
Sheesh. Yeah, Nico's looking at the deck there, spreading out the 3 cards that are left in deck on Alan's side. Incredible. I mean, I cannot believe we had to go through that much when this deck sees so many cards. And look at the amount that are in the Lost Zone, never to be retrieved again. That is just so much of the deck gone here. And your favorite card is coming back out, Kyle. Hey, it's pretty important in this circumstance, okay?
Thanks, Grandpa.
Yeah, that's super odd. Gonna put those energy and, of course, that Roaring Moon back into the deck to be stopped back out by that Nest Ball immediately. And here comes the energy.
Yep, this is the most hit points you can put in the active spot at this point, 230. You have the energies for the Roaring Moon to attack, and with the Pokestop in there, Frenzied Gouging could attack for 220 damage. There's an issue. Iron Hand says 230. So it's going to have to be the counter catcher on the Crown to start to reduce some of the damage that could potentially be seen. But it's Boss's Orders. That's the main card you have to be worried about from Nico's side.
Yes.
He's holding on to 5 cards, and if that's there, Ampy Very Much is just ready to go.
Yeah, that is a tough position to be in, but that's unfortunately where Alan has just been left here in this matchup. Gonna gust up that Iron Crown as we discussed, because that's what you can knock out here and take 2 additional prize cards. But then, what is Nico going to be able to do on this turn? What do you see in the hand, Kyle?
One of those gym leader guys.
Nothing to see here.
You know, just a free ticket to the top 8 of a regional championship. No big deal. Alan has already played a supporter for the turn. Just thinking of every last option, but this is it. You Frenzied Gouging, you remove the Pokestop, and you just hope to not see it. But we know what's waiting on the other side. Nico has the energy. He's got the Boss's Orders, and that is Amp You Very Much to send Nico into the top 8.
Incredible to see Nico just going into our top 8 here with Turbo Iron Hands. And it was turbo, indeed. I mean, cards were flying. That first game was so dominant here from Nico, and it was equally as dominant here in the second game. A little bit more close there, but still able to close things out here. Finding that Boss's Orders right, well, actually, it was just in hand already. Getting that energy attachment and knocking a Lost Box out of contention for that top 8. But hey, now we're seeing a future deck in our top 8, Kyle.
Yeah, it's going to be making its way into the top 8, and that's exciting to see. It's a wild one, as you can only imagine what that looks like up against the Lightning Week deck of Lugia that's going to be sitting at the top 2 pieces there. There's some control sprinkled in there, which can be pretty terrifying, as that Crown can get stuck in the active spot so often.
Yeah.
Oh, some polarizing matchups, certainly, but this is one of those. You see the aggression paying off there. Nico, Amp You Very Much, 3 prize cards immediately. And it's all because Alan did not have the switching cards to go along.
I know, that was tough.
And in this game, Alan found all of the switching cards, but nothing to follow back after this Roaring Moon was knocked out. All it took was that arm press here, and then Alan was deep in the blender trying to find any answer. But without Mirage Gate, your deck doesn't work.
Yeah, that is a pretty big factor of the deck, that is for sure, Kyle, and it just could not be found. If we had found those Mirage Gates, I feel like Alan would have been sitting in a much better position here against Nico, but Nico just had all the cards. I mean, we saw the disruption there, and then right at the end, that Boss's Orders was exactly what Nico needed to get into our top 8 here with the Turbo Iron Hands, the future deck, making its way into top 8 and hoping to hit some Lugia.
Yeah, I mean, if Alan finds the Mirage Gate that turn with the Hoopa, we're in game 3.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
No question about it. It
do?
plays out that way. But the future was seen. Amp You Very Much is the way. and it's going to make its way into the top 8 now.
We gotta do it.
Who had that caster prediction?
Stop,
You
Kyle.
already know.
You predict it, but you don't even support it, Kyle. Come on.
What if it just runs into Lugia, and then
Yeah.
into Lugia,
Yeah.
and then Control gets second? We'll take it.
Yeah, that's where it gets kind of awkward here because it's really going to come down to what are the matchups going into this top 8. You know, not just the decks we're discussing, but that's a big factor. What do you go against and who is knocked out for which position? And then what's going to make it into our finals? And hopefully it's actually going to be a pretty even matchup, so we see some awesome gameplay.
Yep.
Hopefully it's not too one-sided for the
I mean,
finals.
it's the next time they're going to see us as well. The next
Yeah.
2 rounds will be casted by Heggy and Tablemon. They'll have that top 8 and that top 4.
Yep.
It's going to be very exciting to see which decks make it into the top 8 as we're still wrapping up round 15 here.
Yep.
And then, I mean, it is. I took a look. Lugia, Control, and then we have, I believe, a Lost Zone Giratina that was able to work its way in. Now
Okay.
we have the Future Box, and then a little bit of a mystery down at the bottom as a couple games are still going on, but could have potentially 3 Control decks along with a medley of wildness that we definitely did not see in Indianapolis.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a totally different tournament here in Los Angeles, and it's been a fun one. That is for sure. But, you know, the future is definitely here, Kyle. And in our future, we actually have that interview lined up with Nico to hear how he is feeling after that win, punching his way into top 8. Nico, let's hear from you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back out to the floor. I am Adam Watson, joined by our winner you just saw on stream, Nico Gist. How you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling great. This is a dream come true.
You've made top 8 here in LA, the final regional of our NA season, and you did it with Turbo Iron Hands. You want to tell the folks about your deck choice today?
Yeah, I have been playing Charizard for most of the format, but I just felt like the field wasn't really feeling good for it. I wanted to switch to something that was going to take quick wins and quick losses. And Iron Hands, it's been working out today. I've faced a ton of bad matchups, like 5 Charizards, 2 Stalls, and I'm just winning anyway. It's working out really well.
The decision to switch to this deck and play for wins, play for massive points, is certainly very bold. A lot of players were anticipating Control, and how do you feel about the Iron Hands versus Control matchup?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good into the Pidgeot Control. I'm okay into the Charizard Control. I know that's popped up. Stall is my worst matchup with Snorlax, so I'm hoping to avoid that. Managed to squeak out a couple ties, and I definitely will take those in day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, you got to take what you can get, certainly. And with this Iron Hands deck, it has developed a reputation for being a little bit one note, maybe a little bit easy to disrupt. Has that been your experience as you've learned and played the deck? Or have some of the other pilots just not been able to get that next level that it might actually be capable of?
That's a great question. I think it is both a really simple deck, a very linear deck, but it also has a lot of versatility and options because you can change your prize map with Ampy very much. So I can arm press, I can peak acceleration, I can amp, and that way I can navigate really unique prize maps compared to something like Miraidon, which is a similar electric generator deck, but it's just smacking you in the face for 2 prizes usually.
And during your match on stream, we did get a glimpse, of course, at the tech, the 1 Psychic Energy, just in case you have to sneak in an attack with the Iron Crown EX. Does that come up at all, or is it just a fail-safe?
It's just a fail-safe. I've only attacked with it once, and I lost that game. So it's just in there to help out in case I need it. Yeah.
I certainly respect it. While I also have you here, I want to know if you have any special shout-outs, of course. A lot of players, especially one that has made all the way top 8, have a lot of players in their corner, helping them out, test decks, figure out what to play. Anyone you want to give a shout-out to?
Yeah, absolutely. First off, I want to shout out my sponsor, Summit Labs LA, here in Torrance, California. You can check them out on socials and at summitlabsla.com. Couldn't be here without them. He lent me most of the cards for my deck, actually. Also want to shout out the crew at Crossing Collectibles in Culver City and the Day 1 squad at Crossing. Also, my parents. I've been playing for 12 years. I just got my first Worlds invite, and I couldn't have done it at any stage without them, so appreciate it.
A lot of people backing you up, and you've certainly made them proud, and you're bringing an aggressive curveball into our top 8. You saw it here, folks. Turbo Iron Hands is here to get you. We're going to send things right back to the casting desk and keep this Pokemon action running.
Wow, there was a lot more on the line there that we weren't even aware of. Kyle, first ever Worlds invite, been playing for 12 years.
Yeah.
Nico making it into top 8, and now it's a Worlds.
Yeah, it's great to see all of that paying off, and of course, a lot of people to thank along the way too.
Yep.
Very great to see. It's all about the community and having that foundation that you can build on and branch off of, and go back into the blender with the future box of all decks. So cool to see this have that opportunity, and Nico's now in the top 8 with an opportunity to build on that. He's not afraid of the other controls, just does not want to see Snorlax. So
yeah,
that's pretty exciting then. It is a lot of the Pidgeot control, of the Charizard control, and maybe he is able to avoid that Snorlax. We'll see.
Yeah, I was about to say, you know, maybe some of them play a 1 Snorlax, or maybe even 2. I mean, really, it's only 1.
I've seen 1 in a lot of these. It's and you can work around that, I suppose. You've got the boss's orders, and maybe you just don't get stuck in the active too often. If you're using Ampy very much, it could only be 3 turns until the game's over.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Just buy a little time, you'll get there.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, the Turbo Hands is built so consistently. I mean, like, you're just trying to get there, and then once you're there, you know, you're so aggressive in the start of the game. Like, you just have to get really that energy attached and the Pokemon down, then the energy is there, and you're working with something to play with. Whereas so many of these other decks, they do require a bit of setup. So if you're really able to overcome your opponent in those earlier matches that we've already seen here from Nico, then you could just really run away with this potentially. And I mean, on the flip side of that, there's other decks where there's like a million one-of cards that we see, where you have way more availability for awkward starts, weird clunky hands, and we've seen plenty of that throughout the stream this weekend. So I feel like Nico's feeling good.
The old brain power that we have to think about there is Nico can turn it off half the time and still get there, while everyone else playing those control decks is thinking so much. Every single turn matters. You cannot skip a beat, or the Ampy very much is going to be coming to town. Well, that's going to be it for round 15. Of course, we're excited to see Nico making it into the top 8, but we're not done with you yet. You at home, we're looking to see what you think about in our next community poll, as we're taking a look at some more item cards. I lost Super Rod.
We're heading into our semifinals after that big defeat. Kyle, where are you going to go from this point, though?
Oh, you're giving this to me now.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I mean, I did it first last time. You go. Go ahead.
Buddy Puffin. It is our now card right after the VIP pass. This is the safer route. You don't have to worry about having it on the opening turn. We've seen players now use that on the second turn, the third turn. After the Super Rod, you bring back your Pokemon, you find that nice safe haven on the bench so that you can rare candy into your Baxcalibur, your Pidgeot, your Charizard, and have the opportunity to play the game. And that's why we're all here. We just want to play the game. Buddy Poffin allows you to do that in a safe, friendly environment. No VIP passes. We're going to allow everybody backstage this time so that you can have fun, eat a Poffin or 2, and maybe rare candy and decimate your opponents.
Cooking up some Poffins?
Sign me up.
You like a nice little Poffin? Hey, Kyle, what's that saying? Thinning is...
Weaning.
Thinning is winning, okay? Ultra Ball. Let's talk about it. You get to discard 2 cards, go for any Pokemon. You're not stuck with a little 70 HP or less, okay? You're talking anything in your deck you have access to, and get rid of those cards that are clogging up your hand. You got a Beavero? Draw some more. Who cares? Ultra Ball, it's up there. That is the card you should be picking here.
It's been around for so long. Everyone's played it before.
There's like a million arts of it. You can play the cool arts of it.
All right, hold up. That might be another discussion for another day.
Oh, no. Not like this.
I love derp Ultra Ball. The yellow one.
No, that's my favorite
That's my
too.
favorite one.
What?
It's so cool.
See, we've agreed now, Kyle.
But
Ultra Ball?
But we've played it before. We've done Ultra Ball. We've been balling for years. It's time to retire that life. Share a poffin with your pals.
Well, I'm Mewtwo, so I'm balling forever, okay? We do have that awesome Secret Rare Buddy Poffin, which is really cool, but there's plenty of Secret Rare Ultra Balls,
Yeah,
okay?
a little too much. There's one going to the left. There's one going to the right. There's the little
Slightly
one.
rotated
Yeah.
around.
And people will sit there and argue about that
Are you
for
serious?
hours on end of which one is better. And like, no, this one's looking up to the sun rising in the west. I'm like, go home. Nobody wants to talk about that with you.
That is funny. Okay, so what do you do, Kyle, if you're playing a deck that Buddy Poffin doesn't apply to? I'll tell you what, Ultra Ball does.
Ultra Ball is used in some decks that love Buddy Poffin. They are shared equally. I think one time that we've seen Ultra Ball as like a one of is like the Baynet Giratina list where homeboy sat there and struggled desperately for 45 seconds to decide if it was Tina or if it was Baynet. And that's why you got to play a couple of them. It's scary when you only give yourself one Ultra Ball.
That is very true. Well, you've heard it from us, but it's up to you. You have to decide which one are you going to go with. Which one is of the format? Best item card, Ultra Ball, or Buddy Poffin? Which one has more, okay?
Ultra Ball is not even the best ball. There's Master Ball.
Oh my gosh.
You could go get anything you want.
And you know what? Kyle, you know what came out of Kyle's mouth earlier today?
Oh,
There's
no.
an ace
No,
spec.
don't tell them.
What's the ace spec called? Master Ball. And what did you say, Kyle?
I may have said it's the worst one so far.
Exactly. So choose Ultra Ball. And it'll choose you.
Yeah, I mean, if we were putting the A-Specs on display, I feel like that is going to be
that'll
an
be one for
absolute
sure.
barn burner for us when we get to add in some of the new A-Specs that we'll see in Twilight Masquerade.
Oh, yeah.
We'll definitely have 8 that we can pick and choose from. I think there's going to be bloodshed when we're talking about those. People ride or die for the pink cards.
That is true. I mean, they're beautiful. There's even different hollow patterns. They're great. You only have one, though. They can slot into each deck. So that's a different conversation here. But it's going to be left to you. You choose in our community bracket. And I'm excited to see what you choose. But you know what else I'm excited for, Kyle, is to hear from our junior champion. We've already heard from our senior champion here in Los Angeles, but Skarsig was actually able to catch up now with our junior champion. Let's hear all about it and throw it to Adam.
Hello, everyone. Adam Skarsig Watson here, and I'm joined by our TCG junior champion, Edison. How are you feeling?
Good.
This has been a great tournament. It's a huge event, and you managed to win it all. What deck did you play?
Golden Go.
Golden Go. So this is a deck that's kind of been flying under the radar. So have you been playing it for a long time?
I don't know, like a couple, like maybe a month or 2 weeks.
Okay. And you've just been enjoying the deck so much. Is it because you felt it was going to be strong, or only because you were familiar with it that you brought it to Los Angeles?
And it's because I thought the deck felt the best to me.
Mm-hmm. You had a lot of experience, and tell our viewers at home exactly what the strategy with this Golden Go deck is.
So like you just want to get most of your energies into discard, and then get them back with your energy and superior energy retrieval, so you can hit a lot with Make It Rain with Golden Go.
Okay, so you get set up, start taking knockouts, a very classic game plan. What was your opponent playing in the finals?
Snorlax control.
And how do you like your matchup playing Golden Go into Snorlax? Were you expecting this?
Yeah, I was expecting some of it. I didn't test against it a lot, but the matchup's okay.
And you did end up coming out on top. Congratulations, certainly. Was there anyone else who helped you practice this Golden Go deck that maybe did well at the tournament here today?
Logan, he made top 8, and he helped me test for the finals. Tyler, I think he made top 4.
So a lot of your friends as well playing in the tournament, doing quite well. And after you take this big win now in LA, what's next on the docket for you, Edison?
NAIC and Worlds.
Do you think you're still going to play this next deck? Do you have any thoughts about the Twilight Masquerade format for our viewers at home?
I might stick to Golden Go or Blissey and the Raging Bolt.
So a lot of new decks potentially on the menu for our competitors heading into NAIC. Do you have any tips, perhaps, for anyone that's in your age division who wants to start playing Pokemon TCG?
Well, first of all, just don't give up and keep testing.
Never give up. Very wise words from Edison, our TCG champion. Thank you so much for the extra time sharing your thoughts with our audience at home. Do I have any final shout-outs to get from you before I let you go to celebrate?
Shout out to my parents, my sister, Mark Dizon Coaching, my team, the Mythicals, Tabletop Village, and Top Deck Keep. And you can't spell Goldengo without Holden.
Amen to that. Very well said. Congratulations once more, Edison. But don't go anywhere because we have more Pokemon action coming up.
Wow, can you believe that, Kyle? Edison taking things down in the junior division here in Los Angeles with Golden Go.
Do they have interview coaching? I feel like every time that I hear from one of these young players, they're just so knowledgeable, so well-spoken. They share so much knowledge about the game. And Golden Go, of all decks, is able to get the job done in the junior division.
And I feel like their coach is always Mark Dizon.
Yeah, he's just churning them out over there. Well done.
That is awesome to see. I mean, look at this, though. This matchup spread here that we saw in our top 8 for our juniors. I mean, are you surprised by seeing these decks from our juniors?
I mean, to see some of the control variants is always interesting. Snorlax control, 2 big ones, and suppose we give a lot of credit to Azul and his group with that being easily accessible to the younger division to watch and keep eyes on. And obviously, a lot of players look up to him. You can also see some of that consistency in the Charizard builds that have been big, and interesting to see Gardevoir, as that has been a pretty challenging one for a lot of players to master, as you got to work with a lot of additional damage counters and math it out perfectly to get the job done. And Caden was able to get that top 8. Well done.
Yeah, that's got to be a pretty smart junior there in that top 8 here, but it was going to be kind of the rogue deck out of all of those to take things down. And Edison playing that Golden Go, and that is a fun one to see for sure. I know a lot of people got mad at me when I said it was overrated. Actually, I think Wancho was like most overrated deck or something.
Well, you're not wrong. It definitely lacks.
They expected me to say Charizard, so I was like, you know.
It lacks the tournament results, and we've seen a special event in Puerto Rico. There was a win from Jose Marrero that happened that we weren't able to feature on any stream, but that was a pretty decisive victory. And of course, now in the junior division, to see that in LA, maybe it's going to have some representation at NAIC. Maybe find some help in the new set of Twilight Masquerade. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, we'll have to find out indeed. And I also want to find out who was the winner there, Kyle. How did that? We headed into our semifinals for our community choice. What's the best item card?
Yeah, let's see.
we were debating between, of course, Buddy Poffin and Ultra Ball. And wow, I am just winning the debates today.
Are you just cashing in on your points? In chat, have you just started? Are you able to buy votes? How am I losing every single one?
You chose this time. You chose the argument this time.
I should have known that Ultra Ball, near and dear to everyone's heart for the last 15 years.
That's what I'm saying.
They don't care about new, fun, interactive cards. Fair and balanced gameplay with 70 hit point Pokemon. No. You guys just want to go and search off your Radiant Greninja and blow everything up. Go ahead.
You go ahead and do that. Kyle was just hungry, all right? Just a little bit hungry, eyeing up those Poffins.
It does happen.
Couldn't forget about it. Honestly, they do look very delicious.
Sign me up. I mean, is it Pokemon food or is it everyone food?
I think it's everyone food.
Also, wait. If it is just Pokemon food and you've been snacking on those Poffins, you're in trouble.
Oh, no. Do you think if you bite into one, it's like puffy? Like it just is hollow, or do you think it's like a bread roll?
I imagine croissant-esque.
Really? Okay. I could see that. I thought it'd be like a ball of bread, like a roll.
Okay.
Like dense, you know?
I'm happy for you.
Well, thank you so much, everybody, for choosing Ultra Ball. I think it was the reasonable answer there, as well as the Super Rod. Okay, we like fishing with our grandpas, and we like searching for whatever Pokemon we like, and thinning out our deck as well.
There you go. Yep, you like the Super Rod and the Ultra Ball. They're not the best in either of their categories, but sure, go ahead, have fun. I've been watching this tournament, on the other hand. We've got quite a big one going on. Caleb Rogerson was the final game that we had out on the table up against Hale Obernolte, who already has the regional championship of a previous year. Has been building on all of that and now has his Worlds invite due to this performance, but falls a little bit short of the top 8. That's 35 points, though, for Caleb Rogerson, who already has a finalist spot under their belt in Charlotte, but we only have one 35-pointer who's going to make it. Is it going to be Caleb? Is it going to be Jake Snack Tiago? Is it going to be Dan Sweetman? Or is it going to be Eric Liu? There's so many big names here that are trying to get into that final spot. And there's a few others that potentially could be the 35-pointer too.
I know.
I'm very excited to see who it'll be.
Yeah, but you are going to have to wait and see, but not too long. We will have our top 8 ready to go for you all very soon. Stay tuned.
Climb catcher. You got eased. Good game, bro. It's okay. You'll win this. Yeah. Possibly.
That's what I hope it. That's literally my only my shot.
I'm excited, dude. This is gonna be fun.
Clammy Storm?
Yep. I'll draw for turn. Attached to Iron Hands. Boss's orders comfy. Thank you very much for game.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful, and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother, Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title, despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
The plot thickens in our season finale, the final regional championship in the beautiful Los Angeles, California Convention Center. It's going to come to a close soon. Whether you're ready for it or not, the plot is here and things are about to get spicy, Pablo. And what great decks, what great players we have. Could not have had a better top 8 shape out than the one we have here for you all today.
I know we were talking about the possible resurgence of Charizard, but it seems like players had something else in mind. Feels like Control has been completely dominating and taking over the field. There are still some players that have a say, yeah, but it's been all about Control, yeah, whether you had a good matchup against it or a bad matchup, but Control has been the determining factor in this tournament.
And it hasn't been reflected in terms of total play. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the total meta share. What decks have been popular? What decks have been here in our first day of competition? I mean, Pablo, you don't see Control anyone on here. I think we keep talking about it. Charizard, Chien-Pao, no surprise, those are the top 2 most popular decks. But as things work their way down, your eye kind of shifts over to the other decks, sort of towards that 6 to 5% range. Lots of interesting decks to look at.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Control is about quality, not quantity, right? Control, I don't think, has ever shown up within the top 6 decks in terms of popularity. Charizard is the mainstay. Chien-Pao has been, along with Charizard, the top 2 decks of the format. Dialga with a meteoric rise into the top of the rankings. And then Lost Box, Ancient Box, Giratina, Arctina, like we always have some sort of combination. I think a big deck that's missing for me from here, which I know you're a big fan of, is Gardevoir. I feel like Gardevoir was starting to look as another stellar deck in this format, but it has dropped off a little bit. Why do you think that is?
Well, the top 2 decks, Charizard and Chien-Pao, I mean, they're really not easy matchups. Charizard is very, very close from personal experience. It can really go either way. The Chien-Pao, though, that's a very tough matchup. And I think with the success of Chien-Pao and also Control decks, I mean, you can build your Gardevoir deck to be successful versus Control, but again, it's no easy factor. I feel like some players were just a little bit scared to pilot this deck into a field of a lot of uncertainty, and boy, was it uncertain with the amount of Control variety of decks that showed up. There's also always the fear of Ancient Box being a good play. That deck feels like it finds a way to get hyped up for almost every event in this format. Sometimes you really have to just look at what percentage of players are playing what decks, and for this event, a high percentage of the best players in the room played some form of Control deck or some deck revolving around using Quick Search for as many turns as possible on that Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, and that Pidgeot EX really lets you build your deck in many different ways, right? We've had deck lists be 2 pages long with all the different cards that players are putting in to adapt to all these top decks, right? You need some counters for Charizard, some answer to Chien-Pao, a way to deal with Dialga, answers to Lost Box. Like, if you want to cover as much as you can, Pidgeot definitely facilitates that. But, yeah, how can you counter this? How are players doing well against this? And it seems like players who foresaw this and stuck with Lugia might finally be validated in today's tournament.
So we had 2,000 players in our total day one, and that cut down to just over 200. Let's take a look at our second day of competition. How many players were here in day two? We cut our field down to just 217 players, and those top 3 decks staying the same, but we saw those control decks slowly start to creep up within the top 5, top 6 decks of our meta share.
Yeah, these top 6 decks, very unique. Snorlax finally making its way to the top. Charizard being at the very top is no surprise to anyone. Same 4 top decks, right? The same as day one, but Arctina making a name for itself. I feel like Arctina has always been the dark horse of the current format. Like, we all know it's good and you have to respect it, but it just hasn't had that big result. Yeah, and it seems like its time is running out because we have Twilight Masquerade next, and I'm not sure Arceus will be that much of a threat in the upcoming format, but seemed to do well enough today. Can it make top 8? I'm not so sure though.
We're gonna have to see. We're getting finalized standings for our top 8 bracket, where of course, for those unfamiliar with the format, we start out in day 2 with all of our players and try to get as many match points as possible, building on to their record from day 1, and then from there, our top 8 ranked players based off of their match points and then their resistance advance to our single elimination top cut bracket. We knew that 36 points was safe, so every player at 36 points made it in, and it looks like from our calculations, one player most likely at 35 match points will make it in. So once that's finalized, we'll be excited to share who our final 8 players will be competing for the last North American Regional Championship. It's going to be exciting.
It's crazy to me then that you need to win 80% of your games. You need 80% of the total possible match points in order to guarantee your spot. And that speaks so much of the size of this tournament. And I want to talk a little bit about, there was a Mexico City special event happening this weekend. The top 8 had, there were a little over 230 players, so they did have a day 2. 17 match points made day 2, and 29 match points was the bubble for top 8, which is very different to what we are having right now. I'm sure that if we had more space, there definitely would have been a much bigger tournament and a much bigger turnout. Mexican players are very excited to have tournaments back. But yeah, I mean, the difference between 36 and 29 is 3 rounds almost.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when you would go into a tournament at 6-2-1.
Yeah, you were pretty happy with that, yeah.
You could go 3-2-1 and probably still walk away with cash at that point at the event. I remember 10, when that system first happened, Philadelphia was like that first event. I went 10-3-2, and that was top 16 at that event. One win away wouldn't have even put you in the top 8. It probably would have actually put you in top 16 now. So it's crazy that over time, as our size has doubled, even tripled from some of the events just over 6 years ago. That's crazy. I can't believe it's been 6 years since we changed over to this system, but that's the way the game works. You got to really attribute it to, of course, Hawaii is a great world's destination, and then of course the prize money increased, drew in a lot of players, and there's been top level talent, and it's been a pleasure to watch thus far.
Yeah, and I want to say also, like, the game is very enjoyable. There's so many different cards, the A-Spec mechanic, everything revolving out of the Pokemon trading card game with new sets, giving us a fresh set of cards to play with every 3 months. It's really dynamic, and I love how you need to adapt, right? You need to keep up, and that really makes for a great experience no matter when you decide to play.
Yeah, if you're watching the broadcast, you find what we are putting on the stream interesting, there is no better time than to get into the game now. We just rotated, which means you're not going to have to maybe go out and get some cards, open some packs, and not be able to use those cards. Everything is nice and neatly organized, and of course, Pokemon.com has all of that great information. So go ahead and join. You can go to a local game store, come out to these regional championships. There's so many great resources. I mean, me, you, the rest of the crew, we cannot recommend it enough. It's a great time to come to these events.
And I mean, even like if you're attending your local league, the prize packs have been an amazing resource. Not only do you get like really good playable cards, they also look very pretty, the foil ones. So I think there's plenty to play for at these local events. It's really worth your time. It's really worth it if you want to start getting your first steps into the competitive world.
And that's what's so great about Pokemon. Everything is always changing. New cards shake up the game. Speaking of which, get ready for NAIC. Get ready for the new format with Twilight Masquerade. There's so many interesting cards, and there's a lot to talk about here. So Adam is out on the floor interviewing 2 players about their thoughts on the new pack, Twilight Masquerade, let's send it down to him.
Hello, everyone. Adam Watson here on the floor with Prince Williams and Polaris Alteris. We're going to find their thoughts about the upcoming format, Twilight Masquerade. What's the hot deck?
So we haven't played much of this format yet since it just came out, but me and Polaris, I think we're leaning toward Festival Lead. A combo of 2 cards, or 3. There's the Festival Grounds, the Diplin, and Grookey, which just lets you set up and then attack twice during a turn.
Okay. And so the Festival Lead deck, not a lot of players have this on their radar. Was it your idea to start testing this initially?
No, not really. One of our friends' dad just had a bunch of decks, and that was one of the decks that we just chose and used, and then we're just going to practice it a lot probably.
And another deck I think you were interested in was the Dragapult EX. This is certainly a deck on a lot of players' radar. What's your initial impressions of this one?
So Dragapult, if you set up, it's very good because placing 6 damage counters is just extremely powerful. But it does take quite a while to get going, so it might not be that good, but we'll see.
So still a lot of testing to be done. Are there any existing decks that might survive this next format and continue to be good?
The existing decks that could probably do good is Snorlax Control or Pidgeot Control, because control decks are like always really powerful.
And if you were to play Control for NAIC, do you think you would do well, or are you going to try to shake it up?
I don't think I would play Control because in most of the international events, I like playing attacking decks. So I don't just tie every round because I have had that happen to me once and it was not very fun.
I understand. Having to change your strategy specifically for the format that you're playing certainly is a mark of a high-level player. When you get to NAIC, are you confident you're going to be able to take the whole thing?
Yes, I'm very confident.
And is that only thoughts that you have? I'm sure we've got maybe one more hot take to get out of you for NAIC. What are you thinking for the new format?
I don't know. I haven't really tested that much, but I just think Dragapult is going to be a really good played deck. So got to counter that.
Okay. So make sure to keep your eye on Dragapult EX and any other things our folks at home should be watching out for NAIC.
Oh, a very good counter to Dragapult is Blissey EX, which lets you move around the damage with Monkey Dory and just like absolutely demolish your opponent's board if they deal a lot of damage to yours.
Dragapult EX, Blissey EX, and Festival Lead. 3 decks to keep our eyes on heading into the new format for NAIC. But we still have more Pokemon action to conclude here in Los Angeles, so we're going to kick things back over to y'all.
Great to hear some insight from some of our younger players. Of course, no matter your experience in the game, no matter the age division you play, everybody has new thoughts and new cards that they think are going to be good. Pablo, I know you've been making some content. I know you've been talking a lot about the new format. Share some wisdom with the people at home. What do you think is going to be the breakout stars of this Twilight Masquerade expansion?
I mean, breakout stars, I generally think, like, Dragapult obviously has the spotlight. We all know about that. I think Raging Bolt Ogerpon has a lot of merit, but I'm going to be maybe a little controversial with this. I've been not a Lugia fan for a while, but Legacy Energy and the Wellspring Ogerpon EX really gives Lugia like a whole other dimension. Now you can play Iron Hands EX to have that 2-price trade-off. Much better against the single price Pokemon. You have Wellspring Ogerpon to finally target the bench. Lugia has been missing a bench targeting Pokemon for a long time since Amazing Rare Raikou. And Carmine. I think Carmine is such a big card. Being able to play a support on turn 1, you're pretty much breaking the rules, right?
Yep.
And that's fantastic. So I really think those 3 cards are really gonna bring Lugia up a notch, and I'm gonna be a very big fan of Lugia in this upcoming format. I really like it.
Yeah, and then it begs the question of how will people respond to Lugia being popular? We've got a little bit of insight into the Japanese metagame. We saw Lugia take up a fair amount of slots, 4 slots in the top 16 of their first major event, that Champions League event that happened just a few weeks ago. It feels like very, very recently. So there are cards in the format that exist to, like you said, help counter through the legacy energy. Temple of Sinnoh is a card that all the way back in the V-Star era of the game didn't really see a lot of play as of recent, but it could definitely come back as a way to not only shut off the legacy energy, which means you sort of can either play around the Iron Hands, or if you knock out the Iron Hands, not only does that energy provide, the legacy energy provide the typing of every single type, but it also reduces a prize card. So that's one option. And then let's not forget some people's favorite or least favorite disruption card. That Enhanced Hammer is being reprinted in this set. And that is a way where if you're even not able to take a knockout, if Iron Hands comes up, turn 2, turn 3, uses that Amp You Very Much attack, puts on some pressure, you can just Enhanced Hammer away their legacy energy. And if they want to use anything that turn, they're going to need to find that jet energy. Or let's not forget, Iron Hands is a big unit. He is very massive.
He's
4
chunky.
retreat costs, so it's going to take a lot to get him out, and you're never going to use that again. He's a 2-prizer. He sits on the bench. You have limited bench space, so people may have to consider how much they want to respect the deck, because if you play all the special energy denial, it seems like Lugia, no matter what the matchup is, could have a hard challenge getting through.
Now, speaking of Lugia, we do have our top 8 decks ready for today's regional championship. Let's take a look at that. A couple of Lugias, 4 control decks. Well, 3 and Snorlax, which is also a control deck. And then we have Qianbao and Future Box rounding out the top 8. What are your thoughts on this top 8, Ethan?
Big surprise for Lugia. I think at this point, if you were to ask both Brandon and Zane if the reason they played Lugia was because they wanted to beat all the control in the room, I don't think they would have. They probably would not be giving you an honest answer if they said yes. This is a great call. The deck, of course, on a lot of players' radars. Chinchino, super powerful, but I feel like since a lot of the top tables were filled with controls, once we got towards the latter half of day 2, it felt like good matchups for these Lugia decks. They were just given control after control after control, and your strategy is very straightforward, and it's a very positive match. And they're happy to see that almost half of Top Cut is made up of these control decks. You could even say that half of them are, because Caleb Rogerson, the 35-point player, bubbling in with Snorlax. And as it stands right now, he's going to be playing up against Lugia in that first Top Cut match, and that's going to be a tough one for Caleb, especially after bubbling in and giving yourself a little bit more hope to keep going.
Yeah, and we saw Brandon almost have like that plot armor against control, right? With those very nice top decks and draws off of low card Ionos, and Snorlax is definitely less aggressive than Pidgeot can be, so Brandon probably very happy with that pairing. But Regan Retzloff, another top 8 with his beloved Qianbao. I know we've talked about who is the CEO of Qianbao. I think at this point it's safe to say Regan has that mantle.
It's like a whole company, right? Reagan's the CEO, and then you need your CFO and your president, and you need your spokespersons as well. So I think it's confident to say he's definitely at a major leading role for the Qianbao organization. So let's not count Reagan out yet. It's going to be definitely not an easy top cut for him. Snorlax control, that's a really tough matchup. Even Iron Hands, Iron Crowns, that's not really a matchup that Qianbao likes to go up against. Lugia very, very close, and then the controls as well. Again, no easy stretch, but if any player is going to do it, Reagan has the portfolio, he has the experience, he could make this happen. It could be anyone here. We're at 2 out of 3 minutes. Of course, these control decks, they've made it to top 8, but let's not forget, time is not on their side in top 8. You mentioned it earlier. This is the reason that control, a lot of the time, just does not convert into tournament wins. It's because of the time rules.
Yeah, if we had a little bit more time, or if the rules were different, I'm pretty sure, like, throwing back to Azul's NAIC win, we might have seen a different result if it not were for these times. So the control players definitely need to be very aware of this. And I do want to give a shout out to Nico, though. Like, Iron Hands, like Future Box has not been prominent. It had a lot of like hype going into EUIC when the format rotated. We had the brand new set, and Yuho Kalama did get top 8 at that event. But other than Yuho, there haven't been too many successful players with this Future Box. So why do you think Nico found success this time around?
I think it's a very similar reason that Lugia did. I feel that for the most part, this Iron Hands, Iron Crowns EX deck, if it's playing at least one card, like a switching card or a switch card, is favored into this control deck. Lots of the Pidgeot control decks have started to cut things like Noivern EX, which was the card that you played for this matchup, to just put yourself in a position where the only attack that works on you is something like Twin Shuttles, where you can do maybe 50 damage every turn, but you're going to lose the 1v1 up against a Noivern EX, especially if they have a tool card attached to them. It's very, very tough. I mean, Charizard's slowly on decline, right? It's about 5% down than it was the previous event. And I mean, I say this all the time. This is sort of my motto every time we talk about making it to top cut, winning a tournament. You've got to play very, very solid. You have to play almost as perfectly as possible. But you and I both know, Pablo, you've got to get a little bit lucky too. And I'm sure Nico maybe didn't hit as many Charizards as he was hoping, and therefore got some good matchups on day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, and I mean, let's definitely take a look at how the bracket will be shaping up between these players. We know Brandon's going to be playing Caleb. Then we have Aban playing Zane, Reagan playing Neo, and Lucas Zing versus Nico. So, yeah, the control decks are pretty widespread. So, I think we're going to be in for a very interesting top 8. I don't think we've ever had this many control decks at the very top. I don't recall another situation like this one.
Yeah, I was talking with some people out in the crowd as we were watching our last couple of Swiss rounds, and we came to an interesting conclusion. I feel like this is the strongest control may have ever been in the standard format in a very, very long time. You think back to the last version of control or a stall type strategy with the deck out, with the win condition of being decking your opponent out, and maybe something along the lines of Chinchino Mill or Mag Cargo control. But these are decks that we have not seen since the return of Pokemon in person. There have been some very cool strategies, but this dominating 3 representatives, technically 4 control representatives, that is unheard of in the last couple of seasons that we've seen for the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, it really has been unheard of. And like, I want to say maybe Mew VMAX with the like judges and the path to the peaks, like that's not control, of course, but it was a way to really bring down the game slow enough and then be aggressive and take over the game by denying your opponent's resources with aggression. I think we did see that Ian Robb was doing that masterfully, being aggressive with the Entei. So there is that theme of controlling your opponent's resources by knocking them out and also having some sort of pressure on the board. But these decks with so many options, we're having these deck lists that occupy 2 pages. I mean, I'm generally very impressed, and I'm really looking forward to this because between each Pidgeot control, there's also quite a few differences.
Yeah, it seems like players came to a very similar conclusion on the main strategy of their deck, but the card inclusions, maybe about 5 to 10 cards off in terms of how their decks are built. It's going to be an uphill road, though, for sure, for control. There are both the Lugias in Top Cut both hit a control-like strategy. Going to be a lot harder for Caleb, for sure, since he is just playing the Snorlax, not playing that Pidgeot or more of that attacking engine, fully based off trapping Pokemon. And Brandon is not going to make that easy, especially with just having those Jet Energy, the counter stadiums. It's going to be very, very difficult. On the other hand, Reagan has also hit another control player as well, Neo. So we'll have to see how that matchup plays out as well. We saw Neo sort of play things out throughout the tournament here. He's been doing very, very well. Or rather, Neo is actually playing, excuse me. Oh wait, are there 2 Neos? Oh wait, Neo and Nico, excuse me. The names are getting a little bit similar here. So Neo was playing control, and Neo is actually a player who aged up recently from the seniors division, if I'm correct. I remember did very, very well at OCIC the previous year. So we're seeing all kinds of new talent. Reagan, his 2nd year in Masters. Neo aged up very recently. And then, of course, older players as well. And even Caleb Rogerson is another younger player. So the main thing to think about, there is lots of young talent in the game. This is definitely a time that is really one that we might look back on and see as the start of the resurgence of top players being a little bit younger.
Now, I think it's time we go back and check with our caster predictions, see who got it right, see who we can roast with their picks. And I think, I mean, Kyle started off pretty well with the Iron Hand. Spiritomb seems to have dropped off a little bit, but does have a representative with that future box, so not too far off the mark for him.
No, not at all. Of course, Iron Hands EX is still in Top Cut. Can't say the same about Great Tusk, unfortunately, for Adam. You know, Dialgo was a little bit close. Did bubble out. I believe got top 16. Jake Santiago won the Open at London. The Open, of course, happening after the World Championship. So he's looking to get another top 8 in the major event. Just fell quite short. Great Tusk, unfortunately. You know, that's a deck I'm happy to not see there. You know what? Yeah, I'm Great Tusk's biggest hater. Yeah, you know, I'll go on record. I'll say it. Quote me. And that's also from a Gardevoir player, so take that as you will.
Now, I'm actually a big fan of Great Tusk, and on paper, it has a decent Charizard matchup, has a decent Snorlax and Control matchup, so I feel like it could have had like some merit, but maybe didn't have the sufficient representatives to take it far. Now, the NTV, we have seen that be featured quite a lot. We've especially casted quite a few games of Control, and Entei has featured quite a lot, so I gotta give you props on that one. And then I think I was pretty on the mark as well. We've seen Snorlax in all sorts of Control decks, Snorlax itself, and even Pidgeot Control featuring a 1/1 line of Charizard EX too.
Yeah, Banette EX, I think, was a card lots of people weren't expecting. Boo got that on the money. We saw that have some use on stream, in and out. And unfortunately, it feels like Ancient Box is slowly saying goodbye out the door. That's another deck I'm happy to see go away a little bit. This is, again, biased from a Gardevoir player. But you know what? Temporal Forces, almost out the door. We've got this final top 8 to crown our last regional champion. And then things are going to shift up completely once we get our new expansion with that Twilight Masquerade.
Now, I do believe we let the community be able to choose what match is going to be featured from the top 8 bracket. So I'm very excited to find out who we are going to feature. I'm sure Twitch chat knows, but I'm really excited for this. Yeah, I'm really excited to see. Like, generally, we've had 3 control matches, you and I, and all of them have been so different, and we've even had like a lot of aggression. So I'm really looking forward to this because they're the hardest to predict, right? The things that we are thinking that they might do, and then all of a sudden they do something completely different.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot to break down no matter what match we pick. We've had some long, grueling matches, but there have been so much to take away, so much to think about in terms of what these players have to offer, what lines they take in their matchup, and more importantly, how their lists allow them to outplay and maneuver. That's the big thing for a deck that is so riddled and filled with different lines you can take in a matchup. And it looks like the matchup that we're most likely going to have is going to be 2 different sides of the coin here, Pablo.
All right, I think the stage is set. We are ready at the table with our players from the chosen match. Let's head down there and see who will be playing on stream for this top 8 match.
2 different sides of the coin, and I mean that in terms of how their decks function. Lucas Singh, back here in top cut, fell just short at Indianapolis, bubbling out at 9th place. He took that redemption and went full force into our top 8, looking to get that first regional win in the Masters division. He has had quite a stellar season. Look at that, multiple top 16s, that top 4 where he fell just short to control, but he has pivoted over. Maybe his biggest demon, the thing that took him out of Vancouver, he has now converted over to that, playing this Pidgeot control deck, and the A-Spec has been a big help to this deck, that Hero's Cape, allowing whatever Pokemon you put it onto to essentially be unknockoutable. You cannot knock out whatever is attached to it. I know it says just 100 more HP, but you could pretty much just say you cannot touch this thing.
I'm pretty sure you just invented the word unknockoutable.
I'm an innovator, what can I say?
All right, now let's take a look at Nico's accomplishments here. The top performing Future Box player has already this season a top 16 at Portland and now had a previous top 16 at Dallas Regionals and a top 32 at Costa Mesa. So very impressive list of accolades as well, with another one to add to that list with this top 8 and possibly better.
And I hear he's got some supporters out in the crowd, some people cheering him on. Okay, may have a little bit of a crowd favorite, but it's not going to be very easy for Lucas, especially when you're facing down Iron Hands EX, boosted by Iron Crown's Cobalt Command ability. Pidgeot EX, the main center card of Lucas's deck, is going to be under threat, under fire, if Ampu very much can take a whopping 3 prize cards versus a Pidgeot EX.
Now it's going to be essentially a Pidgeot VMAX at this point with giving up that extra prize.
Don't scare me. Don't bring me back, Pablo, please.
Now, it's really cool to see that Nico has qualified for Worlds after this placement. So no matter what happened, he is in the big party. As we see the prizes, that Mowell, all right, could be very, very key for Lucas, as it's the only way he has to trap. And I don't see any way to switch in Nico's list here.
Yeah, usually you'll sometimes see 1 copy of a switch cart, like I mentioned. There is that Prime Catcher. Let's not forget about Prime Catcher. That pink A-Spec is going to be the key card in this matchup between both of our competitors. The stage is set. It feels like we're on a TV show here in Los Angeles. Are we sure we're not on a movie set here? The plot is getting thick. We are getting towards our season finale. And here we go. Let's get into it. Top 8 at the final regional championship. Lucas starting things off and does open with that 1 copy, or rather playing 2 of them, but still great card to open with. Buddy Poffin immediately can get out these basic Pokemon, and we'll check to see what is available and what is in the prize cards.
Now that Mimikyu could be a problem for Nico down the line, but he does have that answer off right. And the thing is, like, you know you're up against some sort of control deck. I'm not sure how much information Nico has on Lucas's list at this point in time, but any extra Iron Crown you end up benching could be a liability, because those are the prime Pokemon that Lucas will want to trap with that Mowell. And if Nico is expecting a Snorlax, perhaps he's going to be very, very cautious. So we're going to see an interesting dynamic between the Mimikyu, the Miraidon aggression, how Nico manages his bench. And we just saw him win on stream in the previous round, right? So it'll be interesting to see how Nico navigates this one.
Let's not forget about those 2 Iron Bundle as well. It's a Pokemon that can have a lot of use of pivoting out, maybe something like a Snorlax or a Wall that sort of sits in the active. But, I mean, looking at this list, there is actually no Snorlax in this list here for Lucas. So, yeah, that Mawile being prized, definitely a big card to think about. But sometimes with how powerful Charizard is, sometimes if you can just get a single Charizard EX up when your opponent's taken a few prize cards, that's kind of all you need to just start really rolling through your opponent's Pokemon.
Yeah, Lucas could definitely go behind quite a bit and then go in with an Iono, knockouts with back-to-back-to-back Charizard, and take over the game, because there's no way for Nico to take a one-hit KO on that. So Lucas has that Pidgeot control deck, but also has the possibility to be aggressive with the Charizard, with the Radiant Charizard, with the Entei as well. So this is going to be super, super interesting to see how it plans out.
And Nico will be going second. And okay, this is where things get scary. We've got some electric generators in the hand, and the first one hits double lightning energy. Uh-oh, if you're Lucas here, you've got to be worrying a little bit, thinking, what happens if my opponent can maybe knock this Charmander out on the first turn? That Iron Bundle even, though you wouldn't be knocking out the Charmander specifically, a turn 1 amp you very much would be a super electric start to this first game.
Yeah, now there's no there's no double turbo here, but we do see the next electric generator, and there's 2 more energies. Wow.
Okay, and you see Lucas really like, come on, this is how I'm going to open my top 8 match after playing all those Swiss rounds, and it is going picture perfect, film perfect, movie perfect for Nico. He's getting everything he wants. He is trying to embody that main character energy here in top 8.
Does go for the attachment on the active, does know that there's a possibility that the Iron Crown gets trapped, already has the tool to retreat, but there's no way to get this Mimikyu out of the active spot with those Iron Bundles, so no aggression despite the picture perfect start.
Yeah, picture perfect, except there's no other Pokemon and no supporter card. Just 2 energy cards and that future booster capsule. That's really all you can have at this point. That Mimikyu sitting there, both of these Pokemon, for the time being, will be unable to really put on any sort of aggression. I mean, you can use the twin shuttles on the Iron Crowns. That can get through the Mimikyu, but that's really all that you have access to. As Lucas does open with this Ultra Ball. So this hand, though, looking very weak. So you've got to wonder here, what is the selection? You could grab something like Lumineon, and actually, if there is a Lumineon in this deck, which there is, that could get this Pidgeot set up because of that Forest Seal Stone plus Arven combination.
Yep, as long as the Forest Stone is available, which it is, we're going to see Pidgeot hit the field and allow Lucas to start controlling, right? But it feels like right now Lucas does have Nico under control in that regard. I wonder if Lucas is going to be aggressively going for that Mowile, depending on how much information he has on Nico's deck and Nico's out to that possibility. But first, we need the Pidgeot.
So we'll grab the Arven to the hand. And now the choice, is there any reason to just not go for this? You've always got to think, if my opponent's holding on to a boss or can find a way to gust up this Pidgeot, if the one card that I grab is really not going to make too big of a difference, but you kind of at the same time really have to just think to yourself, no matter what I do, I've got to start putting together some strategy, and if I'm not putting Pidgeot into play, it's going to make it a lot harder to get that done.
Now, I did see Lucas eye up the Cleffa, put it at the front of the deck, so that might be the card he quick searches for to replenish resources. He does have an energy to retreat the Mimikyu, but yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Lucas has now the Lumineon on the bench, will have a Pidgeot as well, and with Ampu very much, you could easily win in 2 attacks because of that extra prize effect. So Lucas is going to need to be very, very careful with that.
And does have plenty of rare candy, 3 copies of that card. So with this, can maybe find a way to fill the hand up a little bit. I think the question here for Lucas is, do you just grab the Cleffa itself, or do you grab Nest Ball because it's a card that you don't want to find off Grasping Draw? I feel like most players would just go straight for the Cleffa, but Lucas understands this next turn is going to be a big one, especially if my opponent can move this Iron Crowns out of the active and take that turn 2 amp you very much to take 2 prize cards.
Yeah, Nico does already have that tool to retreat, but I wonder what Nico's gonna top there, because like eventually you need a way to deal with that Mimikyu, right? So even though you're off to a good start, that's gonna make you more vulnerable to Iono and also more vulnerable to the Charizard that's gonna happen eventually.
Wow, top deck Professor's Research. That is big for Nico. That will keep him in a much more reasonable spot in this game. Would have really loved to see something like Boss's Orders that first or second turn, but you gotta take what you could get. Research, not a bad way to start things off, and if Nico chooses to here, could take 2 prize cards with Ampu very much. See what these 7 cards grant. There is a Nest Ball in the hand, looks like another Iron Hands EX. And this game for Nico, a lot of it is going to be slowly throughout the game trying to understand how Lucas has built this deck. Are there cards like Snorlax in this deck? Are there things like Mawile? What ways does my opponent have to shut off my Ampu very much? And what are my opponent's win conditions? Identifying those as quickly as possible will get you closer to creating a winning strategy in this game.
Now it seems like Nico's gonna take his time. This is his first deck search. He hasn't been able to see what he prized, what resources he has access to. So did see him put all those Pokemon at the very front. Checks for that Prime Catcher, which is very essential. The Lost Vacuum is also very essential to get rid of Hero's Cape, get rid of Defiance Vest. So being very thorough, which I think is very, very important to make sure every move you make is completely calculated and perfect.
So it will just be that Miraidon going onto the bench. And now comes the question here. Is there a world where you don't want to take 2 prize cards this turn to maybe put yourself out of range for a Charizard EX knockout? But it's not quite safe to put yourself at that range because we did see Lucas hold on to that Defiance Band, which with 1 prize card taken would put this Iron Hands at 240 damage applied and knock it out.
Yeah, so they're never truly safe. Now, we are going to see the retreat. I wonder what Nico is planning with this extra Iron Hand at this point in time. It's a prime target to be trapped, right? In the active, it's a very big energy hog, and we do have the Charizard EX in play, so we could just see a quick search for Rare Candy Charizard, and all of a sudden, Pidgeot Control becomes a Charizard EX deck.
Yeah, who needs that? I mean, you could just take away all the control aspects and just play like a Charizard EX deck, and that seems to be exactly what Lucas is looking for. Arven can grab not only the rare candy, but also that Hero's Cape, and now this game could just completely shift into protecting the way everything plays out. It looks like Nico only took the 1 prize card, so maybe trying to play around the Defiance Band, but you've got to expect that in these control decks. And now, what was just taking 1 prize card, sure, after this turn, you'll go back to only Burning Darkness dealing 210 damage, but those Iron Crowns EX on the bench, they can also be 1-hit knocked out by that Charizard.
Yep, they're gonna be in full range with that Dark type weakness, and yeah, things are not looking good here for Nico. We'll have 2 energies in play, but now it's not about dealing with Mimikyu, it's about dealing with this humongous Charizard EX.
So Lucas finding exactly what he wants on this turn. And will even just go back in and going to play a Pal Pad just to put that Boss's Orders back in. Can also put in that Arven, but I feel like both or none would be good. The Boss, definitely priority number 1, because even if Nico doesn't take prize cards, that Iron Crown's on the bench, it is in range, and then from there, eventually, you're just going to be able to finish off the game with something like Radiant Charizard. What an excellent few turns here for Lucas. Has set up perfectly and has put pressure and is going to wipe out this Iron Hands EX with all 4 energies on it and put the tempo into his court.
Now we're going to see the Heavy Ball, so even unlocking the Mawile for the potential to switch back into control mode and be able to trap something with Mawile. However, choosing the Radiant Charizard, so just choosing to go for aggression, right? Knows that Charizard has so much HP, there's nothing threatening it on Nico's side of the board. And I think this is one of the reasons why we hadn't seen too much Future Box, because Charizard is so popular, right? Charizard has been dropping off in popularity, hasn't been getting those big results anymore. But here it is. Pidgeot with the 1-1 Charizard line is still putting in the work and is still a big threat for Iron Hands.
Turn 3, Burning Darkness. Lucas taking advantage into his hands, going to 4 prize cards. And now for Nico, you're staring down a Charizard EX. If you bring up this Miraidon, just going to get knocked out in return. So what do you do from here? You know your opponent also has access to Radiant Charizard, so if you're even able to manage to knock it out, then that means something like Magma Basin and an attachment, or just an attachment next turn to that Charizard threatens another 2 prize card mapping here for Lucas. Things are looking grim immediately for Nico, especially after this Iron Hands has been knocked out.
Now, Nico does have a counter catcher in his hand. Could take down the Mimikyu, as he also has the tool. Could take down the Pidgey, but then that just means this Charizard takes down the Iron Hands very easily, right? As we did see Lucas put back the boss's orders. So Nico against the ropes at this point.
So we'll still play things out. Gonna give it his best shot. We'll see the Techno Radar find some more of these future Pokemon. We haven't seen anything like the Iron Bundle come down just yet. I think it's just debating what card do I want to discard at this point. I think we're thinking about maybe getting rid of this future booster capsule. I think that will be the choice. Just gonna get rid of that. Search out for 2 more future Pokemon. It looks like it will be the Iron Hands and 1 more choice. Maybe gotta continue to think about, okay, if my opponent is going with this route in this matchup, if they're only going with aggression, am I safe to just start benching Iron Crowns if it looks like there's not a reasonable way for them to maybe trap them?
Yeah, but I mean, not trapping is just not going to be enough, right? Because if you start taking prizes, the Charizard EX just becomes better and better. And if you don't, right, however much damage Miraidon does to this Charizard, it's not really going to set up a 2-hit KO with Iron Hands. It's going to be a 3-hit KO. So things are looking a little bit grim at this point in time.
Yep, so we're just confirming everything is on par. Energy onto this Miraidon. So the question now, what do you go after with this counter catcher? I feel like maybe now is just the best opportunity to go after the Mimikyu. Nope, we're just going to go after the Pidgey. So that will be taken out with the peak acceleration attack. And yeah, like you said, I mean, Lucas hasn't even played that Lost Vacuum yet. So if you're putting yourself in a position, you're going to even things up. And from here, it just gets so tough. There's too many 2-prize Pokemon on the bench. Lucas still has that boss's orders. He can potentially even use it again with the second copy of Palpad that is still available.
Yeah.
So it's going to really come down to this. Nico will still go down to just 4 prize cards left, but even then, we'll have to put together 2 big knockout turns. So let's see what Lucas has in hand. It's going to be a lot easier, though, thanks to Quick Search.
Now, Nico also knows that the Radiant Charizard is available, so Lucas has all the tools to just pretend to be a Charizard deck and take over this game. Nico, at best, can take down 2 more Pokemon, right, to win this game. Lucas will need that boss's orders, potentially back-to-back boss's orders, but it's not like the Miraidon is really threatening you too much either, so I think Lucas has a big advantage. We do see him grab that boss's orders. You gotta go after that Iron Hands, right?
Yeah, it would move the energy to the other Iron Hands, so maybe there's a world where you just knock out the Iron Crowns, really remove that damage. It does have that Psychic attached to it, so there's no threat maybe down the line. Most Iron Crowns lists are only playing that 1 Psychic energy, so that way you don't maybe allow your opponent to move that energy onto the Iron Crowns. I feel like that is also an okay option to go for. Whole purpose is, even if Nico wants to use Ampu very much next turn, he's going to have to play one of those 2 remaining electric generators to do so.
Now, Lucas trying to thin his deck as much as possible. People going crazy about the Rotom B hitting the hand.
That's my boy right there. I knew the people loved him, you know. We just had to really get him on the stage at a big moment. And then finally the support would come out for him. Thank you guys for really supporting him. I appreciate that.
Yeah, now we do see more deck thinning. Pidgeot hitting the hand. No backup Pidgey to be able to set up 2 Pidgeots. But at this point, does it even matter? The only Pokemon that can KO Pidgeot is Iron Hands. If there's an Iron Hands in the active, then Charizard's just going to have a field day.
Now Lucas is thinking, what do I even bring up here? Doesn't necessarily matter. I think you just want to take those energies out of play off the Iron Crowns. Just take the knockout for now. Don't play into the heavy baton. But at the same time, it's kind of very, very minimal in terms of difference. But it's actually just going to go after the clean Iron Hands. What do you think about this play, Pablo?
I mean, there's generally very little difference between one or the other, but I really would have liked him to see just exhaust the heavy baton option, right? It's better to have an Iron Hands with 2 energy and no heavy baton than an Iron Hands with 2 energy and the heavy baton.
Well, does it even matter at this spot if you're going to just take 2 more prizes to win the game?
It doesn't. I'm generally trying to be thorough with the details, but
I got you.
Lucas, 1 knockout away. The Miraidon could do 80 damage max unless more Iron Crowns hit the board. And that's what I was going to say. I actually liked hitting the Iron Crown, because the only universe where Nico has a chance here is if the Miraidon sets up a 2-hit KO and then you knock out with Iron Hands, and somehow Lucas doesn't have a response. But because he has another turn to just attach a fire to a Radiant Charizard, the Miraidon's just not good enough to be useful here, and Lucas can also just attack twice to win the game. So I think we should be heading to a game 2 very soon here, Ethan.
Yeah, if there's no way to take a prize card this turn, even if you're setting up for a 3-prize amp you very much, because Nico only took that one prize, trying to play around Charizard EX response KOing, it may come back to bite him a little bit. So we'll still play this game out. That is sort of the benefit of playing in this best of 3 75-minute situation. And all the credit to him, I think Nico should be playing out these games, because the more time that's burnt off the clock, I feel like the better it will be for a deck like his that eventually maybe want to be a little bit more aggressive if we go to a super late game 3.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, that key card, that key prize card that Nico chose not to take, right? If Nico was at 3 prize cards, he could possibly be one boss away from knocking out the Lumineer or the Prime Catcher, right? Prime Catcher plus Electric Generator, knocking out Lumineer, knocking out Pidgeot could get him the last 3 prizes. But because he chose not to take that first prize card, trying to respect the Charizard, yeah, look, he has Counter Catcher and Electric Generator in hand. So that one prize card that he chose not to take is now being very, very costly.
Yeah, knockout on Lumineon at this point would just close the game out.
Yeah.
So that's advice you've got to give yourself for the next game. Continue to think about it. I chose to just dig deep with research there, not play the Iono, so Lucas will sit on a few more cards. And even for Nico in this spot, I don't know if I would even grab Iron Bundle in this spot. It's just information that I'm not sure is quite relevant at this spot. And maybe Lucas didn't know that there were multiple copies or even one copy here. Now, if there was a different situation here where there was just 3 prize cards remaining, that could have been a make or break.
Huge. Yeah,
but we're in a different universe. It's not the same timeline we're in here, Pablo.
Yep. That would have been a make or break, as you mentioned. Unfortunately, not going to be the case this time around. Now, does play the Counter Catcher to knock out the Mimikyu. So now he is in that spot, and he doesn't know how many Boss's Orders Lucas plays, but perhaps if there's only one copy, which is right here as we can see, maybe, just maybe, a Prime Catcher plus Boss KO now on Lumineon or Pidgeot is the way Nico wins this game.
Yeah, I've sort of changed my mind on this a little bit here, Pablo. Nico's going to go down to just 4 prize cards, or 3 prize cards left.
Yeah.
And even if Lucas plays something like Penny, because he didn't target that Iron Crowns, the way the boosted damage works, it will be enough to knock out Pidgeot EX. Of course, a second one did come down, so it's not as relevant. But hold on here. I think we may have counted Nico out a little bit too early. That Iron Hands is fully powered up. Yes, Penny is great, but the way that this thing works out, you've got to make sure your Pidgeot is not getting knocked out. So we've got to check the math. We haven't seen the Hero's Cape come down yet. So if the Hero's Cape comes down onto Pidgeot EX, that would put it to 380 HP, which means that it would have to be 190 damage, amp you very much. If there was a booster capsule, it would just still be short because it would be doing only 360. So there it is. That's a big card, but let's not forget, there is a card Nico is playing, that Lost Vacuum. We haven't seen it get played yet. That's going to be a big key card.
Yep, Lost Vacuum plus Prime Catcher. That is a combination that Nico needs in the upcoming turn. However, we now see the Mawile change.
And hold on, Tempting Trap getting played. Oh, if Nico had either piece there, either the Lost Vacuum or the Prime Catcher, this would have been all over, but it looks like Lucas is just trying to slowly buy time to make that Pal Pad plus Boss's Orders play, so Lucas understands, no need to open that bench space up. Don't give my opponent the opportunity to bench that last Iron Crowns, which would get him across the finish line if he had something like Lost Vacuum potentially.
I don't know if I saw Lost Vacuum in there, but there can't be too many cards in Nico's deck at this point. And he does have a Professor's Research, so we generally could see this. But if Nico doesn't find the combination and only finds one of the pieces, maybe Airy could be his undoing.
Yeah, or just the combination of Pal Pad plus Boss to search it out with the quick search.
Yeah.
So I think he's just debating, do I take the safer route, grab maybe one of the pieces, and then for next turn go for that? But you can't hold on to that, because if Lucas is not winning, then it changes the entire situation of this game. Smart attachment here, put that onto the Miraidon, make sure that it can pivot out. And I think we may be trying to spin the wheel here potentially. I feel like if you're not hitting these pieces, it is just primed to put yourself into a very sketchy situation. And
There's a Lost Vacuum, which you can play, right?
Okay.
The Lost Vacuum you can play, and it cannot be aerial. That will get rid of the Heroescape right here, send it to the Lost Zone, and yeah, then it's going to come down to research next turn. The boss is still right here. Can Lucas have Palpad and Boss's Orders in his hand for this upcoming turn? I don't think he had the Palpad.
I don't think so. I think had to use that quick search the previous turn to grab the penny to make sure that the game wasn't ended at this point.
And you have to wonder if just attacking with Charizard last turn would have been a little better. Then Lucas would be winning this turn, right? Or would have applied that pressure to Nico.
Oh, but found the Luminion. That's a huge card. That means that Palpad can put back this Boss's Orders, and then Luminion's Luminous Sign ability will Boss's Orders one of these two prize Pokemon up.
Wow.
Very close there at the end for Lucas. It seemed like things could have slipped back into Nico's court. But it will be Lucas Zing winning game 1, putting himself 1 game away from advancing to top 4.
What a top deck by Lucas. And now Nico, that one prize card that he chose not to take, his Iron Hands went down anyway. Perhaps he didn't expect the Defiance band from Lucas, but now he knows. Yeah, so the aggression needs to be there. Just take as many prizes as you can. You know your Pokemon are going to go down just as easily, but it's very important for you to keep up with your opponent. So we'll see how Nico adapts at this point in time.
I was so focused on the different lines of play that the Luminion was just in the hand because of Penny on the previous turn.
Oh, right.
So
right,
I already had that in there. So a little bit of a slip up
true.
on my end. I thought he top decked it, but of course he had it in the hand.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, we saw the Penny pick up that Luminion. You are completely right. So Lucas was ready.
But that was still so close, especially after a double generator hit going second. If that Mimikyu isn't in the active spot, this could be a completely different game. Or if Nico even had just a way to use a Techno Radar, any way to get Iron Bundle down, I think that game is all Nico from there on.
Yeah, for sure. Or even if he just goes, like, he should have tried to go for the research, right? He knew that the Luminion was in hand. He knew he could quick search. His opponent could quick search for the Palpad. So just going for the research, trying to get the win that turn would have been the way to go. But as it turns out, Nico was able to take a few prizes here and there, got to that 3 prize point, which was very important. Now this choice by Lucas, perhaps he was trying to avoid precisely that Iron Hands with the tool and the 4 Iron Crowns to knock out a Hero Cape Pidgeot, and that is why he chose to go after the Iron Hands that didn't have the tool card attached to it.
Things all worked out there for Lucas, all thanks to that Luminous Sign ability from Luminion. Was able to just get across the finish line, and you see, Luminion, definitely a frail Pokemon. It's got a lot of weaknesses, especially against Ampu very much for 3 prizes, but if you can maneuver around, know when to bench the card, know when it's worth it, and of course, took that threat off the board the previous turn, and then had an option to use Boss's Orders, thanks to the quick search, searching out the Palpad.
Yeah, very well played by both players. We'll have to see if either player does some adaptation. 2 rare candies prized for Lucas. He's going to be very happy that he's playing a third once he checks his prizes.
Yeah, but even just having one of those 2, or even having both of those, is just so unfortunate, since because you're only playing 3 copies of rare candy, it means you can't rare candy your Pidgeot and rare candy your Charizard. So this could mean that Lucas maybe has to try and go this game without playing Pidgeot EX, but that does not seem like a great strategy, but it might just be what you have to do to keep up with the aggression that Iron Hands EX puts on your opponent's Pokemon.
Now, I'm pretty sure Lucas just checked some of his prizes. I don't know if rare candies are the first pieces you check. I think the 1/1 Charizard line is the first thing you would check, so we'll have to see if he even checks for that or if he finds out the wrong way later down the line. Now, over on Nico's side, he would not be happy that the Mimikyu was the Pokemon that was started once again. That's very annoying for him to deal with. Has to commit to the Miraidon in order to deal with it. And of course, he's not getting an extra prize card because of it. So now Lucas being a little more thorough with his prize checking. And I'm sure he's going to be aware that there's 2 rare candies not available.
So will be Rotom coming down, so instant charge. A great way to fill the hand up with a few more cards before this turn ends, as Nico will be still threatening a lot. Going second in this position, you can use that peak acceleration on turn 1 if you get lucky like he did in the previous game. Could also go for an Ampu very much, and it will be the Charmander coming down. So this signals to me, at least, Pablo, that he is all in on this solo Charizard and maybe hoping to eventually get one of those rare candy off the prize cards into hand, and from there establish Pidgeot for the late game.
Yep, that's going to be very, very good for him. We'll have to see what the instant charge gets him. And now it's on Nico, right, to start the aggression, start the pressure. He sees no Pidgey in play, and that's something that's going to be very good news. But wow, top deck the Prime Catcher. That's not a card you want to see this early in the game.
Not at all, and contrary to game one, this hand is looking extremely solid. Prime Catcher, multiple supporters, and Techno Radar, plus some energy cards means that no matter how Nico plays this, he is going to have a stellar first turn at this point.
Now that Radar going for that decent start. Will he be able to piece out the knockout on the Mimikyu?
I'm thinking maybe there's a world where you just play something like the Prime Catcher at this point and go after Charmander.
Yeah,
but
possibly.
It's sort of a double-edged sword because having that piece is your way sort of out of the Mimikyu stall. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe Nico has a sense that because Pidgey was not the first Pokemon to come down, that Lucas may not have the pieces he wants to play his normal strategy in this game. So I'm really curious to see what Nico decides to do on this first turn.
Yeah, and not only the Mimikyu style, but also the Mawile style for sure. That's the only switching card he has available. We don't know if Lucas knows that, but Nico most knows that. And now he saw the Mawile from the previous game, right? So he must be very aware of that. He needs to be very careful with what he benches, and he needs to be very careful with the timing of that Prime Catcher.
So it'll be the attachment and the booster energy coming down onto this Miraidon, and there is another booster energy capsule onto this Iron Hands EX, and this is just the question for Nico. Are you content just taking this knockout? I think even considering just playing another Techno Radar, so just wants to maybe get another Iron Hands EX into play, maybe have that be the one he powers up, since that can have a tool card like the Heavy Baton to give it a little bit more protection and to keep those energy cards in play.
Now, in order to get a knockout on the Mimikyu, he does need to commit another Iron Crown into play. It seems like Nico's not going to do that. He knows how big of a liability it can be having two of them. And now it's going to come down to the Iron Bundle. Yeah. Oh, there it is. There's a kill.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad, my bad.
Plus 40 damage, so will be 80 from the peak acceleration, taking
True.
a knockout onto Mimikyu. And so now for Lucas, with this hand, there's a one-prize Pokemon in the active spot. You're relying on finding a lot, but there is Ultra Ball for a Seal Stone in the hand and has the Counter Catcher. If there is a crazy combination of a bunch of these comeback cards, the Defiance Band, which you can only play when you're behind on prize cards, or rather get its effect, the Counter Catcher, which you can only play. So let's see what Lucas has, and this is going to be a huge turn for him, especially since that Iron Hands does not have a Heavy Baton on it. Let's see it, and there it is. There is the Rare Candy plus the Defiance Band, and if there's an Ultra Ball in hand or a Forest Seal Stone, those are all the pieces that Lucas needs, and it looks like there is an Ultra Ball here. What a response for Lucas, especially after just going first, benching the Charmander, and using Instant Charge. He's got a response KO on a powered-up Iron Hands EX and can take the prize lead.
Yeah, well, Lucas once again pretending to be a Charizard EX deck, except without Pidgeot this time. But that's going to be fine for him. He's going to be able to take down the first two prizes, have that humongous 330 HP Pokemon, and Nico's going to have to respond to this by going research and losing his Prime Catcher. Whether he plays it or not, it's going to be a different matter, but without the Prime Catcher, I'm sure Lucas is going to catch on to this and might try to shift into Mawile if his resources allow him to do this.
You've got to be wary of that one Psychic Energy, but if that gets committed, absolutely, Pablo. That's a great strategy to go for. There it is, Counter Catcher, bringing Iron Hands EX up into the active spot, and it feels like deja vu again. Lucas has responded after Nico takes the first prize card and takes the lead, but those two Rare Candy are still in the prize cards. With how things look right now, may be able to draw it if another prize is taken. And we're going to see the bundle come down. And Nico's just wondering, am I really just going to have to lose this Prime Catcher? And just has to lose it, and it looks like, unfortunately for Nico there, went to go draw 7 cards, and one of the cards from his deck flipped over and revealed itself to both of these players. So there may be a slight pause here as we try to figure things out. I hate to see it in a situation like this, but we'll figure out how things go.
Yeah, now, that was a very unfortunate accident for sure. We'll have to see how this gets resolved. There are the 7 cards off of that Professor's Research. Now, of course, none of these cards have any merit to being shuffled just yet, right? So that information getting revealed it's just going to be a warning. It seems we are getting confirmation on that. Very genuine, small mistake. Yeah, no big deal. It's no surprise that Nico is playing Lightning Energy, right? A bunch of them. So I think it's fair to just give a warning.
And we want to see a great game. I'd hate to see such an important game like this be decided by prize penalties. So Nico will play this research, but does get rid of that Prime Catcher. And that means really another Iron Crowns isn't safe to come down onto the board because there's only one copy of Psychic Energy. So we'll see. Nico has full information that there is a trapping strategy in this deck with Mawile. So let's see what he decides to do. Can just grab these and put them into the hand. These cards off the Techno Radar are just grabbed, put to the hand. Cobalt Command will boost this Miraidon. Can do 80 damage again, but from there, you've got to wonder if Lucas just plays another boss's orders or even just takes this one prize knockout. Nico still has got to map his way to take these last 5 prize cards, especially with Lucas just having this Charizard in play and there being really no great one prize Pokemon to target on Nico's side if he had something like a counter catcher this turn.
Now, if Nico gets 2 energies, which he does, I think the Arm Press is just going to be a much better strategy that does set up the 2-hit KO on the Charizard EX. Charizard EX now, the Defiance Band not working properly, so Iron Hand surviving with 20 HP left. I think that Electric Generator just gave Nico the best possible play he had here.
That's how the great Pokemon separate themselves. You play cards, you see different options, and it really just allows you to adjust your strategy. So we're going to be seeing a 2-hit knockout thanks to that Future Booster Energy Capsule and the Cobalt Command ability. And now Lucas feels like it has just been a complete swing of momentum. It felt like the ball was just in Lucas's court. That big Electric Generator has now shifted things. And even if you play something like Boss's Orders, you're not developing your board at all. You've got to ask yourself, sure, I go down to 2 prize cards, but what's my play from there? If my opponent puts down even another Iron Crowns, they could go amp you very much into knockout or try and amp this Rotom to end the game off. So let's see here. Lucas hasn't even used his Forest Seal Stone yet, so this could be a situation where he either starts to just buy himself some time or try and set something up, and it's going to just be that Radiant Charizard, so maybe even just preparing to have to get that powered up and attacking in the following turns.
Now, there is a funny play that Lucas can make here. He can Lost Vacuum his own Defiance Band and attach the Hero's Cape, and that would put the Charizard EX out of range of another Arm Press unless Nico commits 2 more Iron Crowns, which might be exactly what Lucas wants, given that he has access to this Mawile. So very quirky play for sure. It could be some sort of trap. Would Nico fall for it? I don't think so.
It's going to be a tough choice of what you want to Lost Zone here. All 3 other cards in your hand are such good options. You can't get rid of that Hero's Cape. That's too valuable. So then it comes down to, do you get rid of Penny from your hand? Do you get rid of the Pal Pad, which is so crucial to put Boss back in? Or do you get rid of Super Rod, which if your Mawile or Charizard get knocked out, then you have no access to that for the rest of the game. So we'll see what Lucas decides to get rid of, what he values the least out of the cards in the hand, if he does go for that play.
Now, if Nico is able to amp you very much the Charizard, combine that with an Iono, that would be super, super powerful. Hitting for 210 feels really bad here because then your follow-up is Radiant Charizard, but you really don't want to deal 250 damage to a Pokemon that has 20 HP left.
And even if Nico just takes 2 prizes on this, the Radiant Charizard would need the help of something like Magma Basin. We're just going to see an instant charge to end the turn. That means no damage applied to this Iron Hands, and Nico has been gifted 2 more prize cards in this situation. You've got to always ask yourself, is this a trap? What is my opponent cooking? But it's definitely a lot less when Pidgeot EX is not established and on the board.
I think if Nico had a backup Iron Hands EX, there would be no hesitation at this point in time, but that Radiant Charizard looking very, very difficult and very difficult to take down.
So now comes decision time for Nico. Do you invest benching more of these Iron Crowns? Or hold on, we're going to see the Hyper Blower from this Iron Bundle. So now Lucas has a decision. What does he want to bring up into the active? It feels like Radiant Charizard is just the best choice. Your opponent has to commit too much, but it looks like we're just burning cards at this point. So a little bit of a psych, maybe giving some false hope to Lucas, saying, really? You're not going to knock my Charizard out? Okay, that's fine. But here we go. We're going to see the Booster Energy Capsule, and we're just going to be seeing...
It's going to be Iono.
And yeah, here we go. So Iono puts it down to 4 cards, but we didn't see the Iron Crowns get benched, so it could just be the arm press. And I actually think this play is good because getting yourself not into Charizard range easily, or Radiant Charizard rather, may just be worth the prize card in the moment if it means you just can get an extra turn to do what you'd like.
I mean, Nico does have the option, though. Ampi very much is doing enough. It's right now doing 160 damage, and there was no hero escape. So Nico does have that option, does put him very vulnerable. Now, pretty sure Lucas's plan was to penny up the Rotom, get the fire energy from there, and attach it to the Radiant Charizard. But as it stands, getting a fire energy might be quite difficult for Lucas.
All right, so we're going to see Ampi very much. So lots of math involved, getting closer to win. That Iron Hands in the prize card, I'm sure would have liked to have that as a backup option, but here we go. What does Lucas have access to? I see Lumineon. That's an impactful card. Immediately going to play that down, use the Luminous Sign ability. What piece does it have? And it's the Penny in the hand. That is a big-time find. That energy being put on the Rotom seemed to be disguised as just a pivoting option, has now come back to assist Lucas to take this knockout. And this was sort of one of the fears that I had about making a play where you just put yourself into single attachment range onto that Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, Nico doesn't have a backup. Iron Hands, no energy in play other than on that Miraidon, who's going to do 80 damage, but that's not really as significant now. He does have an Iono, and I'm pretty sure he has another Iron Hands in his hand. So if he can attack into the Charizard, put it in range of an Ampu very much, and Iono Lucas down to 2 cards in hand, how do you recover from that? I think Lucas needs to bench the Rotom here once again if he wants to stand a chance.
I can't tell which future Pokemon that is, Pablo. The full arts, they look so similar to each other. You better hope that it is that Iron Hands, because that would shift the entire dynamic of this matchup. Lucas goes down to 2 prize cards with that Combustion Blast. Now, Radiant Charizard cannot attack next turn. And we're just going to be playing cards from our hand, it seems like. That Heavy Baton having no use on that Mew. It's not like it would have a lot of use normally, since 2 prize cards would just grant Lucas the victory in this second game of our top 8 series. So now Nico's got to think about what he wants to go for, and this attachment here really signals that there may not be any more Iron Hands EX in the deck. It's just going to be an Iono, maybe a Peak Acceleration. That will set this Radiant Charizard up for a 2-hit knockout. But yes, Lucas has put the 2 cards, and maybe that Rotom coming down, like you mentioned, could have given him a little bit more leeway in a situation like this.
Now, could we see a way for Iron Crown to take down this Pidgey? Is that going to be Nico's last prize card? I would not be surprised if that happens.
Yeah, also powering up the Miraidon to be able to potentially attack. I think it's just thinking about, where do you want to put these energy cards? Is it worth getting them into play? I definitely like the 1 energy on that Iron Crowns. That would set some math up, especially if the Charizard stays active, right? If that doesn't evolve, while your Cobalt Command ability does not increase the damage for Iron Crowns itself, that Booster Capsule does do that, and that would be the math needed to take a knockout. Actually, you would be just short of this Charizard. It would be 10 damage off, so this could be tough. Let's see how things play out here. What does Lucas have access to?
A Buffin, an Entei, and a Palpad, so not great cards, and no Rotom to draw, so it's looking dire. Radiant Charizard also can't attack since it just attacked last turn, and we see the pass by Lucas.
But there's not much in hand either for Nico.
But he doesn't need much, right? 80 damage, knock out the Radiant Charizard, has the Psychic in hand, which he's choosing not to attach. I really don't like that. I wish he would just leave the Iron Crown ready to snipe the Pidgey in case of an Iono or something.
So Entei V comes up into the active spot. Gotta make sure the deck is shuffled at this point. Gotta make sure we're following what the cards do. And this might be a big fleet-footed. What are we gonna see here? I can't tell if that was the draw for turn or the fleet-footed ability. It's so close between these players. Nico almost here at pulling this game back after such a strong start from Lucas. Does still have access to that Palpad and will play this Palpad right now. So we'll see the Penny come back into the deck. That's it. And the question here is, if there is that fleet-footed, is there a 1-chance opportunity for you to maybe find something like the Penny? You give yourself a little bit more time. You can sit here with the Entei and fleet-footed, But no, there's nothing. It's just going to be a pass of the turn.
That's going to be the game. Psychic Energy to the Iron Crown will be able to take down that Pidgey 4 game, and we're going to a game 3 here.
Wow, so back and forth. But Nico, despite not having access to that last Iron Crown's EX, was able to put together a strategy to close that game out, and we are going the distance. This is going to be an exciting third game between both Nico and Lucas.
Turns out, even if you don't have switch cards, right, when there's only Mowell as an option, you don't mind that too much. And it seems like the crowd really rooting for Nico right here. Now, we do have some updates from the floor in terms of who else and what is going on with our top 8. Do you want to update us, Ethan?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Well?
Things have gone pretty much as we thought they would. The 2 dynamic matchups have already finished. Zane has beat Abon, that of course being Lugia V-Star heading to top 4, taking down Control. And then at the same time, Brandon playing Lugia, taking down Snorlax 2-0. So we're going to be having 2 Lugia V-Star already in the top 4.
And Reagan being up 1 turn, it seems like the Control legs are in danger, but did see a fantastic game 2 here. We saw Nico play really, really well, and Lucas, with that unfortunate 2 for a candy prize, had the early Charizard response, but did not have access to Pidgeot at all. And that's when your Pidgeot Control deck tends to fall apart.
If Charizard can only get you so far, if you don't have ways to search out cards, or even things like the barrel separate in that situation if there was that card. Of course, Lucas has committed more cards to just playing this Control style. Was so close towards the end there. Let's take a look at these prize cards, see how important these are. You don't want to get any important cards prized. There is 1 copy of Rare Candy, as well as 1 copy of Iron Hands for Nico. But I think here we are going to have an excellent, exciting match. This time, Lucas choosing to go second in a very smart play. Sometimes going first, not bad with this Control style deck, but it's more so that you know how much this Iron Hands, Iron Crowns deck can threaten when it goes second on the first turn.
Now, I really like this Pidgeot Control approach because obviously one of the big weaknesses in Top Card is the time, right? But when you have a 1-1 Charizard EX and the Radiant Charizard and the Entei that can really provide some aggression to the deck, maybe the time doesn't end up factoring against you. So very good adaptation. There's still plenty of time left in this round, and these matches have gone by very quickly, but I generally don't know who to give the advantage to. Both players have been very close. Both matches have been very close for both players. Yeah, that Prime Catcher being so clutch for Nico, but how? Like, what will determine this game 3?
I think it's going to come down to how fast Lucas gets that set up. He's had responses every single game. In turn 2, turn 3 Charizard, very, very strong starts. But it really felt like the opportunity where Nico could have maybe taken that extra prize card could have changed the entire dynamic. So I feel like Nico, with now having more list information, knowing what he could have done better in that first game that he lost, but at the same point, if Lucas just gets Pidgeot set up and can maybe get it 1 turn sooner on that Charizard with Defiance Band, we know those pieces are still in the deck. They are not in the prize cards. How will things change? How will things play out? Time will tell, but Buddy Poffin is a great way for Lucas to start this turn off and get both Pidgey and Charmander into play.
Now, Lucas is going to be very happy to see that he has 2 rare candies available to have that Pidgeot aggression, but also, I mean, that Pidgeot setup, but also the access to the Charizard aggression, which was so important in that first game. Nico still had an opportunity if he had gone for that research and found both cards, right? The Lost Vacuum and the Prime Catcher, but that Charizard EX is just such a big threat against Iron Hands.
It looks like Lucas may have another Buddy Poffin in the hand, too. This is an advantage to maybe getting another Pidgey down, but it is in the prize cards. So normally you'd like to just give yourself a little bit more flexibility if one of those pieces does get targeted down. But we are just going to immediately see Mawile as the selection off of Nest Ball. And with the shuffle of the deck, you've got to wonder, does Lucas have anything else, or will he be relying off Grasping Draw to fill the hand up and give himself more options in terms of what he can do on the following turn?
No, it doesn't seem like, it seems like Lucas has identified that he's only seen Prime Catcher, right, as a way to switch. He has not seen anything else. So he might try to be a little more aggressive with a Mowile, force Nico to expend resources, get energy onto the board, and then hit him with a return KO with Charizard plus an Iono to deplete Nico's field, because Nico cannot afford to bench too many Pokemon or have too much backup because of the threat of the Mowile's tempting trap.
And speaking of which, Lucas did find energy cards here. Pablo, is this an opportunity where you don't use Grasping Draw and just try and go for the Tempting Trap on this Iron Crowns?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, force your opponent to power it up manually. Finding that one copy of Psychic Energy is just not going to be easy, right? It could generally be the last card in the deck, and you have no way to directly search for it. And do you really want to commit your Prime Catcher to bring up your Miraidon and find that Psychic? Probably not.
Yeah, I guess it depends here on this generator, because turn 2, Prime Catcher, knock out the only Charmander in play. That wouldn't be a bad play at all. You make sure that threat of Charizard is not necessarily on the board, only getting 1 energy off this electric generator. So I think the choice here for Nico is going to depend on what other supporter cards were found off this Iono. Did have access to Professor's Research and that Iono the previous turn. I'm not sure there's something like Arven to specifically grab out that 1 Prime Catcher item card. So may have to rely on finding even something as simple as a pivoting card, but that doesn't work in this case because of Tempting Trap. So we'll see what resources Nico is willing to give up if he is going to play this research, and where he wants to put these tool cards like the Future Booster Energy Capsule.
And now usually the difference between Mobile and Snorlax is that with Boss's Orders, you can't get out of the Snorlax block ability, right? However, Mobile doesn't need to be in the active during your opponent's turn for the effect to remain. So that's one big advantage, and one of the reasons why players use Mobile over Snorlax, because the effect is technically permanent until the end of your opponent's next turn.
And there are no switching cards, no Prime Catcher in this hand. So this may have bought Lucas a little bit of time to just set up, use Tempting Trap, and if there's something like Rare Candy Pidgeot, you just slowly grab those cards to your hand until you can make a big combo play. So Lucas is being given a little bit of time in this spot, finds that Luminion V, and I believe there was a Rare Candy in the hand. So now it's on Lucas to decide where he wants to go from here. Do we shift to a full trapping strategy at this point, or are we looking to just slowly build up a big board where we've got our Charizard EX, we can knock out the Iron Crowns. Let's not forget that Iron Crowns does have Dark Weakness, so if Lucas really wants to, he could, if he finds Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard, take a 2-prize knockout, and then from there, try and just put on aggression for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that turn to Charizard. Once again, this Pidgeot control putting on its disguise as a Charizard deck. That aggression, so clutch. And I'm pretty sure that's part of the reason why it's so difficult to play against these decks, right? You need to factor in all the control cards and all the resources they have to do that, but you also need to factor in that your Pokemon can go down, because usually, for example, against something like Snorlax, you can just power up 1 Pokemon, and if that can deal with Mimikyu and that can deal with Snorlax, you're fine. But you are not safe against these Charizard decks.
So will be that Rare Candy. I believe Lucas may just be going back into the deck unless he wants to just continue to use Tempting Trap for a little bit longer and wait to put that Charizard EX into play until the proper turn. So we're just going to see another Tempting Trap. So Lucas is waiting and holding on until seeing something specific coming into play on the turn, or until Nico maybe commits a certain card like that Prime Catcher, or commits a card like the Psychic Energy to one of these Iron Crowns.
Now, there's the Prime Catcher being eyed up, so that's going to be the resource fully gone for Nico, the only way to retreat, which I think Lucas has identified now. He could potentially use Iron Bundle, send the Mobile to the bench, and then play the Prime Catcher to take it down and make it harder to use it again, but decides to eliminate the 1 Charmander, which does delay the Charizard EX response, but I'm pretty sure Lucas is going to be happy to counter Catcher up this Iron Crown once again to the active, and then just super out the Charmander back to the bench and eventually set up that Charizard EX.
Yeah, and I have to remember the interaction that something like Defiance Vest has with the effect on Iron Crown. Since Iron Crown's EX technically goes through all effects on your opponent's Pokemon, I believe that would still go through the Defiance Vest. So, I mean, if you can put some Psychic Energies onto this Iron Crowns, yes, trapping it means it's not doing a 1-hit knockout, but slowly it starts chipping away at this Mawile, and you can't penny it over and over again forever.
Yeah, and it seems like Nico very well registering that option, will attach that Psychic Energy, and now the Iron Crown is also a threat on the board. I generally don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, what are Lucas's options? What are Nico's options? I mean, Nico's plan is pretty straightforward, right? Beat down, attack, do as much damage as possible. I think Lucas at this point has to just go back, make sure he sets up the Charizard EX, and go for that aggressive route. Trapping the Iron Crown no longer a viable plan, and there's nothing like Erika's invitation to potentially trap another Iron Crown that doesn't have any energy attached to it.
I think this is okay for Lucas. He can just take some time here. Play something like the counter catcher onto the Iron Hands EX that has no energy on it. And from there, since the only way to gust out of the active spot, Prime Catcher is gone, you are essentially given, at minimum, 3 turns. So if you can then from there find something like the Super Rod to bring back that Charmander, your opponent can play boss's orders. Sure, bring up one of my Pokemon, but your guy is going to be stuck here. He's not going to be moving, and you're going to be down that resource later on in the game.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you have free retreat, if you are immediately trapped by that tempting track that will give Lucas so much time to put the Charmander back into the deck, eventually evolve into Charizard EX. Now, there is merit to letting Nico take one more prize card, right? Because then that allows Charizard EX to make sure it always one-hit KOs the Iron Hands no matter what.
Yeah, it can get a little bit scary since you can possibly set math up that you wait to knock out the Cleffa and the Mawile the same turn with the Iron Crowns. And then from there, it means that Amp You Very Much on Pidgeot can change things up. So we'll see this bring up the Iron Crowns. And here we go, trapping away. That Iron Crowns, or rather the Iron Hands, is not going anywhere. It's manual attachment time here. We're slowing things down a little bit.
Now, Nico definitely plays enough energy to power up this Iron Hand, eventually power up the Iron Crown as well. But, yeah, that's going to give so much time for Lucas to prepare and formulate a game plan to either win by controlling Nico or just taking over the game with a single Charizard EX plus the Radiant Charizard aggression.
And even just valuing not playing Professor's Research this turn, you've kind of hit your quota. All you need is that attachment for turn, and there's lots of powerful tool cards and even cards like Counter Catcher that could be useful throughout the ladder of the game. And I think Lucas has got a good opportunity here to re-establish this Charmander. You do have to play your one Super Rod, but I feel like now is a better time than not. You've got to get Charizard EX established. That's going to be the best way for you to win this game, or maybe not. We're seeing another Counter Catcher get grabbed, so maybe I'm missing something here, and there isn't any way right now with how the hand is shaping to play something like a Super Rod, but I feel like getting that Charizard EX is going to be the way that you maybe get yourself back in this game.
Yeah, and this is the one turn where Charmander is safe, right? Because if Nico gets a second energy onto this Iron Hands, then if you bench the Charmander, it could get boss KO'd. And all of a sudden, you're in a little bit more danger. But wow, we see the Thornton.
That's a better way to do it, especially if you don't have to play a supporter card this turn. You might as well save your Super Rod for later. So Thornton's surprising me like it does every time. And we're actually going into this Charmander, which means we can just play Rare Candy Charizard and knock out this Iron Hands EX, take the Mawile out of play. That's no longer going to be something for an Amp You Very Much later on. And we can even target down this Iron Hands. The Defiance Band is here, and the Forest Sealstone can grab the Lost Vacuum out of the deck and remove the Heavy Baton, meaning that next turn it's going to take a lot for Nico to power up another Iron Crowns, or rather another Iron Hands EX. A huge combo turn here for Lucas. Thornton allowing it to happen from out of nowhere.
Wow, that Thornton really took us by surprise, Ethan. And I'm pretty sure Nico must be taken aback by this as well. We hadn't seen the Thornton, right, in either of the previous two games.
Yep.
Not sure if it had been revealed before, but Thornton coming in so clutch. Not a card we see commonly hit the board.
And that Research not being played the previous turn means that now Nico is locked into playing that as a supporter card for turn. Can't gust up something like the Cleffa, maybe take a prize card on that or set some math up elsewhere. It's going to be pretty much locked into using this Peak Acceleration to try and repower that Iron Hands up, but it's really scary from here because you're going to have your only Iron Crowns in play be susceptible to a boss's orders the following turn. And the problem is, you are reasonably capped out at 80 damage this turn. If you bench another Iron Crowns, it can get Tempting Trap and you will lose the game. So that is off the table here for Nico. But at the same time, if you can't bench more Iron Crowns, you can't boost your damage. And even with 80 damage, you would have to deal at minimum with the 20 damage intervals, 260 damage to take the knockout, and that is just not possible.
Yeah.
Even without benching, you could bench 4 Iron Crowns.
And the booster capsule, and then
but
you
that's
would
just
have
losing.
enough. Yeah.
So let's see what Nico can do, and even going to put Mew EX into play. I mean, that can draw you some cards. Restart is a great ability, but things now get scary with double boss's orders to close the game out. Nico's going to do all he can here to fight for his tournament life and play what he can to keep himself alive here at the Los Angeles Regionals.
Now, funnily enough, Lucas didn't even need the Defiance Band because of the effect of Tempting Trap, giving you extra damage during your next turn. I mean, there's no reason not to play that down unless you want to attach a Heroescape perhaps to your Charizard EX. So perhaps a small oversight, but I think it's easy to forget that Tempting Trap has that secondary effect of the bonus damage.
That is a good point. See if that comes back to impact Lucas later on in this game. If you kind of just put that on the Charizard, it'd just be a lot harder for it to knock it out. But again, with how the damage works, I'm not sure it will be extremely relevant, but time will tell, Pablo. Time will tell, as it looks like Research will be the final card played. I mean, you kind of have to get rid of some valuable resources like Counter Catcher potentially. But with the way the prize mapping works, I'm not sure Counter Catcher really changes a whole lot, since how it's going to work most likely, sure, you can knock this Clef out if you really want to. I guess it's going to be going after the Pidgeot, so this could do a little bit of chip damage and set up for an Ampy very much later on. But is that really worth it here in this situation when you're going to still have to find that Gusting card later on, and there's a high chance your Counter Catchers are slowly going to be discarded, or they just won't be able to be used at all.
And I mean, you have enough damage for Ampy very much with both the Iron Crown and your tool card, right? So this really puzzles me. I feel like either taking a knockout on the Cleffa to get that extra prize card, or just attacking into the Charizard, dealing as much damage as possible. 80 damage on the Pidgeot doesn't seem super relevant at this point in time. But we'll have to see what Nico is planning.
Been some surprising plays from both these players, putting on an absolute show for us. See how this game concludes. Now, Lucas has not played that Boss's Orders yet, and I actually think we haven't even seen any Pal Pad hit the discard pile, and that is a great top deck there. Top decks the Pal Pad, so if Lucas wants to here, can search out the Boss's Orders and then play the Pal Pad in his hand, which means as long as Quick Search is available next turn, he can find the final Boss's Orders to close this game out. Let's see what he decides to do.
Did Quick Search for that boss. We're gonna start with the aggression. Palpad back to boss is one Quick Search away from knocking out this Mew EX next turn. How can Nico respond to this? How can he stop this Charizard EX from stomping through his field? I don't think he can, Ethan.
It's looking very, very dark. Tunnel is closing in. The doors are closing for Nico. His tournament life is on the line. Even just putting a Mist Energy onto this Luminion to make sure that it can retreat next turn. Lucas Zing going down to 2 prize cards left, and it's on Nico here. What can he put together with this hand? Plenty of cards, some hand disruption, but hand disruption is futile when Pidgeot EX can just search that Boss's Orders out. It's looking very, very dark. Lucas Zing in a prime position to advance to top 4.
Yep, even has the Counter Catcher to potentially take down the Pidgeot, but then how are you doing that? With Iron Hands, and then Charizard EX just takes you down. So I don't think there's any way for Nico to stop this Charizard EX from taking him down next turn. You knock out the Pidgeot, you're doomed. You don't knock out the Pidgeot, you're also doomed.
And you can't trap anything because now there's that Mist Energy on the Luminion. So even something like an Iono to buy yourself a turn would not work, because both of those Pokemon, the Cleffa and the Pidgeot, have 0 retreat costs. They can move in and out of the active spot as they please.
What are Nico's options here? I don't know what he can potentially do. He's eyeing up this Counter Catcher, but that Pidgeot not in range of the Miraidon, so does bring up the Pidgeot EX. Can take through prizes. Yeah, that's as close as he's gonna get to the KO. Gonna do maximum damage with Ampy very much, and Lucas Zing will advance to top 4.
He's back in another top 4. Lucas Zing on a roll this season, and he gets it done with Control featuring that Charizard EX. Wow, what a set there for Lucas. Played very, very well. Surprised us with his great usage of Charizard EX at that point. It was a Pidgeot EX control deck. There was tons of Quick Search there, but Charizard, that 101 line, was the MVP.
Pidgeot Control, aka Pretend Charizard EX, moves on to top 4. And really utilizing all the options available to him, right? The game he ended up losing was when he wasn't able to get Pidgeot out. But when you have Pidgeot out, I think a card that when first shown was like, it's a 2-prizer, it's a stage 2. Not many people respected Pidgeot, but I think Pidgeot has more than shown and proven its worth.
Well, this game was back and forth to start things off. We saw the early Iron Hands come in thanks to those Electric Generator. just took the one prize. You got to imagine how different that game is there if one more prize card is taken. Sure, things like the Defiance Band aren't needed, but then you're one turn away. This final game came down to the wire. We saw, of course, Boss's Orders put Lucas just 2 prize cards away, but it was Nico just being oh so short. Assuming there was one more prize card taken, could have used Ampy very much to close things out. But in game 2, it was just having a solid start, knocking the Mimikyu out, taking that early prize. And while Lucas was able to get that rare candy Charizard, there was not much support to follow it back, which meant an Iono later in the game left Lucas with no options. And Nico was able to close things out with a final gusting card to win the game, to take the knockout with that twin Shuttle's ability, or rather that attack. We got into an intense game 3. Lucas finally getting a chance to go second, and honestly, that was sort of a big difference maker. Had a solid start, was able to play supporter cards to get these Pokemon into play, and it was that tempting trap disguised as a sort of way to slowly build Charizard EX back into play. Trap that Iron Hands into the active spot, and then the Thornton switched the Charmander in, rare candy Charizard, and Lucas just ran away from the game from that point on.
Yeah, that one turn, that tempting trap allowed Lucas to stall out, led into that fabulous Thornton play, backed up by Pidgeot EX, and all of a sudden Lucas ran away with the game. Nico with the last grasp on with the Ampy very much for maximum damage, really burnt up that poor Pidgeot, but Lucas came back with his revenge.
And look at that, pumped up to be in top 4 again. He's been so close to getting that Masters win. Had lots of success in the seniors division, aged up a few years ago. Since we returned back in 2022, he has had his eyes set on a major victory win. We've seen a lot of first major victory wins. Of course, the big one, John Ang, has been close multiple times with top cuts. I know Lucas does not want to go home with just a medal. He wants to go home with $10,000 and a gold shiny champion medal.
Yeah, it really feels special because, of course, if they ask you before the tournament, you're like, yeah, I'd be very happy with top 4. But when you are in the top 4, when the prize, the first place prize is so close, you really just want to win it all. You don't care anymore about the top 4 placement. You're here for that first place finish.
It's going to be hard, though, for Lucas. It's not going to be an easy slouch. We know 2 Lugia V-Star are in top cut, or rather top 4. So whether they're on the same side of the bracket, that means that if Lucas wants to win the tournament, he's going to have to hit one in finals. Or if it's not, it means he's playing up against it in top 4. So he'll still have a lot of work to do. So far, Lugia V-Star really surprising us thus far as the breakout deck. It's had great matchups so far in top cut, and with another Control being in that top 4 mix, it means there's still a chance for there to be Lugia and Control left in top cut, and that looks like it would either be a Lugia finals or Lugia just taking down the entire tournament.
Yeah, which honestly would be very surprising. I'm sure Juancho would never, I would never hear the end of it from Juancho, so I'm not really too excited about that. But I mean, generally, Lugia was a great call for this tournament because it was like the counter to the counter, right? Like Pidgeot Control was trying to take over the metagame, control everything, and accept Lugia as a bad matchup, which we did see Ian Robb masterfully almost take down Lugia. So we could see Lucas repeat some of that action, and if the top decks don't go against him, maybe we could see Control even succeed over Lugia.
Well, of course, we've also been following along with some action from our viewers on twitch.tv, checking out our best item in the format bracket. We've been voting so far and showcasing which item cards you all think at home are the strongest in the format. And we saw Ultra Ball, one of my biased favorites. You know, I've got to give a shout out to my favorite card, Ultra Ball, making it to the finals. And now we have the battle of the recovery cards. What a fitting semifinals match here. Palpad up against Super Rod, 2 of the strongest recovery cards in the Pokemon TCG, and Pokemon recovery cards just in general, especially when they're on items. It's no surprise they find ways over and over again, years upon years, to be staples in so many decks.
Yeah, we always have different variations and different ways to recover cards, but it's so important to be able to recover those resources during a game. It's also very delicate to balance between the utility and consistency, right? Palpad and Super Rod are both utility cards that allow you to, at different times, recover different resources. So it depends on, are you playing one-offs of your supporters, then Palpad's very important. If you're playing a lot of single Pokemon, such as in Lost Box, then Super Rod becomes one of the most important cards. So both extremely powerful and very good in their respective decks.
Well, the poll is up, so let's argue. You know what? I'm going to go with Super Rod here, Pablo.
Go for it.
It is so important in every format, this one no exception, to have Pokemon and energy recovery on an item card. If you look back to when this year started, when the season started, before last year rather, in 2023, that first event, there was no item recovery for Pokemon or energies. You had to play Clara if you wanted to get your Pokemon back. Now, if you played during then, answer me this. How did that feel? How did it feel when your Manaphy got knocked out and there was a Radiant Greninja on your opponent's board and you thought to yourself, I have to play Clara if I want to get this back? With Super Rod, it changed the entire game. It benefits with the abundant search cards that are in the format. It allows you to make plays around Pokemon being knocked out and bringing them back. And it, of course, allows you to play smaller lines of Pokemon since you can efficiently search them out in combination with Super Rod to recover them. Palpat is a great card, don't get me wrong. I talked about it and I argued for supporter card recovery being strong. But when you're playing a card that every deck needs to play, and when Pokemon are the backbone of every single deck, you've got to go with Super Rod. It is definitely the superior recovery card.
Now, speaking of cards that you need to play, though, every deck needs supporters to function, right?
That's true.
The backbone of every deck. Charizard works because of the supporters. You need to Arven, you need to boss. We've seen how many games be decided by Palpat, put back the boss, search for that boss. So, Palpat, you talked about it before, yeah? Versus Seeker was such an amazing card that it was so good they needed to do something about it, and Palpat is like the middle ground where putting a supporter back immediately to your hand is a little too broken, so we need to print Palpat to balance that out. That's how good Palpat is. That's how good getting supporters back is, and it's so important, especially lets you balance between having multiple options. Turo, Airy, Boss's Orders, gives you that flexibility. So you need Pokemon back, just play 2 Manaphy. Yeah, but play Palpat. It's just such an important card. We are seeing more and more of it, and I generally think it's better than Super Rod.
You need supporters, just play more boss in your deck. Same logic. Maybe both of our logic is
yeah,
flawed.
yeah. I was hoping you wouldn't catch on to that.
Imagine if instead of just playing the one boss in Palpat in Lucas's deck, you just played two more boss instead.
Imagine if you, instead of Super Rod and Charmander, you just had 2 Charmanders. So yeah, maybe we counteract each other, all right? We'll let Twitch chat decide who was the most convincing. Obviously it was Palpat, but we'll let Twitch chat decide, and we'll find out soon.
We will find out soon.
I'm 0 for 2 on this poll, so I'm hoping I get 1.
I have been kind of bodying you, low-key,
yeah, you have,
in these arguments. So sorry about that. You know, I got to try my best when I'm on camera. If I can't be playing the cards of the tournaments, this is the only leg of competition that I can get up for my weekend. So I'm not, no, hopefully no hard feelings here, Pablo.
No hard feelings
I got to speak to the
all.
people. I got to speak to the people.
All good, all good. I mean, Twitch chat is the wiser, right? The big cumulative population will decide for us, so we can only be the messengers, right? They are the deciders.
So you all decide on that while we're waiting for our top 4 match. We're going to throw it to a quick break. Don't you go anywhere because the action is heating up. We'll be right back.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look at some of the most memorable and exciting matches in the past of the Pokemon Championships series. My name is Jeremy Jallin, and today I'll be talking about the 2017 Memphis Regional Championship Finals, where we had a clash of 2 of the best players that the TCG has to offer, Azul Garcia-Griego and Michael Pramawat.
Hello, I am Michael Pramawat. My name is Azul Garcia-Griego.
Even back in 2017, both of these players were no stranger to the finals table, with Azul having 4 regional wins to Michael's 6, the most at the time.
Who's your biggest rival? Biggest rival? Yeah. That's a tough one. Probably Michael Pramawat.
All right, yeah. My biggest rival would be Azul Garcia-Griego.
We always have good games when we play.
We play each other a lot in local events, and then
in the top 8s, top 4s in major tournaments. Most recently, we met in the finals of Memphis Regionals.
But at the end of the day, we have 2 familiar faces, Michael Pramawat and Azul Garcia-Griego. Hey, these 2 players actually faced off in the top 4 at that San Jose Regional Championship not that long ago. And you know, Azul got the best of Pram in San Jose, so this is perhaps a bit of a grudge match.
Azul was using a deck based around the powerful attacks of Glycepod GX paired with the obnoxious Garbodor with its Garbotoxin ability to disrupt the ability-ridden field of the tournament. Premwat, meanwhile, was using a deck centered around 3 Pokemon GX and their powerful abilities: Zoroark GX with its Trade, Lycanroc GX with its Bloodthirsty Eyes, and Tapu Lele GX with its Wonder Tag. Both Azul and Premwat start with a Wonder Tag to search for a Bridget to get a bench set up. Azul is able to play down a Garbodor to start locking down abilities, but Michael has a quick Field Blower to start applying pressure early. Rising 2 Glycepod GX means Azul was focused on protecting the one he had, and thanks to the card Acerola, he was doing just that.
Acerola picking up that Glycepod GX and all the damage with it.
Garbotoxin, in combination with N, forces the game to slow down, and Azul jumps ahead on prizes once more. Michael responds with a Puzzle of Time, a unique item card that allows you to recover any resources if you have 2 copies, to bring back Field Blower and enable his abilities yet again. N disrupts Azul's hand once more, Pram's last.
What Azul draws off of these 2 could determine the outcome of this game.
And out of 3 cards, Azul has set up for the winning attack on the next turn.
And the Float Stone.
Michael top decks the last Field Blower in his deck, which gives him access to trade once more. The first trade finds another 2 copies of Puzzle of Time. This enables Pram to get a KO on the heavily damaged Glycepod GX with Guzma, and with no cards in hand, it is looking like the scale has shifted in Michael's favor, as he has the strong energy needed for the last KO and takes game 1.
Everything went Michael's way after a few turns in the middle that kind of looked iffy, and he's 1 game up in the finals now.
Game 2 starts off much better for Azul, having Wonder Tag for Bridget and the Glycepod GX and Garbodor with Floatstone to go along with it on the following turn. Premwat finds himself with not much going on and struggles to get much of a bench going until a late Bridget finally gives Michael a full bench.
Typically you want that Bridget on the first turn of the game, not the third, but he'll take it either way.
Michael draws N to keep his hope of a comeback alive. A Field Blower allows Zoroark GX's trade to be used once again, but the draws don't find an energy for him to attack. Azul responds with another KO and sees himself 1 prize card away from tying it up. Premwat is forced to pass the turn to an empty-handed Azul, who top decks a Guzma to clean up game 2, and they are off to their final game of the set.
Your boy comes in the clutch and cleans up game number 2.
In game 3, we see Premwat to be the one starting off strong with a Bridget, as Azul just passes with a couple of Wimpod in play. Azul finally draws a Guzma and takes a KO with Glycepod GX, but he struggles to do much else. After managing a 1-hit KO with Dangerous Rogue GX, Michael is able to set up a 2-hit KO with Field Blower, and is now in the lead 2 to 5 prizes. Azul finally plays the end that he has been holding on to and finds a tool for the Garbotoxin once more. Michael attacks back, forcing Azul to get the Glycepod GX out of the active spot with Crossing Cut GX. Crucially, Azul's last Guzma is in the prizes. Premwat misses Guzma while Azul picks up the heavily damaged Glycepod GX and continues the pressure with First Impression. The last 2 Puzzle of Time allow Premwat to switch up gears and go for 2 Guzma with the hopes of trapping the Garbodor in the active spot and deck Azul out. Azul looks at his hand and concedes, knowing the last card in his deck is of no help. Michael Premwat nabs his 7th regional championship win and cements himself as one of the best to ever do it. 6 years later, both of these players found themselves placing 3rd and 4th at the Yokohama World Championships, with plenty of energy left in the tank for that inevitable finals rematch. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Things are getting spicy, it's getting starstruck, and we are getting into our top 4, where just 4 competitors remain after over 2,000 started our weekend out in Los Angeles, California. Welcome back into the stream. Ethan Heggie, Pablo Mesa, what more can we hype this up? What more can we say? This is going to be an exciting top 4 to showcase.
I can't believe we are 2 matches away from the last regional of the season in North America finishing. Who's gonna take up that last spot in the graphic? We are so close to finding out, and we've seen some incredible games. I've generally enjoyed watching these control decks so much. But first, we need to take a look at who won this community vote bracket.
Let's go ahead and reveal it. Which card won? Ooh.
Oh my gosh. 0 for 3 for me. Wow.
Unlucky, unlucky.
That's
what
why
can
I don't
say?
make the debate team in high school. Yeah, it's just...
We're going to make it personal now? Okay, now I feel bad about this now.
Don't worry,
okay,
don't
okay.
worry. That was a long time ago, Ethan. A very long time ago.
What year are we talking, Pablo? Don't scare
High
me.
school for me? You want to know? You might not have even been born.
That's what's scaring me right now. So maybe I don't want to know. But what I do want to know, though, is how our bracket is shaped out here for our top 4 between our competitors. Of course, we started out with 8 players here, cut that down after a field of 200 to start off our second day of competition. And we have 2 incredible semifinal matches, a guaranteed Lugia between Brandon Bond and Zane Graham, up against the winner of Reagan Retzloff playing that Chien Pao deck, and Lucas Singh, who, as you just saw, advanced to top 4, playing Control. This is an excellent semifinals to showcase.
Yeah, Brandon Bond having that stellar finish, his only loss being the one time he scooped on purpose to the Control deck. Multiple day 2 finishes, one of them a top 128 with Lugia already in this post-rotation format, and might be Lugia's best advocate here. However, Zane also has something to say for himself. He has been undefeated with Lugia as well throughout this tournament, so clash of the Lugia Titans right here.
Our semifinal match will be a Lugia mirror match. Of course, Brandon and Zane looking to become the Lugia representative, guaranteed to advance into the finals. I'm excited to see how this plays out, Pablo. Our players are getting ready at the table, getting set up, so hopefully we'll have that match soon to showcase. Who's going to win, Pablo? Lugia or Lugia? What do you think?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Lugia is going to win. I mean, the Lugia CEO spot is up for grabs in this match.
That's
right?
true.
So a lot at stake. Not only the regional championship, but also the Lugia CEO name.
What does that say about Reagan then? He was the Lugia CEO and then what, abandoned his company to go to the Chien-Pao Corporation?
He retired, set up a new LLC, and now he's on the Chien-Pao train.
The Battle of the Birds, that's this semifinals match, and we're ready to get into it. Let's throw it down to the stage, meet our competitors, and get this action kicked off at the last regional championship of the year. Brandon Bond up against Zane Graham. These players have been practicing, preparing, and are ready for this moment. This is their biggest moment so far in their Pokemon career, really looking to make a name for themselves. And there is no better way to do that than to become a regional champion. Now, of course, we saw Brandon on stream earlier, has a lot of great placements within the last 3 years. Since Pokemon Return, has been very active. Of course, we noted, been playing that Roaring Moon deck a lot, but now has shifted over after this top 16 finish, after the rotation, to playing Lugia V-Star, paired with everyone's favorite bird, Arceus.
Yeah, the perfect pair, if you will. Both of those cards from Silver Tempest have been taking names since they got released. But of course, we have to take a look at his opponent, Zane Graham. Let's see what achievements he does have so far. A top 8 at the Los Angeles Regional Championships. A fantastic achievement so far. And it seems like a crowd favorite once again.
Yeah, you can't leave that empty. You've got to add potentially even more. Let's not forget that top 8 is at minimum going to be a top 4
it's
walking
already
away
at
for
top
this.
4, right?
Who knows? That would be a statement piece. Doing it with Lugia V-Star, your only major accomplishment being with first place finish at a regional championships. We saw Alexander Flatos do that earlier on in the year.
With Lugia too.
Exactly. So is that the statement for this year here, Pablo? Do it in style. Do it with Lugia. Let's look at these prize cards, see if there's anything super relevant. There is an Arceus in the prizes. That's of course why you play the maximum 4 copies. 1 piece for each of these players of that Chinchino line, but nothing looks too powerful. Nothing looks too important. I think we're going to have a good set here, Pablo.
Yeah, the boss's orders are also inaccessible places as well. Perhaps if we go into a single prize trade-off, that third Cinchino being priced for Zane could come into play. But other than that, as you mentioned, nothing super relevant. Maybe the Arceus could make it a little bit different, but I think we're getting this started. Let's see who is going to be the Lugia winner as Zane starts us off here.
Let's get action kicked off. Zane going first in the Lugia Mirror, a big advantage. It's of course going to come down to, can he get that turn 2 Summoning Star? There is going to be that V-Guard attachment. Now that can protect against some math For example, if your Lugia V does not evolve, it will protect it from an opposing Tempest Dive. We're going to start flipping. Expect to see a lot of coin flips through this series. And it does flip a Tails. You always really want to see those heads early on in the game because, of course, the name of the game, get those Archeops, put them in the discard pile, put them into play with that Summoning Star V-Star power.
Unless you go grab Luminion, get that Jack supporter, and combine that with an Ultra Ball, and all of a sudden, you're fully set up. We lost Professor Burnett to their rotation, but Jack is here to replace her. So it'll be interesting to see what Zane chooses. I couldn't take a look at what else he has in his hand. He has that pretty concealed from my view. But yeah, as you mentioned, as a Lugia player, you have one goal on turn one. Get a Lugia down and get as many Arceus in the discard as possible. That's sometimes very tough to do on turn one, but turn two, it's fair game.
The coveted Ultra Ball double Archeops. Definitely a lot harder to do now than when Lugia first came out, but it is still possible. I'm sure these players would be loving to see that now of all times here in the top 4 of the regional championships, the last one of the year. Who will be our regional champion? And now the question, do you ever put this other Lugia down? I'm not sure I love putting Lugia down in this spot. There's really no reason to, especially if you don't know what your opponent's got cooking, but it is going to be benched. What do you feel about that here, Pablo?
Yeah, as you mentioned, I'm not a big fan. There's nothing that really threatens you. I mean, if you have 2 Lugia V-Stars in your hand, then maybe there's justification, right? If Zane has identified that he prized Ace in Chino and is possibly trying to eye up Lugia V-Star as an attacker. Maybe his hand is so bad that he knows he's already going to go read the win next turn. But then if you get Iono'd, right, yes, you lose the Lugia, but then you get a fresh new hand, which possibly leads to the Arceus being able to be discarded.
So Brandon playing his own Capturing Aroma. It will flip heads, so can search out for any evolution Pokemon he so chooses to. Immediately, Archeops, a prime selection for this first turn. Just checking to make sure there are multiple Archeops in the hand, multiple Archeops that can be put there via the searching cards that Brandon does play. It's all going to be about setup. It's all going to be about getting these Archeops discarded on these early turns.
Now, let's talk about the differences between these two lists, because on paper they look very similar, but there are a few subtle differences that could give the edge to one player or the other. Zane not choosing to play the Snorlax in his deck list, which is a pretty good, decent one prize attacker, and now the A-Spec. Zane is playing that Consistency Master Ball A-Spec, whereas Brandon is playing that Prime Catcher that we saw come in so clutch in his previously streamed game.
Consistency versus aggression. It's going to be a theme to really watch throughout this set. As Brandon is just finishing up his deck search, making sure he understands what cards are available. It's actually going to be the Lugia V-Star taken off of this Capturing Aroma. Is there a Jock in hand? There is a Jock. Does not even need to use Luminion, just opening that one copy in the hand. And okay, Pablo, with these 2 Arceus being grabbed, there is an Ultra Ball. The fabled turn 1 Ultra Ball away, double Archeops. If you're Zane here, you've got to be maybe wincing a little bit, looking back, saying, yeah, this is really not what I want to see. Even though my opponent's going second, my start really matches in no way in comparison to what Brandon has been able to do on this first turn. There's no Luminion in play even to do this. Has the Minchino in the active spot, even has the Lugia. We could be seeing a whole bunch of options at this point. And even Brandon not immediately grabbing Lugia V means that he can actually just grab any other Pokemon he wants or use that Call for Family attack. So that shows that Brandon has options to work with the following turn.
Yeah, I think that Cinchino pretty much signifies that Brandon might already have the Lugia V-Star in his hand, and he'll be able to Call for Family for the Lugia V. I can't quite take a look. Both players concealing their cards. But yeah, off to the races for Brandon. Picture perfect start that we've talked about. But can Zane keep up? Because currently there are 0 Arceus in his discard pile.
And it is slightly risky to only get one Lugia V here because there is a world where you could get knocked out this turn. If your opponent's holding on to a few Archeops in hand and then has like Ultra Ball plus either Luminion or Boss or Lugia V-Star, then that would be able to knock out your solo Lugia. It's a risk I feel like is worth taking, especially when your opponent hasn't showed much, but it is something that you've got to maybe sort of hiding a little bit, saying, all right, please don't have the absolute crazy combination here. Please just don't do anything with this deck. Maybe read the win, take some time for yourself. I'll come in, I'll clean up your Lugia for you. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, and the game of Pokemon is all about those calculated risks, right? You have to determine whether it's viable, whether it's not viable. We do see the Luminion hit the field. Now probably going to find, ideally would love to do the same thing. Jack into Ultra Ball, into establish your Lugia V-Star. You don't get to boss the Lugia V, but you get fully set up. However, seemed like Zane was eyeing up the Iono, so it might just be the starting hand for both players that really determines who gets an advantage this time around.
That is not what you want to see, and definitely a sigh of relief for Brandon. You get your hand refreshed, you know that there's a very low percentage that Zane will be the one to take the first prize card in this matchup. Doesn't have any Archeops in the discard pile so far. We'll just be seeing 6 cards. All of those cards in Zane's hand will go to the bottom of the deck. Zane is going to have to find a very solid 6 cards here. At minimum, at least 1 Archeops to read the wind away this turn. Otherwise, even as it stands right now, with just 1 Minccino in play, if there's the potential for Brandon to just start chasing after Minccino throughout the game, this is really where it becomes interesting. Do you go after the prize cards, or do you go after the main attacker? It's really going to come down to what Brandon has in hand and what he feels like is a better chance for winning this first game.
Yeah, but Brandon only needing 1 Lugia V-Star, right, which he has 3 copies of, or the Ultra Balls, or even the Capturing Aromas potentially, whereas Zane needs so much more. We're going to see this Great Ball, see if that can even find an Archeops, what else is in the hand. But, I mean, now, of course, this extra Lugia V getting benched is pretty good for Zane. He definitely had the foresight to do that in the previous turn. Let's see what the Great Ball finds here, Ethan.
And he's really thinking about it here. I'm not sure there's a great target to take. It looks like considering maybe a Lugia V-Star to go to the hand to allow yourself to use that Summoning Star on the following turn.
All right, seems like the Pokemon has been chosen. It is that Lugia V-Star, I believe. Yep, it seems to be the Lugia V-Star. But is there no Archeops for you to use Read the Wind here? That's so rough.
Oh, there's an Ultra Ball in the hand. Would have loved to find Archeops to discard. And it looks like there is none. That's definitely the first card you just slam down. I mean, Technical Machine Devolution, another card you definitely slam down in this matchup. It's not going to have any use.
Yeah, that Gift Energy being gone is also a pretty important resource, right, for those late-game Iono protections. Technical Machine Devolution, not a card that's going to be relevant at all, probably, in this matchup. There is a universe where you hit your opponent's Lugia for 220 damage, hit the other one, and then TMD one, you get 4 prizes over the course of 3 turns. But realistically, it's not going to happen too often. TM Devo, more of a tech card against Charizard and against other decks for sure. I'm sure Zane has found a lot of use throughout the tournament for it, but so far we're just going to see a Read the Wind, and you're barely keeping up with your opponent at this point, who is almost ready to go and is about to take their first 2 prizes if they can find Lugia V-Star and Minccino.
Or even a Boss's Orders here to just have that as an access. Can take out the Lugia, and since you have double Minccino on board, you're more than okay to start the 2 prize trade, even if your opponent can respond back. It just comes down to how many gusting cards you can play. That V-Guard coming in a little bit clutch here, as we'll see Read the Wind, discard the Archeops, draw 3 cards, and immediately has the Lugia V-Star in the hand. Doesn't even need to search for it, and it will now come down to what other cards Brandon has in hand. Could even just evolve this Minccino into Cinccino, and then from there, the V-Guard energy is ignored, and you can take this first knockout and do it with a 1 prize Pokemon.
Setting up those Archeops, not having played a supporter yet. I mean, taking down the Minccino would be pretty good. I think taking the first 2 prizes is just the way to go here for Brandon. Whenever you trade a single prize Pokemon such as Minccino into a 2 prize Pokemon, you know you're coming out ahead. So really off the races here for Brandon. We're going to see an Ultra Ball getting rid of the Iono. So we could see the Minccino getting set up and a Boss's Orders play, perhaps?
Well, then begs the question here, Pablo. Do you just go after the Minccino and make sure that you're not being threatened? Maybe this makes sense if you can re-pivot into that Lugia V-Star. That way you can just protect your Cinccino for when later on another 2 prize Pokemon comes up that you want to knock out.
Yeah. No. All right, seems like we're just going to go on the aggressive for Brandon. Take these first 2 prize cards. Not going to use Iono to disrupt your opponent unless he already has another Iono, but as mentioned, both players keeping their hands very well concealed from each other and also from us, the casters.
They love making our job hard, Pablo. I know they're thinking, wow, wouldn't it be funny if the casters had a harder job
Had no
guessing
idea
the
what I'm
games?
trying to do.
They're going to love this one. So we'll see the Primal Turbo number 2 be used. thinking about what special energies are worth putting down. And I like this play. You know that Minccino is going to be your main Pokemon you want to get powered up. Eventually evolve that into Cinccino. And we're going to be seeing a turn 1 knockout. This does signal there's probably an energy card in the hand. Special roll on turn 2. 280 damage. This is what you dream of, especially in a high-stakes situation like top 4.
Yep, the only card that would make this setup better would just be another Cinccino right here. But perfect start for Brandon. Fully max rarity as well, it seems. So can't ask for much more.
Yeah, and just not playing a supporter card that turn. Just discarding the Iono, maybe just has other supporters like Boss to hold on to for the following turn and knows that Zane is pretty pipelined into either playing something like you mentioned, the Jock to find those Archeops, or something like Professor's Research to discard that. So I actually kind of like this play here for Brandon. You're never forced to play supporter cards, so just play a little bit conservatively. And the clock is ticking now here for Zane. Zane needs to find a response knockout this turn. Otherwise, Cinccino is just going to roll out of control and use that special roll to just knock out every Pokemon Zane has in play, and the prize lead is going to become unsurmountable.
Now, Zane doesn't even have access to something like Snorlax to potentially return KO this Cinccino and not give up another 2 prizes. So does Zane give up on his one option for Cinccino as it currently stands, or does he use Lugia to take down the Cinccino, but then open himself up for a retaliation KO with the next Cinccino and allow Brandon to be up 4 prizes to 1? Neither scenario seems good for Zane, and that going first advantage seems to have completely gone away from Zane at this point.
Does finally flip heads on capturing Aroma, so that can find either the Lugia V-Star or another Archeops to get that second Archeops in the discard pile. But you've got to wonder, it feels like with this board, Brandon is the one who went first in this spot and has taken the first knockout, and that is really what this matchup comes down to. It's really just asking yourself, if you're Zane, sure, I could find everything I want this turn. I could find Lugia V-Star, double Archeops, another Minccino to put into play, but how do I ever win the prize trade back from this point if my opponent can just continue to streamline Mincinos, Cinccinos, and then attack with Lugia V-Star where it seems fit?
And Cinccino is really what gave Lugia V-Star new life, right?
Yeah.
Lugia V-Star had been pretty relegated to being a meh deck. It didn't really have the attacks. It had to resort to playing Earthen Vessel and Basic Energy, which go against the Arceus philosophy, if you will. But Cinccino came back, or came into the fray, allowed Lugia to come back. It might even get stronger with the new set, but we are seeing it be strong as a very good meta call this tournament. And I think Brandon is showing us why. Zane's struggling a little bit to get the full setup, the full value of that Summoning Star. We might even see a single Arceus hit the board here.
That just feels so devastating if you have to go for it, but you've got to figure out the best way to keep yourself in this game. There's not even something like another Cinccino to bring back, and it's just going to be the single Archeops. But even if you take a knockout onto this Lugia, a Lugia V-Star of Brandon's own to just boss his orders and target up that Archeops means that there is going to be little to no response to Zane in terms of getting attacker streamline for the rest of the game. So here we go, single Archeops, but with how things stand right now, the only way Zane can attack is if he doesn't have an energy card in his hand, is to put 2 double turbo energy onto this Lugia V-Star, which yes, it will be enough to knock out Cinccino, but down the line, it's just not going to be a great option. In terms of making sure you have things like Gift Energy on there, things like V-Guard Energy. This is going to be a very, very tough situation.
Very, very rough indeed. I do think I see 1 energy in hand. There is also a Boss's Orders to maybe match the fact that you have 1 Arceus and try to take down your opponent's Arceus, but Brandon already has a huge energy advantage. 4 energy here, 2 energy here, versus your measly 3 energy and 1 energy. So you really will never be able to keep up at that point.
Yeah, you would not only be losing the prize trade, but you would be losing the Archeops trade with just having 1 in play. And from there, Lugia V-Star, or rather Cinccino, isn't as intimidating when every turn you can throw 4 energy cards onto it. So with this combination of factors, just everything seeming to be going wrong here for Zane. There's the attachment for turn. We will see Cinccino go down, and Brandon will also get to draw a few cards here if his hand is not filled up already because of that gift energy attached to it.
I think your best hope here is for Brandon to whiff the Cinccino at this point in time to get the return KO on this Lugia. I really don't see any other line, but Brandon's going to get 3 extra cards from the gift energy activation before he even needs to consider who he brings up. And the Iono discard last turn probably indicates that Brandon's hand is actually quite good.
Yeah, I think I would honestly just be okay targeting solo Archeops here. I feel like that's probably just even a better play than knocking this out, because there's a world where just having one Archeops, you eventually do not have a Cinccino response, right? A Lugia V-Star comes up again, it knocks this out, and then you get into a weird trading game. I think this is just... I think it's, honestly, Pablo, it's a win-win. You're in a win-win situation. You knock this out, you go down to 2 prize cards, and then from there, Luminion on the board is an easy prime target for those final 2 prizes.
Yeah, with 3 Boss's Orders, a copy of Serena, and the Prime Catcher, even if you get Iodo to 2, you're probably bound to find 1 copy. Does have that Cinccino backup, so I think just going 2/2 straightforward, no need to be fancy, take down the Archeops, leave energy on the board, then the Cinccino possibly goes down, and it could get a little awkward. You extend the time it takes for you to win. I like just going 2/2. You have to gift energies to protect from Iono. You know there's not going to be any sort of Temple of Sinnoh. Enhanced Hammer isn't even legal yet, so nothing stopping you from drawing extra cards. And you're also thinning the deck by 4 cards right here, possibly even more. So finding one of your 5 ghosting effects feels really reliable off of 7 from the gift plus your top deck. And you have Luminion as well.
Yep, you still got the fish, you still got Luminion.
Ultra Wolf.
So many
everything.
options. Yeah, if this was not 75 minutes, I think Zane is maybe considering probably picking things up at this point, but you got to play out the opportunities. That's what the extra 25 minutes in this top cut grants these players. So we'll see Cinccino fully powered up, and from here, it's going to get very tough. Brandon's going to take a huge prize lead, especially if this Cinccino is the next Pokemon to get dealt with. And yes, Collapse Stadium is still a card you've got to think about. There are ways for this, or a way for Luminion to be removed from the board. Of course, allowing both players, or forcing them rather, to discard until they have 4 bench Pokemon left, if they do not already have 4 bench Pokemon, or are filled up at 5. So we'll see exactly what happens here. Cinccino, prime and take this knockout, and we're going to see the attachment for turn onto the Lugia V-Star as well, meaning no matter what happens, next turn, a single Primal Turbo will power this Lugia V-Star up. Brandon not playing any supporter cards, not playing anything else out, is content with what is in the hand at the moment, and can use Special Roll to take another 2 prize turn.
Special Roll taking 2 prizes. Gonna draw 4 cards from the gift energy, potentially finding that Collapse Stadium, right? Zane would love to bench another Pokemon, Collapse Stadium this away, evolve the Lugia, and then maybe he stops Brandon from winning next turn, but he's still gonna be a little far behind, and with only 1 Archeops, it's really hard to keep up with the attach, with the energy in play to be able to even knock out the Lugia. Could be a little troublesome.
Zane's got his back against the wall. He knows what he has to do to pull this out. That's the start. Deal with this Cinccino. You're going to need manual attachment, but even then, you need another. But the problem also is you need a 2-prize Pokemon, or a Pokemon that's not a 2-prize Pokemon to fill this last bench slot, because sure, you can put another Pokemon down and remove Luminion, but having Lugia V is essentially just the same thing at this point. And that's not what you want to see off this. You have all the evolutions you want. Still, Pablo, I'm not sure an extra basic here really makes a huge difference unless you have that Collapse Stadium.
Yeah, there's exactly 1 Pokemon that can fill up that bench spot. It's Cinccino, because there is another copy or another basic Pokemon in Luminion or the Mew EX, but that's it, right? So even if you have the Collapse Stadium, it's not easy to play. It was a head flip for the Archeops. I don't even know if it's in the hand, but it's not looking good for Zane in this game 1 of the top 4 match.
Got to play to your outs. You got to play what you've got. There's already 8 cards in hand for Brandon, so there's really no point to play Iono. It's just going to cycle those cards to the bottom unless you have information that Brandon's holding on to anything, but he hasn't given any information at this point. So we'll see the double turbo, the choice of the first energy, and then any other energy that provides colorless. The gift energy really doesn't matter in this spot. If the Lugia is knocked out, refilling your hand doesn't matter. The game will be over.
Now, there's no way for Brandon to take down the Lugia in this upcoming turn. There wasn't another Cinccino benched, or Minccino bench rather, but Brandon hasn't played a supporter for 2 turns, did get to replenish the hand, does have so many ghosting options. I would put money on the fact that there is a Boss's Orders or some ghosting effect awaiting in Brandon's hand to be able to take a knockout and close out the game. Well, there's a Master Ball that can get them in Cinccino, but the Collapse Stadium. Both players do play a copy of that, but finding your 1 copy is not exactly easy with no direct way to search for it.
Nope, not easy at all. You see Zane just debating, does the Mew EX do anything for me? Does it really make any changes? No, it doesn't. No, really, it's not going to be a huge game changer, it feels like, in this matchup. And maybe Zane just kind of accepting that the odds of finding this Collapse Stadium are so low, but will still give himself a chance, find this Minccino, put it down, and Zane's going to have to maybe play some sort of supporter card. Iono would not be terrible, of course. Brandon's still going to end the turn off with one less card than he has in hand now. It's pretty much the same thing. And does have the Collapse Stadium.
Already had it. Okay. So Zane making sure he's going to make it as difficult as possible for Brandon to win this match. Now, Brandon can try to two-hit KO this Lugia. I think like the conditions now change to the fact that it's going to take an extra turn for Brandon to win, right? Oh, we do see an Ares, so there were plenty of boss's orders in the hand. Not a single item card, however, so Ares, just take a look at your hand and that's it.
And this is where the issue comes in is, yes, there's no immediate way to win the game this turn, but I think this is the turn now where you just play a boss's orders on the Archeops, knock it out, and then next turn there's no threat of a special roll. Or you target the one that has the gift energy, since an attachment plus Primal Turbo does not get you there. Especially since there's a risk that there's always a chance that Zane plays something like another Collapse Stadium in his deck and maybe does play Snorlax. There's a world where you can just have two of your turns essentially fully negated and Zane could come back into this game.
Yeah, you are completely right. So perhaps going after the bench, there is the Minccino seeing play. However, there's the Archeops coming into the active spot. There's not going to be any extra energies for Zane at this point in time. And without the Archeops backup, that special roll is not so special.
Not special at all. It's like a normal roll at this point.
It's normal roll, yeah, exactly.
Mediocre roll.
Mediocre roll.
Sufficient roll.
Not even sufficient, I don't think.
We're just dunking on Cinccino. What did Cinccino ever do to us, Pablo?
No, Cinccino is great when its body Archeops is also there, but at this point in time, I mean, Zane can potentially Iono. He sees that Brandon has the other boss already in his hand, so unless he can Iono, the game's essentially over. There's nothing that can one-KO this Lugia at this point in time. You can't even trap any of the bench Pokemon because there's just so many energies. This Lugia decks play 16 or 17 energy on average, as we see two of them get attached to the Minccino. So Brandon in full control, being now 2 turns away, including this one, to close out game 1.
Didn't think a Lugia mirror match could take this long necessarily for a first game. I thought it would just be boom, 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 knockout back and forth, but it can be very in-depth, especially when a player misses a step, like not getting out, the double Archeops in this case. A huge advantage, though, for Brandon in this game. Let's not get that wrong. He's going to commit this missed energy. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of doing that in this spot. You want to make sure you do have energy to pivot out of the active spot, but if there's still an energy left in the deck, then I think this is okay here for Brandon. But you've always got to look at your lose conditions, and one of those could be double boss's orders, keep this Lugia up in the active spot, and force you to find a way to pivot out eventually.
You are completely right. You not only have to factor how you win, but you also have to factor into your decision-making and resource management how your opponent could possibly win as well. Now, Zane, in a lose-lose situation, if he goes boss KO the Minccino to protect the Lugia, then he's going to be in trouble. If he goes for the Iono, then that Minccino can evolve and potentially just knock out the Lugia V-Star with one more energy available. And there's not going to be the activation of the gift energy. Brandon's going to be drawing only a single card, but Brandon is under no pressure. Zane's still at 4 prizes. It's not like the Lugia, if that goes down, Zane wins the game. Zane still needs to find 4 prizes, 2 on the Lugia, and then 2 more on the single prize Pokemon on the bench.
Zane's going to need a miracle to pull this one off. No Archeops in play. These are important, though. Slowly getting manual attachments onto the Cinccino means, hey, eventually you could just get a one-hit knockout on a Pokemon, especially if you need to pivot out of this Lugia V-Star on the following turn. So there is still some life here for Zane, but let's see what happens here. Brandon will draw his card for turn. Does he have a boss's orders? No, there's a capturing aroma, though, so if this flips tails, this could find Luminion, but no, it flips heads. And now the question is, do you even grab any Pokemon here off of this capturing aroma, especially if you're looking to get gift energy? But this is actually just going to be the game here because it was a win-win either way. You grab the Cinccino, and if there's enough special energies here, but I actually don't know if there's... Oh, there is one. Okay, never mind. 3 energies already on there. Brandon saying, look, if I flip heads, I win. If I flip tails, I win. Which one would you like to call? Doesn't matter. I'm winning game 1.
Yeah, at this point, it felt like Zane was trying to do everything in his power to slow down Brandon from winning, right? It just make it as difficult as possible for him to win, but in the end, he was too far behind, only a single Arceus, not enough powerful attackers, not enough energy in play, and now you have to wonder, Zane won the coin flip or potentially chose to go first, we'll find out, but do you choose to go first or second? Going first didn't really work out in this game one.
I feel like you've still got to just hope you high roll in this mirror match, because if you don't go first and you let Brandon go first and he does exactly what he did on turn 2 instead of turn 1, it's the same situation, except he is not only still having a super solid setup, but he's also putting on the first aggression, taking the first prize cards. Everything went right for Brandon this game. Everything went wrong for Zane this game. It is Lugia we're talking about, so the winds can change very quickly. We'll see how things play out.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Brandon only played 2 supporters that game. 1 Jack on turn 1 and 1 Boss's Hoarders to take down the Arceus eventually. He didn't play any research, he didn't play any Iono. I'm pretty sure he got Iono'd by Zane into the Lugia V-Star after the perfect start with the Jack in hand. And that was it. Yeah, he just found everything he needed off of capturing Roma, off of Ultra Balls. Who needs supporters, right? Just Jack. Just play for Jack in your Lugia.
That's why Lugia is so good. Its board just stabilizes itself.
Yeah.
You don't need to dig through your deck and find attachments for turn. You don't have to use anything else besides your Primal Turbo abilities. So as soon as you put in all the hard work early on, you can kind of sit back, relax a little bit, and just be okay to swing away with your powerful attackers.
Now, of course, you have that fragile setup with your Arceus, but if you have enough threats on the board, your opponent cannot keep up with that, then you're gonna run away with the game, and that's exactly what happened here for Brandon. Having 1 more Arceus is just too much of an advantage when you're playing the mirror match. So can Zane keep up in this game? Both players have basically the same deck. Zane's a little bit more teched out, does have an Arven in there, does have that Master Ball, does have that technical machine evolution, so a little bit of variation, but in the grand scheme of things, both decks are built the same and trying to accomplish the same.
3 energy cards for both players and that Prime Catcher Ace back in the prizes for Brandon. A few Ultra Ball there
Pretty
as
much
well
mirror,
for
yeah.
Zane. Yeah, I think there's a 2 card difference. If you count the boss and the Prime Catcher as
2 Jets,
both
2
Gusting
Gusting
cards.
1 Gusting Effect, 1 Ultra Ball, 1 Pokemon Search. Yeah, pretty much mirror prizes. Now, Brandon does start with the Snorlax in the active. Zane starting with the Lugia. Can this Great Ball find something good to go with his hand? Ideally an Arceus for an Ultra Ball. Maybe, all right, Minccino is a good call, right? Depending on what the rest of the hand looks like, that Minccino on turn 1 is pretty good. Does open up the possibility to have like the perfect setup. Boss KO your opponent's single Lugia, which Brandon did take that calculated risk last game.
Yeah, and on the other side here for Brandon, starting Snorlax, it's sort of a double-edged sword. It's a Pokemon that you would be okay if Zane took a turn 2 knockout onto it. It's not the most important Pokemon to have down in this matchup, but at the same time, you really want to either use it when it gets slammed down, and is even thinking about getting rid of Mew EX. It's a big liability, but Restart can bail you out of some pretty tight situations if you need it to.
Yeah, I'm guessing that hesitation was due to the fact that Brandon's hand might not be as good. Brandon does play 3 Professor's Research, does play 2 Iono, does play that Morty's Conviction, and that Serena. But after that harsh Research, there's 2 Research, the Serena, and the Morty's Conviction left in terms of draw supporters.
It's a big price to pay. So both players sort of off to shaky starts so far. Only having 1 Arceus in the discard. Only having 1 Arceus in the discard pile going second. And there's no Jet Energy, so no call for family action, no read the wind action. What do you have, Zane? What can you put together this turn? Are you able to do the Jock Ultra Ball combo? We know there's 2 Ultra Ball, though, in the prizes for Zane, so may have to really rely off of these supporter cards to discard Arceus from the hand, if he can even find these Arceus and put them into the hand in the first place.
No, I'm pretty sure Zane does have an Iono in his hand, because he just asked Brandon how many cards he had, but we're just going to see a read the wind for a single Arceus, not wanting to give any help to Brandon. Another slow start for Zane.
Does Brandon even have anything here in hand to work with? That's the question at this point. What do you even do? Your Snorlax is going to take at least 2 turns to power up if you want to commit energy cards to it. I mean, it could literally be a manual attachment war, but if you commit an energy to the Snorlax, it means a single attachment on this Lugia V next turn will knock it out. So things are getting very, very interesting. Thinking about putting this Lumineon into play. There is one Archeops in the discard pile, so this could grab a plethora of supporter cards. We could see that Morty's Conviction, but it's going to be the Jock. So, okay, if there is a Lugia V-Star and Archeops selected here and a way to discard this Archeops, that we could see Summoning Star fill the bench up, but your bench is just looking really awkward from here on out because you're going to be unable to chain Chinchinos from this point on.
Yeah, not being able to bench 2 Minchinos is a pretty big deal, so Lumineon is helpful, right? Jack is a good card, but does Brandon even have an Ultra Ball to discard the Arceus right now, or is he just going to have to wait another turn to play possibly Morty's Conviction or another Research? Or is he relying on the top deck as well to find either of those cards?
He may just not have a better supporter, but I feel like if you have no better supporter to play, you might as well just ditch the hand and draw some more cards. So this is really tough. You see him sort of smile, say, what can I even do here? Is there maybe a Jet Energy plus Read the Wind action going on this turn?
I feel like if there was, the time to do it was last turn. We're not going to see any sort of attachment. I really wonder what is in Brandon's hand at this point. But now it's insane. Yeah, he can get an advantage here. He has extra cards with the Read the Wind. He already has one Arceus. Can he piece the other combo or the pieces here?
If he had Boss's Orders and a Lugia V-Star, something like Ultra Ball plus Boss's Orders, and that last Archeops he needs. Hold on, there's a Master Ball in hand, so if Zane can knock out this lone Lugia, then he just can run away from this game if the pieces are there, but I'm not sure they are.
No, and unfortunately, because of the double turbo, that damage reduction, and Zane has already committed the attachment for turn on that miss, so he can't even retreat the double turbo, send the Lugia back, and then reattach a Jet Energy to send it back up. So he's going to be a little short, and based on the attachment, I don't think he has the Cinchino ready to go to knock out the Lugia, so might miss out on that despite going ahead in the prize cards no matter what.
And this is sort of an interesting spot to knock out this Snorlax because you then give not only an open bench space to Brandon, but you allow him to pivot into that Lugia to maybe Read the Wind things away. It kind of becomes a little bit of an interesting situation, but we're actually just going to see Professor's Research, and I have to believe that this card is the second Archeops there, especially if you're grabbing that Lugia V-Star.
It did. There's actually now 3 Arceus in the discard pile along with that Mew, a few energies, but now Zane in the driver's seat does have the 2 Minchinos to be able to chain them, will be able to start taking prizes, and hasn't seen much action from Brandon at all. No supporter played from hand. It was searched for by the Jack. No energy attached either. This will clear up the bench space for Brandon to potentially have 2 Minchinos down at once. So if Brandon responds with a Cinchino, knock out on the Lugia, and benches another Minchino, then he could be in a decent spot.
A little bit of small sequencing things there. Would have liked to see the Primal Turbo get used before this Great Ball. Take those energy cards out and give yourself a little bit of a bigger chance here to draw into that Cinchino. So we'll see what this Great Ball grabs. Sometimes, you know, the phrase never punished, always a great phrase. Sometimes you just like Cinchino too much and it just comes to you every time off this Ultra or off these Great Balls. Will still be Lugia V-Star. That's still a good card to have.
Yeah.
Protects your Lugia V from getting knocked out by something like a Tempest Dive on the opposite side. And we'll now start to see these Primal Turbos. Pablo, how would you like to see these energies distributed?
I would love to see 2 energy on each Minchino in case there's a boss KO on either. If you commit all the energies to 1, then that makes it too big of a target. Does decide to attach 2 and 1, which is a very interesting decision. Now Brandon could potentially take down one of the Arceus, and yes, he will have to deal with one fully powered up Cinchino, but then not too many to follow that up. So interesting spot. However, he does know Brandon hasn't done much, if at all, at this point in time.
I believe there's just 1 energy on that Minchino because we did see the, what was that? The Mist Energy attached for a turn.
Yeah.
So we'll make sure everything is up to date. So that Pokemon has 1 energy attached to it. We'll see the Lugia V-Star get evolved. It looks like Zane is content to just knock out this Snorlax with Tempest Dive, take the first prize card, and Brandon is going to look to take a 2 prize knockout in response, and I feel like he needs to do that to keep pace in this game.
Yep, has to have that positive 2-for-1 prize trade-off. Does have the Lugia V-Star in hand already. There is only one Arceus in the discard so far. We know there's another one in the hand. Can that get discarded? Yes, it can. Mori's Conviction coming into play. Gonna draw Brandon 5 cards, I believe. Right, 1 for each bench Pokemon, and gonna get the Arceus into the discard pile. Now, can Brandon bench another Minccino to have the ideal response?
This would be exactly what he needs. Sometimes it's not just about taking the first prize cards, but it's about taking the first 2 prize cards and really threatening a lot of pressure on your opponent's 2 prize Pokemon, forcing them to make some tough decisions. And this is exactly what Brandon needed. Yes, he falls behind in the prize trade, but it is for a good cause. Now Primal Turbo can accelerate 4 energy onto this Cinccino, and then especially if there's an attachment for turn, that means the Minccino on the bench can start to apply some serious pressure, knock out this Lugia V-Star, and put Brandon into the prize lead for this matchup.
Brandon's patience definitely paying off. He might have even like faked out that he had not as strong of a hand, had to go for the jack, right? Slowly piece out the Arceus into a discard pile. Very patient. Let Zane take that first prize card, and now he's gonna take the lead.
That's exactly what you want. Now, of course, you do have to get through the onslaught of 1 prize Pokemon, Minccino on the bench for Zane. So it's going to come down to now Zane can knock this out, go to 4 prize cards left, and there are 4 prizes sitting on the bench here for Brandon. So it is still anybody's game at this point.
Certainly anybody's game. And that early research by Brandon did lose that collapsed stadium, right? So this Lumineon is going nowhere. And now it's on Zane. If he can piece out the knockout on the Cinccino and then boss KO, he's gonna have the lead right here, especially if he can do it with a single prize Pokemon, because Zane only has 1 Lugia V-Star, right? But Brandon can go 2-2, 1-1 in the prizes, and Zane can go 1-1, 2-2, and Zane got that first KO.
So we'll see what Pokemon Zane decides to promote this turn. Is there ever a situation where you don't promote the Minccino? I feel like, of course, you want special roll for later on, but with how the board is looking, you only need to use 1 big special roll attack to knock out that Lugia V-Star. You can kind of afford to just do 2 energy here, Primal Turbo someone to the bench. Don't overcommit, of course, since you want those resources, and then save that Lugia V-Star as a way to knock out that Lumineon to close the game out. Got to keep your eye on those resources you're down. And that was a big research for Brandon, and you can see he understands that was a great response to what Zane was able to do on that turn, but he is nowhere in a necessarily good spot because of the resources that hit the discard pile on turn 1.
Now, I know we have 75 minutes in Top Card, and that's more time, but these games are taking a while, right? And Zane does have that advantage at this point in time, but it's going to be at least 3 more turns for each player to be able to close out this game. And with 35 minutes on the clock, we might not have enough time left to see a Game 3 if Zane ends up winning this one, which he currently has all the advantage towards. Now, Zane did choose to bench a Lumineon, opening up the possibility for Brandon to go 2-2-2 on the prize trade. So I wonder if Zane has the collapsed stadium to go along with this and just get rid of that Lumineon immediately.
You got to imagine, right? It would just give your opponent such a more reasonable out. Win the game in 1 less turn, and since the Lumineon's already down, sure, you may not have as consistent access to getting rid of the Lumineon, but I mean, it still just feels like you are okay going to 4 prize cards if it means you have your 2-turn route versus Brandon's 3-turn route to win this game. And it always is a question, though, since Brandon is at 3 prize cards, or rather at 4 prize cards, that there could be a world where in order for Zane to keep up the 2-2 aggression, that he's going to have to use Lumineon to find boss, and that could disrupt the way that Brandon plays the game out if he can target Lugia V-Star down next turn.
Now we are also seeing a lot of shuffling and then going back into the deck, which is eating a lot of the time here. And that's a proper procedure, of course, but both players need to be very aware that they don't have infinite time, and especially Zane, if he wants to close out this game and have enough time to finish the next one, time is of the essence. Now, another reason why I don't like benching this Lumineon is not only is it a liability now, but that's 1 less way you can find the Ghost to take down the Lugia and take down the Lumineon, which Zane does need to pull off.
I didn't quite see it. Did you see what supporter card Zane grabbed with that Lumineon?
This Iono that he just played, which with the gift energy on the active, it's not going to be very impactful at all.
Yeah, maybe there's some energy cards that Zane's hand is filled with he needs to put to the bottom of the deck, but besides that, there really isn't a reason to disrupt the hand if you're gonna just be refilling it back up here for Brandon. So hold on here. Zane would really like to find that collapse stadium. Is it worth it? Was this trade-off worth it? It's something you've got to be thinking about right now. Zane can go down to 4 prize cards, but now all of a sudden, Brandon is in the lead in terms of what he can do. Sure, there's more Chinchino on board here for Zane at this point, but it's pretty much almost even, especially if Brandon can continue to just bench Minchino every single turn.
Yeah, if Zane had not benched that Luminion, Brandon would win at best in 3 turns, just like Zane. But at this point in time, now Brandon can win in 2 turns, knocking out the Luminion, knocking out the Lugia, and we do know that Brandon plays 5 ghosting effects. There was 1 Boss's Orders discarded in that first Professor's Research in the beginning of the game, but there's still plenty available. However, the Prime Catcher is still priced, I believe.
So we'll see if we see the second Primal Turbo be used. I would like to see it at least put an energy onto this Chinchino, but it's not going to happen at all. We're going to see Special Roll, take the knockout. Brandon will fill the hand up to 7 cards, and now comes the big question. Can Brandon find a Boss's Orders and a Chinchino this turn to target down that Lugia V-Star, or even just target down... Well, that's the question here, Pablo, is depending on obviously what Pokemon you have, let's say you have access to all the resources you want here, which is the better Pokemon to go after this turn?
It's gotta be the Lugia V-Star, right? Because if you use your Lugia V-Star to go after the Luminion and you only have 1 Minchino on the bench, which now there's 2, but if you only had 1, then your opponent could take down that Chinchino and you have no way to take down the Lugia V-Star. But if you have the opportunity, it's gotta be Lugia V-Star first into the Luminion. Now, did Brandon find the ghosting effect because the Chinchino's in the active? I do believe he did.
Yeah, and let's not forget, if Brandon takes his prize cards like he has been, he's going to draw into Prime Catcher this turn, which is always a card, even if it gets shuffled back into the deck, you can play Research and give yourself a chance to just draw into another gusting effect. Luminion already being down, definitely a little bit of a hit, since you're going to have a lot harder of a time finding that card later on. See the first Primal Turbo. It will put 2 energy onto this active Chinchino, and then we'll see if we see either the Lugia V-Star or the benched Minchino get powered up. Either or feels like it's probably solid at this point.
With him eyeing up 2 energies, I feel like those are going to go into the Minchino or the Lugia V-Star. I would really prefer the Lugia V-Star just because you don't need too much else. Okay, seems like there wasn't any energy from hand, so has to commit the energies here. But as we see 4, I'm pretty sure this is a Lugia V-Star gone this turn.
And very interesting to not put a Jet Energy, instead wants to use another Gift Energy from this point on. I feel like having that resource could give you a little bit more flexibility around a card like Iono. Now you're stuck with just a single Gift Energy for the rest of this game since you've committed 2 to this active Chinchino. And that is the big question. Do we see Boss's Orders, or will it just be a knockout? We'll see the attachment for turn onto the Minchino. Come on, Brandon, show us. Do you got the boss? Do you have the gusting card? He does have the boss, and that will bring up the Lugia V-Star to the active. Special Roll now will put Brandon just 2 prize cards away from advancing into the finals here in Los Angeles.
He's also about to grab the Prime Catcher from the prizes if he takes them in order. So this Luminion could end up being very costly for Zane. There's the Prime Catcher grab from the prize cards, 2 energy in the prize cards, but there should still be enough for Brandon to close out the game with Lugia. So can Zane disrupt Brandon's hand? And is it even worth it, because there's a gift energy on the active and a gift energy on the Minchino? So what can you really do at this point? You can't Ghost and Iono in the same turn.
Yeah, and Zane honestly wants to take a 2-prize knockout this turn, because if he just takes a 1-prize knockout, he goes down to 3 prizes, and Brandon may not even need boss on this next turn. He can be content with taking a 1-prize knockout and then boss up not just the Luminion, but any of these 1-prize Pokemon in play. So this is where things are going to get tough. I'm sure Zane asking himself, was it worth it to play the Iono? Was it worth it to put Luminion into play? This could potentially cost him going to a 3rd and final game.
Yeah, Iono. When your opponent has gift energy on the active, you bring them down to 4 cards, and then they get an extra 4, right? 3 from the gift, 1 from their top deck. You need to go boss, so you needed the Luminion potentially to find one of those Boss's Orders to give yourself that advantage. Things just not looking great for Zane in this second game of top 4.
And only 1 double turbo energy down, so that means if there are multiple in the deck, we know Brandon is playing 3 copies. Even just 2 double turbo energy will be enough for this Lugia V-Star to knock out the Luminion. Do we see a stadium card? Is there the collapse stadium? Now the only disadvantage of that is you also discard your opponent's Luminion in play, so it sort of acts as a neutral play.
There's
but that's
a knockout.
We're just going to see the knockout onto Cinccino. Brandon's going to play through everything, play the gift energy, and I think Brandon has all the cards he needs to punch his ticket into the finals. He's going to look through the deck, use this Primal Turbo to power up Archeops, just need to make sure there's enough energy cards in the deck. Let's take a look through. There's 2 Jet Energy and
There's
a
the
double
double turbo.
Brandon's got all the pieces. He'll power up this Lugia V-Star, play that Prime Catcher Ace-Spec, and punch his ticket into the final match with a powered-up Lugia V-Star. Brandon Bond going the distance, and he will go into our final match.
The advantage that Zane was able to have by being the aggressor was nullified by that Luminion on the bench, allowed Zane to go 2-2 on the prize card, his patience paying off and allowing him to move on to the final match.
That was a masterclass in the Lugia mirror. You know, I learned something today here, Pablo. That's how things go sometimes. You got to still give it up for Zane. Showed up, put on an excellent performance. Top 4 at a 2,000-player regional event. Not a lot of people can say they've done that in the Pokemon TCG.
Yep, not bad to have your first big accomplishment be a top 4. I gotta wonder, is it his first day too as well, even potentially? So yeah, mad props to Zane as well for making it this far. Couldn't match his opponent's Lugia setup, and then that Luminion. Yeah, that Luminion ended up being very costly.
Costly indeed. That was the Lugia mirror match for you, ladies and gentlemen. You know now how this matchup plays out. It's all about those little Cinccinos and the 2 prize Pokemon that play around through the matchup. It was pretty back and forth, though. This first game, not so much. We saw Zane just get off to a super slow start, and it was textbook here for Brandon. Perfect board, double Archeops, Lugia V-Star, double Cinccino at almost every single opportune moment. This moment here, there was an opportunity for the Collapse Stadium to have a big effect, and it did come down, but it ultimately didn't matter. There was just too much of a prize lead for Brandon in this first game.
Yeah, 2 Arceus versus 1 Arceus. It's just really hard to overcome the prize advantage that Brandon had at that point, and the energy advantage, and the Arceus advantage. It all culminated into Brandon running away with that first game after Zane was left with a 0 Arceus field.
And of course, that Capture Aroma, it was a win either way. Definitely got a little bit lucky to draw into that off of the 1 card, but closed the game out. And then in game number 2, Zane got up to a lot better of a start, took that first prize, but by taking that prize card, it ultimately meant that Snorlax pretty much, for the cost of a prize card, got to move out of the active spot. Cinccino could come into the active, and it was really taking that first 2 prize card that actually feels like it put Brandon in the lead in game number 2.
Yeah, Zane definitely had an opening, was the aggressor. If he had been a little bit more patient, taken down the opponent's active Pokemon, held on to that Luminion to be able to save that for a boss play to finish off the Luminion and the Lugia. Might have run away with it, but Brandon played this perfectly and got also that Prime Catcher off the prize cards. And as soon as Zane attacked, he knew he was going to advance to the finals.
He's doing it in style here with Lugia V-Star. It's been a deck change for him so far for rotation, but I'm sure he's very happy. That was the choice he played for this tournament, and I'm sure is crossing his fingers so far to see if he will be playing up against another control deck as the final match, because that compared to Chien Pao, our 2 other players competing, currently tied 1-1 in our other top 4 match, is a proportionately and statistically better matchup for this Lugia deck than it would be against Chien Pao.
Yeah, Chien Pao has the aggression of Iron Hands, has the aggression of Chien Pao EX. Usually they'll be the aggressors. Their setup requires a little bit less than Lugia V-Star, so I would definitely think that if you ask Brandon who he'd rather face, it would be Lucas over Reagan.
So that matchup is still playing out. It's tied 1-1, back and forth. Such great competitors. I wish we could showcase every single match that was going on this stream, but unfortunately, time isn't infinite, unlike Dialga, which was showcasing the time here. I'm still thinking about that match where we saw the extra turn taken. There's still a lot of action this weekend, and Pablo, we've got one more match here, but that's not to highlight the incredible action we showcased all weekend long. It's been a pleasure here so far, showcasing all this action, and we're going to have one final match to see who our last regional champion is going to be. Thoughts of this weekend so far? How are we feeling about this tournament?
I mean, I think it's been amazing. I've really enjoyed watching the control decks. I hope like usually control decks are not as fun to watch, right? You get your opponent locked, and then it's a lot of draw passing, but we had such a dynamic and aggressive control decks as well. And it's really cool to see that another factor to control is controlling your opponent's resources in play. Usually you can sit down with your, or sit back with your only Pokemon in play powered up, applying pressure. That's usually the way you do it against Snorlax, but Pidgeot control bringing a whole new dimension to this control, and it's almost making its way to the top.
We'll see if it makes it there, but for now, let's talk to our first finalist with Lugia V-Star. Brandon Bond is waiting with an interview. Let's throw it down to that.
Welcome into the lounge, everybody. Adam Skarzig-Watson here with our winner you just saw on stream, Brandon Bond, making it to the finals here in LA. How you feeling?
Hey, Lugia, double that first game, Ultra Ball, Jog, everything's been going my way. I've had some good matchups here. All of my opponents have also been great, so it's been a really good day here over here in LA. So.
Yeah, very fortunate, or maybe unfortunate, but you have to knock out the other Lugia player here in the finals. It's a deck that's been taking advantage of a lot of control decks out in the meta today.
Yeah, so I mean, so we actually hit each other round 15, and we kind of just ID'd so both of us would make it. But yeah, it's just a lot of luck went my way during that match. It was crazy.
You can, especially the Lugia mirror, back, way back in Silver Tempest, when this deck was the S tier cream of the crop. There was a lot of debate around how the mirror matches played out. And for a lot of veterans in the scene, certainly, this is just par for the course, just a nice blast from the past. But to kind of bring things around to the upcoming finals, our other top 4 match, folks, in case you don't know, is currently 1-1. We don't know who Brandon's opponent's going to be, but which one would you prefer, sir?
Lucas! Come on, bro, get the dub.
I understand.
Yeah, we played each other on day 1, so I don't know. Chen Pao will be a little tough if Reagan gets the dub, but hey, man, we'll see.
Okay, so the Lucas matchup is much better for you, of course.
Yeah.
But Chen Pao, how are you feeling about your chances there? Is it a bit more even, or would you consider yourself actually unfavored?
I'm definitely unfavored. I'm unfavored against Chen Pao. It's still winnable. Still winnable. It's not an auto loss or anything, but it's a pretty tough matchup. They got the Iron Hands. They could take 3 prizes off of a Lugia V, Luminion, so it gets a little tough there.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So you've certainly got a lot on your plate, a lot of building pressure after so much success here in LA with Lugia, a deck that a lot of players, I think, certainly was discounting. You can either get your good matchup or your bad matchup. We'll have to see where those cards fall.
Yeah.
But we're going to kick things back to the casting desk, and hopefully we'll have the result of that other top 4 match shortly, so don't go anywhere.
Thanks so much, Adam. We'll be seeing Brendan very, very soon, and you could tell he's probably has the same opinion as us. Please, Lucas, come on, win. That's what he wants to see. If he wants to become a regional champion, that will help his performance and his percentage of winning that matchup so much more than if he's playing against a deck like Chen Pao.
If Lucas has any fans out there, I'm pretty sure Brandon is his biggest fan at this point in time.
Well, fan or not, of course, we have our other top 4 match happening right now out in the field, and I believe we can actually look and see what's happening here. We've got some, of course, action happening out in the field, and okay, I like this here. We can sort of see live right now what's happening. You see a little bit of a crowd gathering through, and we are in Game 3 right now. It looks to be pretty even between both of these players now. I can't quite see exactly what Lucas's active Pokemon is, but it looks like Radiant Greninja is in the active spot here for Reagan, and sometimes in the control matchups, that's really not what you want. However, there are a lot of great Pokemon to target with that Moonlight Shuriken attack.
Yeah, we saw a double PG target right by Dre on day 1. Could be something. It could have just been used to target down some Pidgeys, target down a Radiant Charizard in the active. Could be used to deal with a Mimikyu of sorts.
Yeah, these players may be able to hear some things. It looks like we're seeing a Cypher Maniacs deciphering being used at this point, so it's going to find 2 cards here for Reagan. You can tell right now the energy, everybody is super, super in-depth into the match. Make sure everything's played out, and there's so much on the line, right? So both of these players, not only is there the glory of becoming regional champion this year, but they are both invested in this top 16 race And though they already are booked on their 6 regional finishes for the year, improving on those any points, adding 100 points to your best finish limit for the year is a huge improvement and can bump you up a few slots and make you feel a little bit safer when coming up to NAIC.
Yeah, as you mentioned, obviously both players already more than qualified for Worlds, potentially with 2 invites at this point worth of points. But that top 16, that tier 1 invite, which is so clutch, having that round 1 bye at the World Championships, like, now you just have to go 5-1 to make it to day 2. And the World Championships, how many players do we expect? Around 600, 500 perhaps. It's one of those tournaments where 6-1 can get you close to top 8.
It's going to be intense. Now, we don't want to comment too much on the game. Make sure that these players are staying locked in, staying focused. Of course, a lot of our players have sort of cleared out of the event hall. You can see it's a lot less busy and bustling than it was earlier today. Of course, yesterday when all of our competitors were competing, doesn't mean this match isn't any less important. It looks like both players are at 5 prize, even 6 prize remaining actually. So maybe Lucas has the lead so far. Something a little bit uncharacteristic against this Chien Pao deck.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you're trying to pretend to be Charizard, you can get a little ahead, but very interesting to see. I think we're seeing a Bibarel as well. Yeah, I mean, there's so much that goes on in this matchup.
And the storylines for both. You know, Lucas is getting so close to getting that big win. He is in that top 16 race as well. And then Regan has yet to win a regional championship this year. Of course, still chasing that top 16 as well. Was #1 in North America the previous season. That would be a great title to get. Of course, things really are going to shift depending on who our North American international champion is.
I'm pretty sure Lucas has played Chien Pao in the past, right?
Of course, yeah. He got top 8 at Pittsburgh with it earlier on this season, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I think at this level, both players are very aware and familiar with pretty much every deck, right? You're not going to be surprising anyone at this point in time. So, gosh, what determines? Yeah, what's the determining factor? What differentiates either player? Can it be sometimes luck? Can it be the plays, the unexpected plays? So much to play for here still.
We just saw a big knockout onto a Chien Pao EX, and it looks like there's not any Baxcalibur in play here over on Reagan's side. Has Lucas taken the tempo in this match? He looks to be so close. This is coming down to the wire. I think we're seeing our last few turns potentially here in this game.
Yeah, Reagan checking the Discord pile to see what resources have been exhausted so far. But yeah, you have to imagine there's something big in the active that just knocked out this Chien Pao EX.
Yeah, and if Regan doesn't have this in play, of course, you know it's the engine behind this deck. But both these players, they know what they're doing here. They're going to play to their best outs. Truly 2 top-level competitors going at it as best as possible. Looks like a concealed card's being used, drawing 2 cards. Is there anything here? And that is a huge hand size, though, for Regan, especially against control. That is a lot of cards. Usually you see it be the opposite in this matchup.
Yeah, and especially it's so many cards. Airy can be a factor, so gosh, I really wish we could get an aerial view of what's happening to really get in on the action here.
Looks like it might be a canceling Cologne getting played at that point. Not sure exactly which card. Yeah, not having information on what active Pokemon. Definitely not a Mimikyu if something was just being knocked out in terms of a Chien Pao EX. Maybe even Iron. It looks like Iron Bundle just hit the discard pile, so it looks like Lucas being forced to switch out one of these Pokemon from the bench to the active. So we have to just think a little bit about what the best Pokemon is to promote up in the active spot in this point.
You can see both players are very locked in, right? They're very concentrated in their match. There's probably a big crowd gathering around them to try to watch the game, but both players unfazed, and being in the semifinals with a lot at stake, not something that they're not familiar with, right? Both players have been in this spot. Lucas trying to get that first finals, though.
Yeah, I would add to both of these players' repertoire, their legacy, things that both these players want to do in the Pokemon TCG, continue to win and continue to get those big placements. As Reagan continues his turn, this is a great new improvement. I hope that one day we'll just have cameras over every single tables match so we can see all of the great details, everything that's happening. But yeah, definitely an incredible angle here to see. We don't get to watch a lot of these off-stream matches a lot. Looks like we're seeing Bibarel fill the hand up, draw some more cards. It's going to be a Pokestop. It looks like discards an Irida. Does get an Ultra Ball and a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Is that what Reagan needed here in this spot?
Yeah, well, Excalibur hit the board. There's like 2 Frigibags. There's the B-Rail, of course, the Greninja. And then can you piece anything else out if you do get that Excalibur? That requires so many cards, right?
Yeah. And it's hard to really tell exactly what the bench Pokemon are. I can tell there's a Barrel, a Radiant Greninja, and a Frigibax on the bench. It looks like we're actually just seeing a Superior Energy Retrieval get played. So this will definitely let us know if there's a Excalibur or not in play for sure. Then we'll get back 4 Water Energies. Oh, we're just attaching and passing. It's definitely probably not what you want to see here. Lucas will get more turns to play the game. There is a Frigibax in the active spot as well. I can tell that for certain.
Yep, definitely a Frigibax in the active. No Excalibur in play. What can Lucas do here? I mean, we can only imagine, quite literally, because we can't see any
We
of
can see some
Lucas's-
things, but yeah, yes, we are unfortunately being a little bit blocked by Lucas's point of view. But we got to make sure the judges are watching the games.
Of course, it's more important that they are aware at this point.
As much as I want that too, yes. Wow, they are truly locked in. Yeah, the crowd surrounding, of course, multiple judges, making sure everything is going according to plan, going according to the rules. These players are looking to make history, looking to make that huge finish that they want to add to their repertoire.
Now, in theory, who do you favor? Yeah, I mean, we know there's so many things and variance can come into play. There's so many things that happen in a game of Pokemon, so many decisions that can go right or wrong. But on paper, Chien Pao versus Pidgeot Control, who do you favor?
So it really comes down to the list. I think the fact that you aren't playing Block Snorlax on this deck makes it a lot harder. Now, we got to be careful with what we comment, what we don't. I'm sure Reagan probably has information on that. I've got to probably still give the edge to Lucas. Got definitely some solid attacking pieces, but it really depends on the setup. If it looks like how set up Lucas is at this spot, then you probably have to favor him, especially in a later long game when you could slowly start to burn through the resources. You just know how solid of a card Aerie is in this deck. It's just such a good card.
Now, pretty sure by that body language from Lucas, he's confident, right? He's like, okay, I'm close.
Yeah.
And with no Excalibur in play, and with the aggression that these Pidgeot decks have shown, you have to imagine there's something going on now. The crowd going wild over Reagan's turn, beginning using B-Brawl. They cannot believe his use of the way he draws 2 cards. Amazing to watch.
Incredible. You know, sometimes you got to appreciate the smaller, the finer things in life. Crowd definitely doing that. Shout out to LA for providing such generous hospitality. Yeah, you can tell by that body language here. Reagan still just is locked in. Can't really tell how discomforted he is at this point. We're making sure we're keeping track of all the resources. That hand is still very massive. We're going to see another Pokestop. It does get 3 items to the hand. I believe one of those being another Superior Energy Retrieval. But how good is Superior Energy Retrieval here, Pablo? If there's no way to accelerate your energy, maybe some of those supporter cards have hit the discard pile at this point, or maybe there's a Excalibur in the discard pile. That could possibly be brought out. See what the choice is here.
Yeah, super back to Excalibur, establish your Chien Pao, knock out whatever it is that's threatening you in the active spot.
Yeah, this is definitely tough.
Yeah.
It's tough because we can't see what's going on, and it's tough because, well, mainly because we can't see what's going on, but it looks like from the board position I can tell, Reagan is probably struggling a little bit. Lucas seems calm, he seems relaxed. There's no Excalibur in play from what we can tell. And that's a big part of this Chien Pao deck, of being able to use Super Gold, because you're like a theme deck if you're not breaking the rules of the game like this deck wants to.
Now, Reagan has already overcome a Toadscruel hard counter to Chien Pao in previous Swiss rounds, so he's already overcome his most difficult opponent, right? What's a Pidgeot Control to him?
I have seen Reagan overcome some crazy top 4 experiences. I'll share a story about this as we're watching the match go on. There was a top 4 that he got 2nd place at in Portland last year. He was playing...
Wait, there was a top 4 that he got 2nd place
I'm sorry,
at?
in a top 4, he got 2nd place at that tournament in Portland last year, playing the Single Strike Lugia deck. And he was playing against Turbo Lost Box in top 4, and his start was very, very bad. His board was a Single Strike Urshifu with a double Turbo Energy, the VMAX, with a double turbo energy and a single strike energy, and then a Radiant Serena. And that combination of just those two Pokemon, after his opponent knocked out his only Lugia in play, was enough for him to use Beatdown over and over and over again while slowly using Radiant Serena to heal, and he won that top 4 match.
Oh, wow.
So he has overcome crazy obstacles in top 4. I'm sure this is nothing in comparison to that. He is by no means out of this game as we continue to watch these players battle it out back and forth to see who will be joining Brandon in the finals.
I would love to get an update on the prize count or the time left as well,
Yeah.
just to have a little bit of information on what we are watching. We can only see Reagan locked in his perspective, trying to make things happen, but it'd be great to know who has even a slight advantage at this point.
Yeah, Reagan is running low on cards in deck. There's really not a lot of cards left. It's always something you've got to keep on your mind. Chien-Pao doesn't really play anyways to refresh certain pieces, but you can sell that Pokemon Go Rare Candy. Now Baxcalibur has come into play. So that means Super Cold is online. It's so interesting how our commentary is so different when we're talking about the game with less information versus now, but I mean, that's really all we can talk about here, of course. We want to make sure our players are battling it out, they're staying locked in, as well as showcasing everybody at home what great action is happening out on the floor.
Yeah, both players are very calm even at this point in time. Reagan just planning out each move very, very carefully. Seems like he's gonna make something happen, right? Does take a prize card.
Yep.
Wonder what that was up against.
Yeah, it looks like it was with the Baxcalibur itself, since there were no energies discarded. It's the only attack in the deck that doesn't discard. I think that was 1 prize there for Lucas. Maybe he's at 2?
Might have been against the Radiant Charizard, maybe?
How many prizes is Reagan at? I feel like I can see less and less of the board every second that passes by. I'm losing control here. I'm trying to keep everything managed.
All right, we must be heading to the end of this game.
We
right?
most
We've
certainly
seen
are, it feels like.
Quite a few turns already. Prizes have been taken by both players, so we need to be very close to the end to determine who will be the finalist. Seems like the game has concluded. Who ends up winning with Reagan sinking in his chair? I think that might be the tell that
Lucas
he did
got
not advance. Yep, I think Reagan didn't circle winner, so Lucas might be advancing to the final match, but I need to get confirmation. I mean, Reagan's body language tells me that he's not happy,
And
right?
I just saw the deck handed off, so I can say with pretty much almost certain confidence that Lucas Singh is going to be into the finals up against Lugia V-Star. This is going to be a challenging match, an uphill battle. What a finals we have up in store. What a finals we have lined up.
Brandon's wish coming true, really rooting for Lucas from afar. Will get that final match now. Did he and Rob almost take down Brandon?
That's true.
In our previous stream match, right? Brandon did get the right combination of cards at the end of both games, but can we see something like that happen from Lucas? If he's going to have a tough control opponent, it's going to be him.
We'll see how things are going to break down. I am excited for this final match. There's so much on the line. A huge difference in prize money, $10,000 for our winner. And of course, the title of becoming a regional champion. Now, I'm pretty sure both these players have already secured their Worlds Invite invitation. So there's not that on the line, but who wouldn't like to qualify for Worlds not once, but just twice? Of course, the winner does also get an automatic invitation to World Championships later this year in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah, very excited for Worlds as well. We're getting nearer and nearer. One big tournament to go in North America. A few special events happening next weekend in North America, and then that is it. Any player who qualified for Worlds will have gotten all their points and will be heading to Honolulu, Hawaii. I'm personally very excited to be heading there.
It's going to be a fun time indeed. Speaking of fun, we have our finals for the Twitch community bracket, where throughout this weekend, our Twitch viewers have been voting on which item cards they think are the strongest in the format. So let's take a look and see our final 2 item cards. We have Ultra Ball up against Super Rod, and if you don't mind, Pablo, I've got to take Ultra Ball. You know my love towards that card. You know how much I love Ultra Ball. We're just going to get the argument started. You know what? We're just going to get into it at this point. You ready, Pablo?
Yeah, I'm ready. Ready to go.
So my favorite card, Ultra Ball. You know you love Ultra Ball. I love Ultra Ball. And what's great about Ultra Ball is its universal usage. I said this yesterday, but Ultra Ball can be included in a plethora of decks. discarding 2 cards not only is a reasonable effect, but it allows you to also combo with other pieces. You want energy in your discard pile? Ultra Ball cards away. You want to find Pokemon to your hand? Ultra Ball puts them into your hand so you can find your supporter cards. And Ultra Ball turns into Lumineon, which turns into a supporter card. You could use it to grab Mew. You could grab it to grab all of your Pokemon. It's universally the strongest item card in the format. It's going to be here for a while. And that's all I have to say. Ultra Ball for the win. The greatest of all time. The GOAT item card in Standard. It's Ultra Ball, and there's no question.
Now, I do have to say, Super Rod, we spent a long time without Super Rod in the format, and we all missed it. Ultra Ball has been a mainstay. It's nothing like fancy, and there's plenty of other ways to find Pokemon, right? There's Nest Balls, there's Great Balls, there's even Master Ball. There used to be Quick Ball and Evolution Incense, but Super Rod, whenever that card is not in the format, it's always sorely missed. So that's why Super Rod is just going to beat Ultra Ball. I know also Twitch chat likes Chaos, so they're gonna vote for Super Rod. Finally, let me win one this weekend. But Super Rod, generally, whenever you don't have access to Super Rod in any format, it's always one of those cards where you really miss. We even talked about using Clara, right, and how much that sucked. Therefore, Super Rod is a card that you really don't want to miss because it's so essential pretty much in every deck.
It's going to be a tough one, Pablo. I don't know who's going to win this one, despite both of our points. So go, if you're viewing it on Twitch, vote in the Twitch poll, check it out. Make sure you put in your vote as we crown our item card best of the format. Could go either way. It's going to be a good one. We're going to see if Twitch chat, and we're going to judge you, whether you like it or not. We're judging you guys on your votes in a good way or a bad. And that poll is up right now, so go vote right now while you can.
Yeah, please let me win one, Twitch chat.
You're
please
asking
let me
for
win
a
one. Like
freebie.
I'm generally appealing to your grand knowledge, Twitch chat. Please vote for Super Rod. It is a fantastic item card, right? It made it to the finals. It's super good, super useful. How many games have you won by playing Super Rod, recovering the energies, using Mirage Gate, establishing them, putting back energies, using Burning Darkness to get them into play? It's just too versatile.
But is it the greatest, or is it the greatest because you want it? That's
I mean, I'll let Twitch chat decide on that for me.
You made your first mistake right there. You let Twitch chat decide it for you. So
no, I have my faith in Twitch chat. See, you don't like Twitch chat. Therefore,
I love Twitch chat. Twitch chat has only voted for me.
You just dissed them. So clearly, you should vote for Super Rod. Clearly, you should not vote for Ethan. This is Ethan versus Paolo at this point.
Okay, now we're gonna start this. Twitch chat.
You made it personal.
I love you guys, Twitch chat. Don't do this to me.
Between Twitch chat, yourself, and I, now it's personal, and Twitch chat, I know, is my ally.
You know you lost an argument when you have to bring the person's character into it over the card. I'm not Ultra Ball. I'm not Super Rod. What do I have to do with
Ultra Ball. You are. Someone
you know what? I am
Photoshop an Ultra Ball here over
just my
Ian's
face is a black and yellow Ultra Ball.
Yep.
Like ball guy instead of
yeah,
ball.
exactly.
Instead of
You're
ball
Ultra Ball guy.
I'm Ultra Ball guy.
Yep, exactly.
That was me the entire time in the game. You guys didn't know it, but I was just chilling there.
No, but seriously, both item cards are fantastic, both deserving of the final match. But Super Rod, it's just, think about it. Yeah, we've had Ultra Balls so much more available than Super Rod, and there's just so many other ways to find Pokemon as well as Ultra Ball. But how many ways can you recover Pokemon and energy? There's not a lot, and whenever Super Rod is not available, it's really missed.
Have you heard of the GOAT Tulip? Do you know what Tulip does?
I do, yeah. You recover Psychic, Pokemon, and energy, right? Similar to Miriam?
Yeah. There's other options, but you are right.
I mean, they're not items, though.
That's
true.
There
are other item-based
exactly.
Pokemon search. There isn't other item-based energy and Pokemon recovery.
Well, you go ahead and vote for that. Let that sink in for today. We'll see who the greatest item card is of the current standard format. And once you guys are done watching this event, why not stay and watch some more action on Twitch this weekend, and rather this week. We've got plenty of action coming up. Of course, some Pokemon advanced battles, some animated series. You know, love to watch some of the Pokemon animation, as well as some recaps of International Championships 2018 Oceania. And then, of course, the preview shows and more content coming up this weekend. You're not going to want to miss it. There's plenty to watch over on twitch.tv.
Yeah, make sure to tune in to all the action and make sure you stick around for the final match. We still have yet one more tournament. One more match, sorry. It all comes down to this finals. between Brandon and Lucas to determine the final winner of the season. And what a season it's been.
It has been a great season. It's been a great tournament, and our secondary tournament has now officially concluded. Let's take a look and see who the item card of the format is. Drumroll, please. Let's see it. Who's the item card?
Ultra Ball guy, come on. I mean, you can even hear the crowd being disappointed with that.
Okay. Ultra Ball's strongest soldier versus Super Rod's strongest soldier.
I mean, now that the poll is over, I will say it's really hard to argue against Ultra Ball. I feel like Ultra Ball's biggest contender could have been Rashgate, could have been Counter Catcher even. Surprised Counter Catcher fell down in the first round.
Oh, it lost first round, right?
Yeah, I think it was Super Rod actually, which is generally very surprising. Counter Catcher has been, like, it's so versatile and can be played in so many decks. And I mean, there's a reason why these 8 item cards were chosen, right? They're all fantastic.
And that makes me wonder, if we had what I would consider the strongest item card, Battle VIP Pass, up against Ultra Ball, what do you think wins in that 1v1?
I mean, I generally think it's Ultra Ball. As you mentioned, yeah, the versatility of Ultra Ball is just too strong. It's especially Battle VIP Pass limited to turn 1. It's a powerful card, but like if we're talking specifically for turn 1, obviously Battle VIP Pass. If we're talking in general as a useful item card, I definitely think it's gotta be Ultra Ball.
Well, we'll think about that for sure. The stage is set for our grand finale. One match remains here in Los Angeles. It's going to be Lucas Ing up against Brandon Bond. We are getting into our final match. You stay right where you are, because finals is coming up next.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EYC London.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments, and then just between, it's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and just to see how the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are
good into my team, so like counter teams, so that I can see if I can like strategize a way to like play around that and like kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are like my main ways of practicing, and then of course just like reps, just getting as many battles in as I can.
I think it was in GBL. I was pushing the leaderboards, and then I got to the top 8 of leaderboards, and I got invited into an exclusive tournament called GBLA Go Battle League Arena. I participated multiple times, but the first time I got eliminated in the first round of the tournament. So I have 2 favorite Pokemon. One is Beware, and the other is Darumaka. I just like the way both of them look, and I like how like little Darumaka is. I'd say Hoenn is my favorite generation, and it's just because playing through the game Emerald, it was like I still have memories of it. It was a lot of fun. I like to like look at everyone like similar like levels of skill. Like anyone can beat me. I believe I can beat anyone. But so I'd say right now that person is Lyle Jeffs. He won 2 regionals. He said that he won the second one just to get on level with me, winning 2 regionals. So I'm excited to see him at Worlds. Hopefully I face him there too. I would battle Cynthia because I remember back in the main series when I was playing that, I would lose so many times to her, and she's like a very tough opponent. I'm more of a night owl. I like to sleep in the mornings. So, I prefer Ancient because I played through Scarlet and I enjoyed playing through that. And I enjoy Fluttermane, and I like Great Tusk because I compared it with the future version, and I just like the way the Great Tusk looks more. So definitely my family members. I'd probably call my mom first, and like my dad, and then my brother and sister. Valor, because when I first started playing the game, I got reeled into it. But as like time went on, I saw Mystic like becoming like really big, and I felt like it's like my like I need to be competitive with Valor and like help boost the competition on Team Valor.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They'll go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Pokemon trainers, you have made it. It has been a long 2 days here in Los Angeles, but we are here for our grand finale, the Masters final of the trading card game. Not only that, but this is our last North American regional this season. It has all come down to this, and I'm very excited to get into this match. I'm Boo, here with Kyle Sablehouse, and we're about to crush this cast, Kyle.
Let's go. We've been waiting all day for this moment, as well as these players have too. It's been quite a ride. 6 rounds after already playing a grueling 9 rounds on the opening day. They've worked their way through top 8. They've worked their way through top 4. Even though we've had some interesting ways to look at the tournament, Lucas has found his way to the finals here, and it's very exciting to see which of our 2 players will be crowned the champion here in LA.
Yeah, they're waiting. They're just waiting for that nice golden Pikachu to wrap around their neck. But let's check out our top 8. You know, there was a lot of decks there, but quite the surprise in our top 8, or maybe not. There was a lot of control decks out there. I mean, look at this.
Yeah. This is, it's uncharacteristic for sure to see half of the field as this control variant. Typically, it's only one of them, 2 of them that squeak in, but sometimes they find the right matchups and they get the job done. This is really a mixed bag. When you see the Lugia Archeops decks that were thrown in at the 1 and 2 seeds, they were able to get the job done, ended up finding each other in the top 4, and we see now one of those Lugia players in finals. On the other side for Lucas, it was pretty interesting having to go through the rest of this field. You see Nico playing that Iron Hands, Iron Crown EX, and Caleb Rogerson squeaked in at the 8th seed with that Snorlax control, a variant that's started to lose a little bit of the prestige that we saw in Stockholm. Yeah. It's really been all about the Pidgeot, maybe sprinkle in a 1-0-1 Charizard.
Yeah, it was devastating to watch Reagan Retzloff to unfortunately not make it, but taking Chen Pao so far once again. Well, let's take a look at our brackets that our players had to play through to get up into this point. Of course, our finals that we're about to tune into is Brandon Bond versus Lucas Singh. But what did they have to play through here, Kyle?
I mean, just take a look at this. The 2-0s all over the place, except for Lucas. Lucas is working. 2-1 victory over Nico, 2-1 victory over Reagan, and now has his work cut out for him with the Lugia Archeops in the finals. It has been smooth sailing for Brandon, and I'm sure we're going to get to even more of that as we introduce him now, as we start to move over to the main stage and see our players.
It all comes down to this, and our players are geared up, ready to go here. On our left, of course, Brandon Bond. I'm sure feeling very good going into this. It was super hyped, jamming backstage, but let's take a look at these accomplishments as well. Top 16 in Vancouver, a couple top 64s on there, San Antonio and Salt Lake City, as well as another top 64 in Baltimore as well.
Yeah, playing the Lugia Archeops, and this has been a tale of calling the meta. Brandon has faced 9 control variants. He has defeated 9 control variants, if you don't count the one that he gave away because he wanted to see it in top 8.
And 9's also including this one too, Kyle.
That's right.
This
well,
one.
I don't want to call the future, I suppose. This would be the 9th, and if you could take down Lucas, that would be quite a feat. An incredible player on the other side of the table. Mr. Lucas Zing with the top 4 in Vancouver of this year. Look at all these accomplishments from just this year. Top 8, top 16 in Toronto, Indianapolis, and Pittsburgh. Just the picture of consistency, and you know he wants to add that championship to his title. He's been playing in the group with Bradner and John Ang and Reagan Retzloff, and he is the one to make it to the final table here now with the Pidgeot and the Hero's Cape.
Yeah, we see Lucas's name all around. Such a skilled player, but I'll tell you what, I talked to Lucas before top 8 match even started, and I was saying, you think you can win this all? And Lucas was saying, I don't know, if a Lugia is in the finals, it's going to be pretty tough here. So many accomplishments there, but will Lucas be able to get through Lugia on the other side of this bracket? What do you think about those prize cards, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, for Brandon, that's not terrible. You can work with those prizes. On the other side, Lucas is typically going to run into a little more trouble with all of the one-of counts. You see the Regieleki there, the Radiant Charizard. These are pieces that you'd like to accumulate here and there, especially if you're going to work in a nice stall strategy or just go for that closeout power with the Radiant Charizard. We'll see if that comes into play here.
Yeah, it might get a little bit clunky here, but we're going to start off our grand finale here in Los Angeles. Our Masters Finals underway here. Let's hear it from our crowd as we kick off this match. There's 75 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time to get a nice conclusion to this game. And I'll tell you what, Lucas is going to be doing everything in his power to get to that win, but it's going to be tough. And I'm sure he's hoping that Brandon on the other side maybe doesn't have a great starting game.
Yeah, let's hear it for Luminion, everyone. Luminion with the finals appearance here to start things off.
I mean,
what a tough start.
I feel like that always happens every time.
And this is not Lugia Archeops of old. You are not going to just throw the special energy on there and shuffle yourself back into the deck with Aqua Return. You got to wait till Twilight Masquerade for that. You are stuck there. This is going to have to be using a way to move this Pokemon at the end, maybe a collapsed stadium to move it out of the board. It's an awkward setup, and Lucas loves to see that. That's an easy Pokemon that he could either target down to lock into the active spot or maybe steal some easy prize cards off of.
Exactly. It's definitely a liability, and it got 0 utility out of that Luminous sign as well for Brandon. But Lucas, on the other side, is starting off with a Nest Ball here to get out that Rotom, so we're going to see some instant charges happening. Okay, so on paper here, Kyle, looking at this matchup, I mean, we already know that Brandon has played through 8 control decks, has won every single one except for the one that he intentionally conceded going into top 8. So what do you do against this deck, Lugia V-Star, if you're Lucas? Like, what are your routes here, Kyle?
Well, that doesn't seem fair. We can try to piece it together. Well, ultimately, for Lucas, give yourself as many cards to work with. Go into that Pidgeot as soon as possible, and maybe you can develop a plan of either pure aggression towards your opponent to maybe take apart some of those pieces, like the Archeops. If they're vulnerable, you can target those down, try to take those knockouts, leave your opponent in that just draw, pass, draw, attach situation. Or if you can maybe use something like that Mawile, lock up a Pokemon, you can get your opponent in a spot where a Chi-Yu can come out of nowhere and just start discarding all of those useful resources.
Well, I'm sure Lucas is going to have all of that on the brain as we started already with that extra draw support from that Rotom V. Was going to end the turn, though. Now we're over to Brandon's side of things as well. Starting with that Capturing Aroma, and we're taking a look through the deck here now. I'm sure all 60 of those cards are in there, or on the field, huh, Kyle?
At least 54 of them. They got a couple of the prizes.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Hey, that's a part of the field, okay?
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, this is obviously you want to know exactly what you're working with here. You have plenty of time, and you know that as the Lugia player, you're going to take prize cards. It's inevitable at this point. It's just when can you get the setup rolling. If you can do it as early as turn 2, then you have the potential to start stealing those additional prize cards before your opponent finds that Pidgeot or is able to draw into enough cards with that Rotom V. And that's the name of the game. With just the Minccino, it's not what you love to see. But Call for Family finds Lugia, and we like that.
Yeah, we definitely like to see that. Absolutely. It's funny. I was actually looking for what was rolled off the Capturing Room, and I couldn't find the dice, and it was on the Luminion. It was that Tails as well, but of course we know what was there now. But yeah, we're gonna have these Pokemon be drawn out of the deck here for Brandon off of that Call for Family. Some utility there out of the Minccino. You'll love to see it.
Right, this is a list that plays 17 energies, and along with that is the 4 jet energies. They're so important to that way to move in and out of the active spot, take advantage of situations where your opponent thinks that they might have the right Pokemon locked in the active, or they may not have to deal with a threat this turn. Instead, Minccino is able to take full advantage of that and add some additional Pokemon to the board, which means Lugia V-Star is a threat.
It is so nice to see, and I feel like a lot of people might be wondering, how did Lugia get to this point here? And I mean, it's a lot of control out there, but I just want to point out, Brandon said, I'm going to go against what everyone's saying about how bad Lugia is, because I feel like it is going to be a strong field of just a ton of control. So that meta call was amazing here. And now look at this finals there for Brandon. Lucas here playing off of this Arven. It's going to grab that Forest Seal Stone. Going to have access to anything in the deck once he wants to activate that there, as well as that Buddy Poffin to get these Pokemon out on the field. Of course, 70 HP or less. I'm sure you're familiar, Kyle.
Yeah, I've seen that once or twice, and especially when you see the Buddy Poffin, you know Rare Candy is already in hand, as the Forest Sealstone can search out the Pidgeot, and that is ready to roll. As now the Rare Candy Pidgeot, turn 2 is out there, and you could even continue to add on to the hand size with the Cleffa. Or you can get feisty with the Entei.
Yes.
Love to see the energy attachment there.
Yeah, the Entei V here, one of Hagster's picks for our caster selections. What does that card add to this deck as far as an inclusion here?
Yeah, well, not only is it a great answer to Dialga V-Star, as we've seen it start to raise in the meta, we've seen that percentage continue to rise up, but just having an attacker in this deck can be so important. It doesn't have to be Rare Candy into Charizard. It doesn't have to be after all the prize cards fall, Radiant Charizard starts to work into the mix. Instead, now you have this answer where your opponent has to deal with this threat, and that's just 2 free prize cards for the Charizard to come back out and start dealing 240, which is a lot more relevant of a number.
Well, we see Lucas stacking up the hand here with a ton of resources there, and we're back over to Brandon's side of the field now. It's pretty wild to see only 1 card has been played here so far, but hopefully we're still sitting pretty depending on what is going on with this hand. We're going to start things off with an Ultra Ball. It's only going to be 1 Archeops hitting the discard pile as of now, and a Mist Energy as well.
Yeah, it could have been the age-old tale of, is 1 Archeops enough? But this is a hand that can get it done.
Yes.
The second Ultra Ball, this means another Archeops will hit the discard pile. You lose a couple of those Mist Energies.
Just a couple?
That's a sacrifice we're willing to make.
Yeah. Definitely in that Ultra Ball. Of course, you can search anything out with Ultra Ball. The first one was that Arceus to toss it in the discard. This next one is going to be that evolution for that Lugia, turning it into a Lugia V-Star. And of course, that very familiar V-Star power summoning star. We're going to see the flip of that V-Star marker to get those chops onto the field. So we got a side of chops here, Kyle.
We love the chops, and sure enough, they're going to make a great impact. The question now is, what is in the rest of the hand? Is this a hand that has Cinccino and Boss's orders, knockout Pidgeot? No, it's going to be a Lugia V-Star doing some nice, honest work against likely a Cleffa.
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
That's right. It's going to do exactly what it needs to. But this for Lucas, you take a look at this and you say, whoa, I've seen 7 energies already.
Yes, that is a bit scary.
That's not bad.
For Brandon.
You've seen plenty so far. And what is this last card? He's gonna just reveal that this is my hand.
That's it.
A prize card.
Yeah, that is going to be the hand. One single prize card taken. Oh, I didn't get to see what it was there. But yeah, that's all we had to it. Those Archeops charging up those energy there. Lugia V-Star taking a prize card off that tiny little Cleffa that was left in the active. And Lucas is available to respond here. Going to retreat out of that Pidgeot, of course, full free into that Entei V with the Miss Energy on it.
Yeah, and love to see this as well. The fleet-footed immediately to start. If you find the card that you would have searched for with the quick search, you just get rewarded. It's like 2 quick searches that turn.
Yeah.
Looked like it was a penny, which could be a pretty interesting card to throw into the mix. We are dealing with 230 hit points. The attacking Pokemon on the other side deals 220. I like that math.
I like it too. That is definitely what you want to be seeing here if you're Lucas. You don't want to lose these precious prize cards here. So Lucas is definitely going to take a look at the hand. As we've talked about, there are a ton of cards in it right now. So just weighing all these resources out, because this is going to take a lot of planning as far as these future turns. And that's what you see with these decks. But Ultra Ball is going to get us a Pokemon out of the deck here after a couple of discards.
Yeah, it looked like the Pidgeot quick search was for a rare candy. Now the Ultra Ball can find that Charizard. You don't have to search for a fire energy if you just throw 3 onto the board, and that's going to work pretty nicely here. Not only do you have the Entei ready to go, but Charizard waiting in the wings could take the knockout on the Lugia V-Star on the following turn. We saw that penny as well in the hand, so you can avoid giving up some prizes. Ooh. Is this the boss's orders where you start chopping it up? I love this strategy.
Yep. Yeah, you talked about this already, Kyle. You know, you have to put as many obstacles in front of your opponent as possible, and that's what Lucas is going to be doing here.
Wow, look at that.
The dominance here. Not only is it an Entei V that's about to take out one of these Archeops, an essential piece of the Lugia V-Star deck, but it's also going to get a little bit of extra HP here. And by that, I mean 100 extra HP on that Entei V as well.
There you go. You're now out of range of a Cinccino. You knocked out the Archeops. It can only search out 2 energies a turn. Even if you attach from hand onto a Cinccino that doesn't currently exist right now, you're only dealing 280 damage. It's not nearly enough to handle this Entei.
Yeah, this has been beautiful. It's been clean. And this, if you're going to beat Lugia, this is definitely the way to do it. I mean, just that Charizard EX, I mean, a tiny line being in this deck, but seeing the utility of that Infernal Rain ability to get all of those energy out and just put those threat levels on the board is incredible here. And Brandon is now feeling a little nervous, I'm sure, after one of those Archeops is gone. And the only way to get him out is that Summoning Star. So unfortunately, retired at this point in this match.
It did its job. It loves hanging out in the discard pile, and it's going to go back to its home now. And this is certainly going to be a big turn now for Brandon, as you understand that there's a lot of pressure on you. The PAL pad may have been the most devastating part of that turn, because yes, you did lose to the one boss's orders there, but now it's shuffled back into the deck.
Yeah, that's
Pidgeot
scary.
Quick Search is waiting to take that knockout once more, and once you get your opponent into draw, attach, pass, draw, attach, attack, whatever it may be, you can definitely work with that as a control player.
Yeah, the pressure is on here, and it is definitely brought up by that Pidgeot EX that adds so much utility to this deck, being able to just search out whatever you want here. And unfortunately, Brandon's just going to have to take a swing into this super bulky Entei V. And
that's the boss's orders in hand. Look at that.
Was it top decked?
It is a one-of copy of Boss's Orders, and it was found, I assume, off of the fleet-footed.
Wow.
That's exactly what we were talking about last turn. When you get bonus quick search because you win the 1 in 30 flip there.
Wild. Lucas, all the luck on his side of the field here in this game one between these players.
Now the problem is, I'm pretty sure Lucas's heart was set on using Penny this turn, but
that's
now he's
true.
got a debate. Do you just handle this Archeops right here, right now? Yes, you lose some pretty valuable resources in that NTV and the Hero's Cape as well, but it's so tempting.
I know. I feel like I'd rather be having those debates, though, versus the debates that Brandon's probably having on the other end of the field here.
Like, oh, man, I wish I could play one of those supporter cards. They look fun.
Yeah. What's that? Here's my hand, 2 cards right now. And it's going to be the Boss's Orders.
Wow.
Here, look at the dominance in this move here, taking out this second Archeops from the field. Kyle, how are you feeling about this?
I think Lucas has the perfect game plan. We talked about the way that you can handle this matchup. This is exactly it. It seems so unlikely. It's a 1/0/1 Charizard, the 1 Entei, the 1 everything, except for the 2/02 Pidgeot line. And it showed up as early as turn 3 with a Boss's Orders.
Woo! Lucas, feeling focused, I'm sure, but very happy to see what's going on here. And Brandon, just stuck in a pickle here. Both Archeops down. Lugia V-Star does still have the energy, of course, so we're still going to get this knockout here on the Entei V. But we're going to have to see some more from Brandon going forward. At least we have the energy already out on the field at this point.
Well, there are 2 copies of Pad, so maybe there's an instance where if you have the double turbo in hand, the Pidgeot could attack into that Minccino and remove that big threat, and then there's one final threat remaining, that Lugia V-Star. Allow your opponent to take some prize cards, and then Charizard can easily handle that Pokemon.
Well, from Lucas here, going to start off with an Arven for this turn.
Look at this. Yeah, Lucas is losing right now. It doesn't feel like it, but Prime Catcher would be an option too.
Oh my gosh! Wow. Yeah, there's a lot here that we're working with, Kyle.
Or Counter Catcher, excuse me.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I guess technically either one, but yes, I know what you meant, Kyle.
Yeah.
Your favorite.
It's back.
Well, off of that Arven, we have the Hisuian Heavy Ball, as well as that Defiance band being sought out of the deck. I'm going to go into the prize cards with the Heavy Ball here for Lucas.
Yeah, at this point, you start to identify which attackers you have remaining. The Radiant Charizard can help clean up. At this point, the Charizard EX is looking to potentially have that Vitality Band to incorporate a little extra damage too, and this is looking pretty great for Lucas here.
Yeah, I'm sure feeling super happy at this point in time for Lucas, and all the cards are just lining up here now, and it has been super smooth. We're even going to have an additional pad here, and look at Brandon's face at this point. Okay, all right, sweet, going back in the deck, awesome.
I know you play 1. How have you bossed me 3 times already?
It's brutal. Like, honestly, I cannot believe that's how this is going here. I really expected it to be a lot more clunky, but Lucas is just flying through these turns. Radiant Charizard now hitting the field for Lucas Singh.
Yeah,
We're cruising.
At this point now, you can just play out every one of these one-ofs. Now you have that energy for the Radiant Charizard if your opponent is able to potentially ever handle this Charizard EX or knock out that Rotom, whatever it may be, you have the answer there. And Lucas even has the backup plan of Pidgeot with the double turbo to knock out some of these smaller Pokemon on the bench.
Yeah, this is like the third backup plan that we have at this point, Kyle.
There's so many answers. You could throw the energy on the Radiant Charizard if you want, so that you can incorporate that a little sooner. They're all winning lines.
Exactly. We're discussing multiple winning lines over there on Lucas's side, but then for Brandon, losing another Lugia V-Star here. 2 prizes down for Lucas. Only 2 left to take to taste this win in this game. And Brandon just looking at a little Minccino, and really not a lot of cards in the hand either, huh, Kyle?
Yeah, he's maybe going to taste the special sushi roll coming up. Minccino finally has an opportunity to see the board, but You have to combo that with, what, boss's orders to take a relevant knockout here, and even then, you're still one prize short, and you're attaching a single energy per turn. Which Pokemon gets the job done? This is no longer a list that has Radiant Charizard. We're going to move on to game 2 already.
Incredible showing there from Lucas. And that's going to be it for our game 1. Lucas is taking things down here with the control deck. And I mean, we've gone over this so many times. Brandon has gone through a variety of control decks back and forth, and still Lucas stands in the way. And I guess I should say this, because I talked to Lucas and, you know, he was saying, yeah, I don't know, it's gonna be a tough finals if I have to face off against Lugia. But you know what else he said, Kyle?
Let's hear it.
He said, I'll just play better.
Ooh, sign me up. It is on me to change my fate, and I love hearing that. He has that opportunity now. Of course, we saw how everything can go right in this opening game. Was able to find the turn 2 Pidgeot. It just searched into everything perfectly. The Entei lines up so well with the math there in the beginning stages. Brandon really just did not have an answer, and when that boss is played back to back to back, you can't beat this.
I mean, it was incredible. It was a quick game as well. You know, I thought it'd be quick in the other direction, but it really was not. I mean, the Cleffa was removed from field there with that play from Brandon, but hit in the discard pile. I'll tell you what, it lost a lot more on the side here was that Archeops hit in the discard pile for Brandon, and that was Lucas's strategy here. Take out these Archeops, debilitate my opponent completely so that there is no strategy in the late game of winning this. Versus what Lucas was doing here, lining up all these attackers, having several backup plans so that no matter what happened on the other side of the field, Lucas was ready to respond. And that is what got him the win here in our game 1.
It worked out so well. We see Brandon's deck is called Big Lug. That's what he's named this deck.
Big Lug.
You know
ready
what he
to
forgot?
slug. What?
He forgot the chops.
I know, little chops. Exactly.
When you show no respect to chops, the chops are punished. Double fire energy in the prize cards could be a little awkward there for Lucas. And the Entei as well, the MVP, along with that Forest Seal Stone, where we ran out of the rest of the deck list over here.
I was about to say, how many energy are in there? Oh, wait, we printed this off, and it's 2 pages, and I don't have the other page, so I can't see the energy amount. That is funny. Well, oh my gosh, look at this, Kyle. What just happened?
This is my favorite stalemate.
Oh.
You can't knock me out.
Yeah, that was it, though. It's just a pass with the Mimikyu there. Yeah, you can't knock me out.
Do something.
Yeah, nice little guarded Mimikyu there in the active position. And Brandon now on. This is our turn 2 of the game here, but turn 1 for Brandon. Gonna Ultra Ball right away, but that is 2 evolutions hitting the discard pile already here for Brandon. Refresh me on the prize cards, Kyle. Anything wild?
Those fire energies was the only thing I noticed.
Nothing crazy for Brandon.
Brandon seemed like he was going to have a fine game here. Now, you see the Ultra Ball. Likely these Ultra Balls are going to find an Archeops, and you may be reading the wind in a point like this. Maybe there's a supporter to go along with it.
Yeah.
But you have no pressure on the other side. No Rotom drawing additional cards. No Buddy Poffin to be Candy Pidgeot, Candy Charizard, Ka-chow. It's not happening this time around. What is the answer here? Luminion could search out for that supporter to help out too.
True, yes.
We'll see what the choice is here for Brandon.
Yeah, there is the option of a supporter since this is turn 2 here of the game. So we'll see what Brandon chooses to do, but it looks like it is going to most likely be this Luminion coming down onto the field.
Yeah, depending on the rest of the hand, if there's another Ultra Ball, the Jacques would be an incredible play. You can search out both of those evolution Pokemon.
Yeah.
It looks like this is lining up just dandy.
That honestly might be what is in hand. I don't know. The Pokemon are being laid out here. Oh yeah, that's exactly what's happening. There you go.
Sign me up for some Jacques gameplay.
That was a special artwork of it, but looks snazzy here for Brandon Vaughn. And I'll tell you what else is snazzy. These plays right now. This is exactly what you want to see as the Lugia player in this match right now. Ultra Ball discarding those 2 Archeops. After that, Jacques, of course, drawing out those Archeops. And this is clean. We just I love.
Nice.
Wow. That is so brutal here. I mean, we saw that call for family in our last game, and we're going to see it once again here from Brandon.
Just for one.
Yes, just for one. You're waiting for that, huh, Kyle?
Don't do
it. Just for one, Mintino here joining the board.
But the opposite of what happened in the last game was Lucas had at least established a little bit more with that Rotom V. Now, it's just the Mimikyu inactive so far, but it's not over. It's far from over. We're going to start off with an Arven here, and Lucas is going to be keeping track of the resources and, of course, mapping out what is in the prize cards here. Definitely going to probably take note that there's a couple energy missing.
Yeah, unfortunate to see there. It leads to not having all of the resources to take knockouts, and this is a threat. Brandon could have the turn 2 Chinchino ready to roll and load that Pokemon up by way of Summoning Star into Archeops, into Energies Galore. Mimikyu would easily be knocked out, and then how do you answer this Pokemon? As it will seemingly just collect piles of special energies, and if there's a boss's orders, that's knockout on Pidgeot, that's knockout on potentially Charizard, and then you can really start to fly to game 3.
Yeah, exactly. We've discussed how smoothly the last game here went for Lucas, but this is where things could get potentially a little more clunky as well. And if Brandon is able to have a nice, smooth, clean gameplay because Lucas isn't able to show that aggression, as we saw in the last game, could get a little tricky here. But Arven is going to select that first card. It's going to be the item card, of course, off the Arven, as well as a tool card coming out.
Yep, this is where I put my Forest Sealstone, if I had one. It's in the prize cards, and this now means that the Rotom V is not going to be the recipient of that, which would have led to what? Maybe a Buddy Poffin. You could search out all of your Pokemon, draw 3 additional cards, and then you do threaten to have an attack or at least some search with that Pidgeot at some point. And instead now it's this slow pace. We're going to just instant charge and hopefully find some help here, because this is not how you win games.
Yeah, that's tough too, because the Arven was actually the very first card played, like, at all for Lucas, so there was really no knowledge until going into the deck from that Arven. So it is just going to be the instant charge here.
Oh, that's not the right one.
What? I was like, whoa, what just happened? Listen, I don't really play the video games here, Kyle, but I can tell you that I don't think the little mouse turns into Lugia V-Star.
Minccino reaching for its true potential.
Forget these sushi rolls. I'm out of here. Yeah, that is great to see. But yeah, Brandon flying through here now. We do see both evolutions now on deck here. The cute little Chinchino as well as that Lugia V-Star. Primal Turbo jumping in to the deck to get these special energy cards out and accelerated onto the field.
Yep, and of course, the Mincinos and the Chinchinos are going to be some of your most valuable resources. They reach the numbers that Lugia cannot, so load them up, protect them at all costs, give them that gift energy, so that if they're knocked out, you can reach for those additional cards that turn into boss's orders or whatever you need to continue to draw prizes.
Yep.
And why not Iono your opponent after they just Rotomed back up?
Yeah, instant charge +3, and now back down here. 6 cards for both of our players after they shuffle their hands and put it at the bottom of their deck for each of them. Yeah, Chinchino just has so much utility. I mean, the Minccino with the call for family, you got the special roll. It's a 1-prizer as well. It's brutal.
Yeah, Minccino's dusting your house and taking care of the chores. Chinchino's keeping you fed. It's a good tag team.
Coming
and
out
it definitely
swinging.
knocks out Mimikyus.
That is for sure. Yeah, that's just another utility that you have from it. And then along with the gift energy as well, there's always some sort of utility that this cute little Pokemon is given to you. So we are just seeing, I mean, wow, this Mimikyu is going to go, and then it's just a Rotom.
Yep, good luck. You have no energy to move this Pokemon. I believe it's just the 1 mist and maybe 1 or 2 fires that are left over after you look at what's left.
Yeah, I mean, this just really shows the momentum swing here, because we're going to see that knockout now from Chinchino. And like we said, Lucas stuck with a Rotom. Let's see what that Iono was able to get. And
Lucas
of course,
doesn't even want to see what it is.
I was thinking that too.
Oh, man, are they going to make me?
He didn't even want to pick the hand up. Brutal, but the Radiant Sword's going to come down to a Pidgey. It's just going to be a boss here to bring that V-Star up that has nothing on it currently. And that's it. Just the instant charge there from the Rotom V, and we're back over to Brandon.
Well, this is important as well. Now, Brandon has options. You can either use the double turbo, retreat this Pokemon. You could charge this Pokemon up, but I think the one thing you want to avoid at this point is if you do have access to a Jet Energy in the hand, do not use it right now.
Yeah.
It's a way that you can put yourself in a trap. If that Luminion ever gets into the tempting trap, you want to be able to move that Pokemon around and get those last few prize cards. Looks like Brandon's identified that. Clearly
Yes.
wants to take this knockout on the Rotom V and be up 3 prize cards here.
Yeah, it's cosplaying a little bit as a Charizard deck, but it is control at heart here. And there's a lot of those tech cards that can pop out of nowhere and put you in sticky situations. But Boss's Orders is going to bring that Pidgey up. Rotom V, you're sent back to the bench here, and that Pidgey's going straight to the discard pile. Lucas just looking at this hand like, okay, what do I do now?
Yep, well, there goes that plan. And
yes.
what do I have left? And as the prize cards are taken, it's not enough to where you could see that Defiance Band, Fire Energy, Radiant Charizard knock out a Pokemon like the Lugia V-Star. It's still just picking away at the core pieces of the deck. We see them once more again placed on the board.
Yeah,
the
I was gonna say.
and finally a Charmander this time around. But if Brandon has the resources to pick these Pokemon off, there's no game to be had.
Exactly. It's tough. It's like you set up, your setup's gone. You set up, your setup's gone. But, I mean, at least we had some poffin. You know, when I'm grumpy, feeling down, I just eat a buddy poffin.
Oh.
I feel a little better. Oh, Eerie going to come out of here.
There's no worse feeling than playing Eerie against Lugia. The only
Yeah, for
possible thing that could go right for you is he doesn't even realize.
Didn't even know. Oh, there's an item?
It's like, all right, cool. I guess
Sweet.
I avoided one Chinchino evolution next
Yeah,
turn, but
exactly.
the only card you really want to see is that A-Spec Prime Catcher, and
Yeah.
it's never there when you want it.
Unfortunately.
It's just the top deck next turn.
Oh, no.
No, it's not.
I would have been so done here, Kyle. Well, I mean, it's just going to continue as we've already seen here. The momentum has definitely swung in Brandon's favor for this game, and it's continued to do so, especially after these Primal Turbos just go back into the deck, and Brandon's able to see what else is in there, what resources we have left to work with as far as special energy. And I know there's some in there, but it's none accelerated right now.
Safety first.
There you go.
I believe 2 Jet Energies are in there. You know you're going to knock out this Rotom V on this
Oh,
turn,
yes,
unless,
the
of course,
Jets.
you have the boss's orders to target down some more interesting Pokemon, as you see the Pidgey and the Charmander once more. But if you have 2 Jets, it means that you'll always be able to move that Lumineon twice.
Yeah, that is fantastic. We're seeing the boss's orders here. This is exactly the strategy we've been seeing so far here from Brandon, just trying to get rid of these Pokemon that Lucas is trying so hard to set up here, get some sort of game plan going. But Lugia V-Star is going to say, sorry, Charmander, you're going to the discard pile. And Ultra Ball is going to get Lucas this Pidgeot EX. So finally, we're going to see an evolution here, of course, if we have that nice little rare candy.
Yep, it works out here. You see now the quick search is available. And Brandon's played a few resources at this point already. We see, goodness, 10 energies that are already on the board now. And you're also talking about a couple of boss's orders too. So Lucas might feel like this is an opportunity where you can catch a card like that Lumineon, trap that Pokemon, and avoid at least being attacked for a couple turns.
Yes.
And that's really all you need is buy time, let Pidgeot grab the Super Rod, find the Charmander, bring back some of these Pokemon, and just give me a chance.
Yes, but will there be enough time? That is the true question in this matchup, and Lucas is going to try to hold on as much as possible. Counter Catcher, of course, being behind, and prize cards being activated here to bring that Archeops up into the active position now for Lucas to swing into.
Yeah, this is also a pretty fair play too. You can, with the Archeops in the active spot, maybe your opponent actually commits energies to it, goes for
Potentially,
Speed
yeah.
Wing, and you can catch them wasting resources. It's not too bad as well, but Speed Wing also applies a bit of pressure.
Yeah, that's true. There's options there, but maybe you potentially throw your opponent off their game a little bit, disrupt their game plan. Maybe they slip up. Who knows?
They just throw triple jet on the Archeops and get in there.
Whoa. Don't wish that on this game here, Kyle. All right. No, we're just going to see that nice little Mawile come into the active position and the tempting trap. It's looking pretty tempting right now.
Well, 4 cards in the hand. JET is what we're looking for.
JET, indeed. Oh, wow. Taking a look through the discard pile here for Brandon. I mean, there's a lot of cards in hand, too, aren't there?
What is the discard pile going to tell you at this point?
I don't know. I guess how many energy are
There's
there?
nothing to get back.
Listen, we're just figuring things out as we
Okay.
go here. Kyle.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power, indeed.
Oh, look at this. This is the energies for the Archeops. So Speed Wing is going to put on as much pressure as it can.
Wow. Well, here we go. That Primal Turbo is going to be activated here, and now that Archeops has been lined up with energy for the Speedwing. Did you think that was potentially going to happen there, Kyle?
You have a few choices. You can either get aggressive, attack into this Pokemon, or you can wait until you find Jet. And if your hand has no supporters,
You don't have it, yeah.
you need to put pressure on this Pokemon. Then your opponent can't go searching for Penny, pick this up, and stall every turn. They have to... they can't go searching for the Charmander, rather. They have to use the Penny now, and that buys you that time because they're not building on their board state at that point.
Well, that Archeops at least now is able to not just be trapped in the active here. It actually has some sort of utility, but we're playing a couple more cards here. Ultra Ball. Going to discard 2 Pokemon there, and that Lugia V-Star and the Archeops now as well.
Yes, seemed potentially if Chinchino was around, but after the early discard of one, maybe one in the prize cards potentially, looks like that isn't going to be an option, and it's a pretty big tell for Lucas as he takes a look and realizes, oh, you didn't evolve. All right, I don't have to worry about that guy.
Awkward.
Okay, there it is.
Oh my gosh, it was a hand.
It's the other card in his hand. Sure, thanks.
That looked really scary for a second. That looked really scary. Like, the last thing you want to give is a control player information about your deck. So glad that we saw that Chinchino coming down there for Brandon. So lots of Pokemon that are fully evolved now and have lots of energy on them. Let's see what Lucas is going to do. It's exactly what you called there, Kyle. That Penny's going to scoop all that damage
Baited.
up.
Look at this. Now, now he wants you to do it with the other one. Go ahead. Play a gift energy. Play a double turbo. Put him on this Pokemon. I want to see, what, 15 energy on the board at this point? He wants to see every single energy so that he can try to lock up that Luminion.
Yep, this is it. The tempting trap has been activated again thanks to that Penny, allowing you to pick that Pokemon right back up and get it back down there. Archeops, once again. The other one. The other chop here. We got the Prime
It's
Catcher.
better than a jet. It knocks out the bird.
The bird here. The power of the sushi roll. The Chinchino now up in the active. Thanks to that Prime Catcher, as well as gusting that Pidgeot EX into the active for Lucas's side.
This is an MVP play for Prime Catcher. Brandon has seen this time and time again on the stream. It's been Ionos from the opponent into Boss's orders. Now the Iono for himself finds the Prime Catcher. One prize card away and plenty of jet energies to avoid the traps. I'm liking Brandon's chances.
Yeah, this is beautiful here for Brandon. Thanks to that special roll, taking out that Pidgeot EX. 70 damage for each special energy that is on that Chinchino. That's an expensive roll, I'll tell you what.
Yep, I can't afford that one. I'll go with the California.
Well, we are going to see the counter catcher. Of course, Lucas well behind in this matchup to be able to activate that counter catcher, get Luminion V into the active position now. But we know Brandon's got a little more tricks up the sleeve, potentially. They're still remaining in deck, but are they in the hand?
My favorite, the discard pile check.
Just checking.
Who cares? It's not a jet energy, and we have not seen that yet, so this Pokemon's still remaining. Great Ball potentially could find an additional Pokemon that you can throw into the hand and have
Sending out your deck here.
a couple more resources. Thinning is weaning.
Yeah, the new saying. Thinning is weaning here. Thinning is winning for sure. And that is going to be a Great Ball, getting another Pokemon out of there. Brandon just needs to hit a couple more things here and take home a victory in this game. Only one prize card left to take. But unfortunately, the trap is activated right now.
There's
with that
so
Luminion.
many opportunities here.
7 cards here for Brandon. Can we see a jet energy?
Where's my boy Blue?
Yeah, honestly, that artwork is
There
sweet.
it is.
There it is. The jet energy coming down here for Brandon Vaughn. That's going to throw that Chinchino up into the active position and take a knockout there. The last knockout needed to go to a 1-1. This is a game 3 in our Masters Finals here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's right. Plenty of time, too. About halfway through our 75 minutes here, and that is perfect opportunity for us as we move into Game 3. Both players showing off some great play in these opening games. We know the strategies now. It's just, can Lucas find the cards at the beginning? Brandon put on so much pressure in this game. And you can still argue that things didn't go perfectly for Brandon. He was missing a little bit in those middle spots, but he played it correctly. He had the resources to attack with the speed wing and put the pressure on. And the pressure started early here, as we saw turn 2 Chinchino.
Look at that. Look at that. Just the difference in board state there. I mean, we were just left with a Rotom B for a while. But Brandon didn't take that Rotom B out. It was going after the Pidgey, the Charmander, one after one.
Look how many turns Lucas attempted to feed him the Rotom. No,
take it,
boss's
please.
orders. Boss's orders again. I do not want this knockout. I'll take it when I'm ready.
Exactly. Hey, our great players know exactly where to take their knockouts. They assess the threat levels on the board, and they take them where they need them to win the long game, not just take prize cards. And that was it for that game there. Brandon Bond bringing us to a 1-1 here. I hope our crowd out there is hyped to see this final.
That's right. What do we have left? This is a very important opening hand for both of our players here in Game 3.
Very important.
I'm going to wish that there's no fish.
Please, no, don't start Luminion here. Yeah, now, okay, so now I'm a bit scared here, Kyle, because we've kind of seen this go both ways for our players. Oh,
so many energies, stop!
I know, I was about to say, that was a lot of energy. I mean, we saw 2 fire energy in the last prizes. That's bad.
That's not
yeah,
ideal.
This is real bad, actually, on Lucas's side. Over for Brandon, a couple of Pokemon, a couple energies, but I mean, what do we have, like 17? That is a lot. So
work with that.
All right, here we are. We're kicking things off. I'm hoping for some luck here on Lucas's side with some difficult prize cards to start off with, but we're in our Masters Finals, Game 3 here. NTV at least getting some utility out of that fleet-footed, drawing an extra card for the initial turn here for Lucas. Plenty of time on the clock to play things down here for both of our players. Nestball going to start us off on Lucas's side, and that Rotom V is out on the field as well.
Yep, it's just taking a look at those energies. It's 2 fire energies and the mist energy, I believe, that are available in the deck. And of course, we saw the 3 energies that are in the prizes as well. And Lucas is well aware of that. Those are some pretty important resources. But 2 fires is enough for a Charmander if you can find those pieces. It is more important, however, to establish that Rotom and start to draw with the instant charge. And it looks like that is the #1 priority here.
Yeah, this is a control style deck, so we need a lot of resources here to be able to bring these strategies to the forefront here for Lucas. And we're going to just hope to see, if you're Lucas, that Brandon doesn't have a super strong start as we saw in our last game between these players. Brandon really had everything. I mean, we saw those Archeops hit the discard almost immediately last time thanks to that Jock. What is Brandon working with here? Of course, the Mew-X is in the active position now. Definitely much better than a Luminion start.
Yeah, it's blue, but we can work with this. Free retreat, copy some cool attacks, and it can draw you some cards every once in a while.
Exactly.
And does Brandon doesn't like seeing the heads on the capturing aroma. That makes me worry about the hand.
This is scary. This is scary here. Looking at the hand, doesn't seem too happy. Didn't go straight into the deck right off the bat off this capturing aroma. Of course, you can have heads or tails here off of this dice. It's going to be a heads, which means that's an evolution Pokemon versus a basic, which is why we're a bit scared here. What is in the hand?
Right.
Do we have other Pokemon?
Typically, you play capturing aroma, you see heads.
Yeah,
that means you're
hyped.
throwing away an Archeops.
Exactly.
You're doing great, but that's only when you have a good hand. With the bad hand, you want to see Minchino and call for family.
Surely we have a supporter. Please don't be Professor's Research if it's good cards.
I'll say surely we have an energy. I can't guarantee a supporter,
Oh, no.
but we'll see.
Lots of cards in hands, but we haven't been able to see them yet. So Brandon is just going to keep track of these resources as far as what is in deck, identifying what's in the prize cards. We did see a couple energy, an Archeops, Lugia V-Star as well, but capturing aroma is still the play here for Brandon for an evolution Pokemon.
The longer this takes, the happier Lucas has to be.
Exactly. Like, we're not moving fast.
And that means either you're going to lose a lot of resources on a professor's research.
You know,
or you have nothing.
I will say, though, Kyle, Brandon is one for the theatrics.
That's true.
You remember?
He did sneak that Chinchino in on us.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, we saw the great ball, we were scared, and then a Chinchino flew out of nowhere. In another game, or after another game Brandon played, we were talking to him, and he was like, yeah, I was trying to think of which play would have been more entertaining for the stream. So, Brandon, hopefully that is what we're working with as far as a difficult hand, at least. But we're going to see in a second, depending on what Brandon decides to do with the rest of his turn.
Plenty of cards to work with.
Okay, can I see them?
The angle is not
I know.
great.
My eyes are already bad enough, Brandon. Please tilt them a little. All right. Oh, wow. It's just looking like energy potentially coming down onto this Mew EX. I mean, this is
soap opera level.
Yeah. What is happening?
On the other side, Lucas drew into a fantastic hand on the Rotom V, so he's just grinning ear to ear on that side. What is happening? It is the Serena to discard.
Wow.
To how many cards? 2, 3?
That is brutal. Yeah, I guess there's just 2 left in hand.
Is there a
drawing
basic
up to
Pokemon?
5.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, yeah, that is tough. That is the basic Pokemon we were looking for here, found off of that Serena for just a couple of cards, stacking the hand up to 5 total in the hand, but that's it. It's just the energy down, the mist energy down onto the Mew EX. Lugia V now on the field, but Lucas is on the other side here. Tons of cards in hand now, thanks to that instant charge on the last turn. We do have the fleet-footed still as well. That Pidgey is ready to get evolved into a Pidgeot EX, and that's happening right now on your screen from a Rare Candy. So lots of card potential here for Lucas, and the push is in Lucas's hands here to take the momentum in this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, if you can move the Entei, you could attack with the Pidgeot and start putting pressure on the Mew if you wanted. Well, actually, you can't. It's the double turbo that's in the prize cards,
you're
right?
right.
So,
oh, no.
How do you go about this? I suppose the best way is to just focus on that Charmander, and that looks to be the case. The Buddy pop in, the Forest Seal Stone now, and you can search out that Charmander. Next turn, you will have the energies to accelerate those fire energies, and you can choose whether it's more important to play those onto the Entei or the Charizard. And at this point, it might just be aggressive Charizard because there's no Pokemon on the other side. Entei's not attacking for very much.
Exactly. Entei is not attacking for very much indeed, but Charizard definitely would be. And, you know, Lucas is, I'm sure, very well aware of the energy that are still in deck, what is in the prize cards as well. So you know that he's formulating his strategies here around that. Forest Sealstone is going to be played down onto that Rotom V, allowing it to actually have a V-Star power in the Star Alchemy. That's why we see that V-Star token being flipped now. Any card that you'd like being drawn out of your deck. So it's a quick search, but in a tool. So double quick search, really.
Yeah, valuing the mist energy in this spot, which is a little odd because next turn, likely you'd think that you'd have access to the Rare Candy and the Charizard. But safety first, if you don't find any of those pieces, then next turn the quick search can just go for a fire energy, and you can attack with the Entei. So a little bit of a hedge here.
We're stabilizing. We're stabilizing. All right, we're over onto Brandon's side of the field now. Let's see if Brandon can stabilize this match here. We already have one Archeops in the discard pile off of that Serena that we saw played in the first turn. Lugia V also came down, thankfully, so we'd be able to get into that V-Star if it is available here for Brandon. But this is looking just as brutal as far as choices go.
Yeah, I mean, he showed off like 6 potential actions with the way his hand swung around, so he's got something to do. But Lumineon looked to be the primary target this turn to at least get the ball rolling.
Yeah, it just looks like there's a lot of debate. Maybe Brandon potentially getting in his head a little bit in this matchup here. I mean, it just looks grueling, every single decision that is being made on this side for Brandon. But Lumineon V is going to be the decision here. That is made. Luminous Sign being bringing Jacques out of the deck.
With the Jacques, you can search out, find that Archeops. You can get those evolution Pokemon that you're going to need. And so the Lugia V-Star, it may be one of those missing pieces we saw.
I was about to say, we already have one Archeops in the discard pile, so one Archeops here off the Jacques as well as that Lugia V-Star. Sometimes, well, usually we see the double chops, but It has some other utility there in that evolution of the Lugia V.
Yep, this works out just fine. The issue now is you have no Pokemon that really challenges this Entei V, 230 hit points. Even if you have the double Archeops, the likely answer will be the Lugia V. This is a slow approach. There must not be a supporter. This is read the wind, discard the Archeops for 3.
Read the wind here. That is it. Wow, that is tough to see here, but that's exactly what we're going to see. Just the draw 3 cards now off of that read the wind after that Jet Energy brought the Lugia V into the active position. Lucas going to start off with a draw for turn, a fleet-footed. We're seeing the energy come down now onto that Entei V for the turn as well. Straight into a quick search, or no, Hisuian Heavy Ball first here.
Yeah, so you can't grab any of those energies, although you certainly would like to.
Honestly, I still think shuffling up the prize cards hopefully is better because I think
we will see. It is very important to see where they lie.
Yes.
These prize cards may be indicative of how the rest of the game goes.
Exactly.
Those energies are so vital to closing out.
Yeah, at least the Hisuian Heavy Ball is going to be put into those prize cards. Hopefully not on the bottom if our players are taking from the bottom up as far as prize cards goes, but that Pidgey going to be drawn out of there. Hisuian Heavy Ball, okay, I'm liking it, I'm liking it. Very nice here. That is much better. The Heavy Ball's up at the top and the energy are down at the bottom. So once we're seeing those prize cards be taken, Lucas will have much more to do with this deck as far as the availability of those energy cards to charge up these alternate attackers here. Now we're going to go in with the quick search. Lucas has anything at the ready here from that nice little quick search. Takes a while to get into it. You got a rare candy into that Pidgeot EX, but there's so much utility that it holds for the rest of the match for you. Arvin is going to be played here now for Lucas, grabbing that rare candy.
Yep, just finding some additional resources now. The Defiance Band 2, if your opponent does finally start to push the aggression, target down some of those other Pokemon, as Entei's likely not to fall anytime soon, but at some point, maybe, Brandon will be aggressive. But ultimately, thinning out the deck here is important. It means every fleet-footed, every quick search just gets you closer and closer to finding the right resources to close out.
Yep, playing this like a champ here. I mean, that hand is huge. Lots of resources here that Lucas has been collecting over time. And how are you looking at this game here from here on out, Kyle? How do we rescue this?
It could be worse. If Lucas didn't use the Forest Sealstone for the Mist Energy, this turn it could have been Rare Candy into Charizard, double Fire Energy on the Entei attacking, and then you have that threat. The Charmander is still a Pokemon that could be knocked out at some point, so perhaps if Brandon's able to target that down in combination with finding the Archeops, there's a bit of an avenue there to come back, but Minccino is a very big piece that we need to see in that final spot of the bench.
Yeah, we need to start lining something up here for Brandon as far as the late game goes, especially now that we already have damage out on the field on this Lugia V-Star as well. But that the Primal Turbos are going to start flying here now for Brandon after, of course, that Summoning Star has brought out those colorless, no rule box Pokemon and the 2 Archeops from the discard pile. So these special energies are going to start flying here. It's just which ones will be attached where. It's going to be a gift and that double turbo energy onto this Lugia V-Star.
Yeah, the gift energy seems to be a fair play, especially when Lugia V-Star likely to be knocked out at some point soon.
But you got to use some cards.
Yeah, the problem is I think there's like 6 cards already in hand. So
that's what I'm saying. Play the hand down a bit.
You got to play it down, and it doesn't work out right now. How this hand is this big and still does not have a Minccino is beyond me.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways to search out Pokemon usually for these Lugia decks, so it is pretty surprising here. But maybe Brandon's holding on to something that we just haven't seen here, guys.
He is. There's an Ultra Ball in there.
Oh, my gosh.
But we'll let Morty see what he's found.
Morty's conviction here.
You know, whenever your opponent
Lucas had to
verifies what your card does in finals, that's a moral victory.
Exactly. That is so funny here. I was talking to Kyle saying, oh, they still play the Morty's conviction, right? Kyle was like,
no, that card's
no.
trash.
Absolutely not. But yes, Morty's Conviction going to draw these extra cards here for Brandon. That's going to bring us the Capturing Aroma, which was rolled a heads here. So that is going to be another evolution Pokemon. So it's just going to be that Archeops. But the Archeops is going to be fodder to the Ultra Ball here for Brandon. But that's another Lugia V-Star being discarded into the discard pile. One's already out in the active, and we had one in prize cards too, no?
Yeah, we're giving up on Lugia at this point. It's done its job. You're now focused on the Chinchino engine.
The babies.
We're going to be making the rolls and taking the knockouts. Important to note that 20 damage is not on the Entei. That was a capture and roll flip.
I know, it keeps happening like that.
I don't want, well, thank goodness there's a double turbo on the Lugia. Imagine a fake knockout happening here.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that would be brutal.
It's like, I don't remember you tackling me.
Yeah, wait, where's the 20 damage? No, Brandon's done a great job of moving that dice out of there after the roll. Always seems to land on the Pokemon somehow, but Mist Energy going to go down as the attachment for turn onto that Minccino on the bench, getting it ready to start rolling here, no pun intended. And then we're just going to be swinging into this Entei V with this Lugia V-Star Tempest Dive. Of course, that double turbo nerfing the damage output just a little bit there for that Lugia V-Star. Now we're over to Lucas, and we're going to start off with the cutest Ultra Ball I've ever seen.
I think it was a top deck too, and
wow.
Now Lucas considering, well, how do I want to work around this? I want to see the Charizard, but I don't want to see another Pokemon. So it's important to rare candy into this Charizard. Yeah. Then you'll have access to the fleet-footed. If you penny this Pokemon, the Entei V, you can bring that back up, have access to those energies once more. And since you already have the fire there, basically recycle it, attach for the turn. Burning Darkness is going to be lined up.
Yeah, there we go. The Infernal Rain allows you to seek out those 3 fire energy, but there's none
That's
there.
a big boy. 430 hit points.
Get the dice out here, Kyle.
Is there a sushi maker big enough here to handle that Pokemon? I'm not sure.
Oh my gosh. I mean, just when we thought Charizard EX couldn't get any worse, now it's got a nice little cape on it. And yeah, that is brutal to see here if you're Brandon, having to work with just your Chinchino as your attackers. It's exactly what Lucas wants to see. Lucas looking pretty pleased here with that, at least.
Well, Lucas definitely has some thinking to do here, as you can knock out this Lugia V-Star, take some prize cards, and you probably feel pretty comfortable. You could also move to your Charizard EX, and you have plenty of hit points. But if you knock out this Pokemon, you know that your opponent is only dealing 200 damage each turn, and that is much more reasonable for you to deal with. You don't have to see your opponent find upwards of, 8 more energies on this Pokemon and knock out a Charizard EX. It'd be terrifying.
Terrifying indeed. Yeah, and especially when you have options available in your supporters to kind of work around the damage being output on your field. Of course, a couple of penny are in the prize cards too, but there's 3 in the list.
It feels so counterintuitive at this point. As a Pokemon player, you love the prize map. You love knocking out all of the 2 prizers, and you could go back to back to back, take all those Pokemon off the board instead.
The greed.
It's just this little dusting mouse. He's terrifying. What is the play, though? Is it boss's orders or is it penny?
Just cleaning up here. Yeah, that is the true question.
Don't mind me, boss.
Yeah, don't mind me. Oh, it's got to touch the field here. And it's going to be the boss's orders here.
Is it Archeops? It's Archeops here. Going for the old strategy here.
Wow, yeah, it's going to be the Archeops.
This play doesn't work like it used to in the previous game. There's too many energies in play. You still have to play against the Chinchino.
Oh my gosh. So
I mean, clearly it could work. You have to chain together back-to-back boss's orders. You could go after that second Archeops. There may be enough time, but the clock is ticking.
That's very true. The clock is ticking indeed, and that is going to be the prize card, but it's not going to be that Minccino. It's going to be the Archeops going down there for Lucas from that Entei V.
All right. For the reach, Archeops does now limit the amount of damage that you could do. If you had access to both, then we could see the Chinchino reaching for potential, 420 damage with 7 energies to go. This now can only be 6 energies, which you're shooting a little underneath. It can't knock out the Charizard EX, but it still could go after a Pokemon like that Pidgeot, which Lucas is hiding.
Hiding over there. Brandon identifying it is still there. We see it over there.
It's just subconsciously like, do not
Please.
go after
don't
my
look
bird.
over here. Nothing's over here. Yep, it's going to be that jet energy is what brings this Chinchino into the active position now.
And this is the difference. This is a Pokemon that is a viable threat that can knock out just about anything on the field, especially next turn. It will threaten that Charizard EX. So you can't target the Archeops on the next turn because you're going to lose 2 prize cards.
Yes, yeah, I mean, it's definitely kind of awkward here now, potentially for Lucas, that Chinchino. 4 special energy attached, 70 damage for each energy there. We're also seeing this Primal Turbo now for Brandon, looking through the deck here. For these other couple of energy.
Yeah, the question is how many energies do you feel like committing to Chinchino? And I think you have to put at least 1 on this Pokemon, potentially 2. I guess 2 is the true answer because you don't have Lost Vacuum. If you do that, then the respect from the Charizard does happen. The Entei has to handle the Chinchino, but Brandon's considering Mew in this spot.
Yeah, we've actually talked a bit about Mew EX this weekend. I don't think it's seen much as far as attacking goes, but we've talked about how it's a bit of an underutilized Pokemon. It's in a lot of decks, but it doesn't always seem to attack. What do you think about these energy being committed to the Mew EX here, Kyle?
Well, genome hacking unlocks a lot of different attacks. The problem is Control isn't known for having very strong attacking options.
True.
You could copy the Burning Darkness, but clearly that's not going to be enough to knock out the Charizard with all of those hit points. And I think there's a window now for Lucas. He can target that Archeops and remove that from play. Chinchino is no longer threatening the Charizard. But it's on Brandon to chain together boss's orders, try to maybe pressure these Pokemon here and remove them from play. Also, if you can combine this with an Iono, the hand is gone, the Pidgeot is gone, no searching is available. Who knows what happens from there?
Exactly. It's going to come down to what cards can both of these players draw now. Thornton!
Surprise! That is one way to remove some pressure, and I love seeing that, as now the Rotom is no longer a threat. Your opponent was staring at 4 prize cards that they'd love to take down. Instead, it looks like it's just the Entei V as the easy option, and your opponent is still up, so you have options with that counter catcher to take down a Pokemon like the Archeops still.
Yes, absolutely. Thornton coming out of nowhere here. I mean, these control decks, they have the text, they have the spice here. Switching a basic Pokemon from the discard pile for a basic that's already down here for you as well. Getting you to switch out these Pokemon if something goes down that maybe you didn't want to. And this is going to be a huge turn here for Lucas, taking out that threat of the Chinchino that had all those energy attached, committed to it there, but not enough to be a bunch of energy there. Where do we go from here now, Kyle?
You see the middle of the road play from the Entei. No longer using the counter catcher to take the knockout. Instead is going to remove the major threat of that Pokemon, but Archeops is still in play. We could see the Minccino potentially be loaded up by the Archeops. Mew is putting on enough pressure to copy Burning Rondo for some prize cards.
Woo!
Brandon would be 2 prize cards away from closing this one out. And if the Archeops goes unchecked, it just continues to fuel the mouse.
Yes, absolutely. As long as there's the energy there, Brandon can make sure those energy are being attached here off of this Archeops, and of course manual attachments as well if the Archeops is unchecked there on the field. Of course, our players are also at 4-4 prize cards now. This is our game 3 between these players, so it is all up to these last few turns between them to see what happens here in our Masters Grand Finals. And it's all going to start with this Archeops bringing out these energy. How much do we even have left here, Kyle, that we're working with?
Not much. This looks like 3 or 4 energies remaining in the deck, so reaching for the knockout. Minccino is basically working as a check for Rare Candy Pidgeot at this point. Your opponent can no longer search that Pokemon out in Rare Candy and evolve and feel comfortable if Boss's Orders is the answer. I think the most important thing for Brandon is if you play Iono this turn, you are going to set up a pretty great situation for yourself. Your opponent with no access to a fire energy and just a 1-energy Charizard is the only way they could take you down.
Oh, yeah.
Force Seal Stone doesn't work on a Cleffa.
That well, and it was already used anyway. But that'd be pretty wild if it did. A little 30 HP baby. But all right, yeah, this is it.
Oh, it's in the hand. It's ready to go.
Has the Iono here. That beautiful full art. Iono looks like debating playing it. He's going to put it down. Yeah, Kyle, play it, play it. The crowd is clapping for that Iono play. And that's huge.
We didn't see the way that Lucas drew the cards, but I'm presuming that the fire energy could have been one of the cards found. So
yeah,
at least it's back in the deck at this point, but it's waiting on the bottom. There's no search ready to go at this point.
Yeah, 4 cards for each of these players, but those hands were shuffled, put to the bottom. Who knows what Lucas has in hand to work with. But Brandon here is going to bench another Minccino here and check the discard pile.
the biggest waste of time. But you know what? You've accomplished enough. You've earned it, Brandon.
Hey, you want to make sure you're not making any mistakes here in our grand finals. Capturing Aroma going to be played. We're going to see that heads here being rolled, bringing out an evolution Pokemon. That's what we like to see.
Yep, the Chinchino is in there, but
failed it.
Brandon does not want that. And this may be that the Chinchino's already in hand. You could potentially draw an extra card with this Mew if your hand is low enough.
Yeah, we know those like to pop out of the hand every now and again.
Surprise!
Surprise here. You got a Thornton? I already have it in hand here. But yeah, we're going to see that restart here from the Mew EX, drawing 1 card. Of course, up to 3 in hand, so 3 total cards now in hand for Brandon. Whoa. All right, so it's exactly what you said here. Burning Rondo being used against Lucas, unfortunately, from that Mew EX, copying the attack, taking the knockout here.
Lucas reads the mist energy. He's like, does that save me? I need some help. My opponent's down to just 2 prize cards remaining. Buddy Poffin trying to find a bailout option. And I mean... you can keep the Mew in the active, and it can trap you back.
Trap.
I think it has too many hit points anyways.
Yeah,
but yeah.
that's true.
we're just looking for any option here. Nest Ball is the find.
Nest Ball is the find. Indeed, it's going to bring out that Radiant Charizard here now for Lucas, or not.
None of these are great without energy.
Exactly. None of them, and that's exactly what Lucas is being faced with. It's just so difficult to look at the situation, try to map out how you can still win this when Brandon is just sitting at 2 prize cards left to take to be the winner here in Los Angeles.
Counting the energies now.
Yeah, true. You got it. And now this is a discard pile check.
I like this one.
That is relevant here. Yeah, Lucas making sure to count all of these resources that have been used, especially these energies.
14 energy, very important to note. Take a look at Brandon's prize cards. The last 2 energies up the top there is 1 final energy remaining. And what I didn't catch if it was a jet energy or not, but those 2 gift energies are energy 15 and 16. The 17th is still available. But that does lead to some avenues where you could lock a Pokemon in the active spot.
That is true. It could come down to just a super awkward situation of both of those
Luminion
energy
in the active spot. There is 1 final energy to assist this Pokemon.
Yeah, this is actually quite scary. Could it just come down to this, Kyle?
Cleffa drawing. And he finds the fire energy.
Yo, the grasping draw. The free grasping draw off the Cleffa?
You are grasping at straws.
Yes,
and it works out just fine there.
It worked out.
Double jet energy is in there. So this energy, if it were to retreat the Luminion, that is not enough.
Yeah.
Because after you move this Pokemon, you have to take a prize card in that same instance. It has to be finding the gift energy once more. But if you bring this Pokemon back up and then Tempting Trap, it is stuck.
This is really scary. I cannot believe it's coming down to this, Kyle, in this matchup. Is it just going to come down to the fact that the prize cards were a little awkward here now, and Lucas finally identifies the out here, or the potential out, looking at the knowledge of what resources Brandon has already used here in this matchup?
Obviously, we've been through a long game 3 here now, and we've seen game 1 and 2 as well. Prime Catcher is one of those cards we have to think about. I'm not sure if that's already been used this game, but that is one final out, and it's being used right now to take the prize, but this takes the gift energy. The problem is the Luminion can be stuck.
That is definitely a problem.
I don't know about this, Boo.
I am scared for this, Kyle.
That's the one bailout button, and it's being used right now, but it does bring Brandon down to one final prize card.
My heart is pumping here right now. Are we going to go down to one prize card here that Pidgey's wiped off the field? It's the energy. Of course, there was only that option here. That's beautiful.
What cards are remaining? Cleffa was grasping to find some assistance.
And we did for a second there.
Penny pickup. This Charizard is going to hang on. It can take the knockout. It is the only Pokemon in play, and it has 430 hit points.
Yeah, this is the final boss, like, in every single way possible at this point.
This is terrifying. The knockout is lined up. Yes, Cinccino can deal what? You have the one energy there. If you can Iono it back in, then you can have access to 2 more energies. You're dealing... What? You're close. You're doing 330, so if you played a vacuum, you could get there. That's not a card in the list.
That's not a card in the list, indeed. Well, that's it. This is what we have here now, Kyle. The knockout there. 2 prize cards off that Lugia V-Star. 2 cards were drawn off that gift energy that was on the Lugia V-Star as well for Brandon, and this is the draw for turn now.
All right, Cinccino has to deal as much damage as possible this turn so that a Mew could copy Burning Darkness to knock out this Charizard on the following turn. The #1 goal for Brandon, get rid of that hand from Lucas. Way too many cards, boss's orders, even a counter catcher in the spot would mean knockout on a V Pokemon to end the game and win the regional championship.
Yeah, this is all coming down to what disruption can we see here from Brandon so that Lucas cannot just run away with this win here. Ultra Ball is at least going to start us off here.
Is there another Luminion? This is a list that's playing only one single Luminion. If there's a world where you can play down enough cards, then maybe restart could help you find some additional resources. We haven't seen the hand yet. If Iono's already waiting there, you're in a great spot. Lucas showing off the Pal Pad and the boss's orders, but they're still counter catchers.
Yes, that's true.
What mind games are going on here?
I know.
He already was blocking that Pidgeot in the last few turns.
Exactly. I think there's mind games both ways for our opponents. Our opponents here. Gift energy.
Where is it? It is in the hand. It's played down now. These are the 2 biggest cards here for Lucas now. What can he find?
Brandon is going to cause me to have a heart attack here, Kyle. Gosh.
Doesn't even want to restart some additional cards. Who cares?
Yeah, this is it. This is the end game here for both of our players now. Brandon's sitting at 1 prize card.
Counter-catcher found! The game is over! Lucas Singh is your LA Regional Champion! Unreal!
That is insane to see here. Lucas Zing, it's going to come down to this, just finding that counter catcher, taking the win here. It could have gone either way, Kyle, to both of these players, but Lucas is going to be taking things home, going against the final boss of that Lugia V-Star with a control style archetype deck, and that was just bananas of a final.
I love my job. Wow, that is amazing. Everything played out there perfectly. Some excellent gameplay from both of our competitors. And what a way to close things out.
Yeah.
Counter catcher gets the job done.
Everybody grasping at straws. Cleffa MVP leads to this scenario.
Right.
Ridiculous.
The Cleffa. And you know, I don't know, Kyle. Now I'm kind of starting to doubt the community choice. Maybe we should have put counter catcher up there, huh?
I was telling you.
The net.
Grab the bird. Bring him in, knock him out. It works here. Without Pidgeot, there's not much to do. Iono was doing everything possible to slow down Lucas, but fate can't be stopped. Counter catcher right off the top, and it gets the job done.
Oh, yes. Let's not forget, that was our 3rd game. We went all the way to 3 games, and it went back and forth for our players here in both of our games. This is checking out our game 1.
Lucas looked unstoppable in this opening game. Turn 2 Pidgeot, turn 3 Charizard, attacking Entei V and Radiant Charizard ready to go in the wings.
Yeah.
Nothing was going to stop Lucas on that opening game.
That made me scared for sure heading into this game too, because that was such a dominant showing there from Lucas. We go into that game too though, and it was the opposite there. Brandon was able to kind of take the attacking into his own hands, target down those important Pokemon on Lucas's side of the field, and just really debilitate Lucas's deck, let him not go anywhere in that game, bringing us to our game 3 here, where honestly, it went back and forth the entire time, Kyle.
This was a pure chess match the
Yes,
entire
it was.
time. Every single resource was accounted for. Horrible prize cards at the end there for Brandon, those final 2 energies, but was able to make the most of it. Finds the Mew as an attacker, able to copy down the Entei, go down to 2 prize cards remaining, and when everything's on the line, you have that Lugia to take down, go to 1 final prize card, you have the gift, but Lucas switched gears. He finds the penny, he picks up his final Pokemon, and it's Charizard against the world.
The final boss.
Brandon recognizes this. Yes, he loses one of his major attackers, but with the Iono, he's able to play down once more and have that Cinccino to attack in, and Lucas sees on the very first card that he's going to win $10,000.
Oh, that top deck for $10,000 here for Lucas Singh. It does not get better than that. And we saw that emotion there for Lucas as well after that win. I mean, we love to see pop-offs here on the TCG side of things. You know, our game's a little slower. It's a little more anticlimactic at some points, but there was nothing anticlimactic about all 3 of those games here in our Masters Finals in Los Angeles. And I could not think of a better way to end our season as far as our regional circuit, huh, Kyle?
Right, there may not be a more deserving player than Lucas as well. Has played so well throughout the entirety of the 12 regionals. The opportunities have been there. Top 8, top 4, top 16, top 16. Finally cashes and is able to find a championship here, and what a great way to do it. I mean, both players played incredible, and it's there's nothing else to be said.
Yeah, you'd love to see that. I mean, all the stops were pulled out for both our players. It was incredible gameplay, incredible setups both sides. We saw the full potential, really, of both sides of the deck as well. We saw it go one way, then the other way, and then the last match was both ways the whole entire time. It could have gone either way there, and it just came down to that Iono there, and Lucas being able to find that last piece needed to take things home. But as you said, I mean, Lucas has been kind of grasping at a championship title like this for a long time. We've always seen him up in the rankings at so many of our regionals this season. You saw the records standing out there for 2024, so many placements here and there, but there's no placement like number 1, huh,
Yeah,
Kyle?
it works out very well. We've talked about Lucas before on the stream. Obviously, he's been on many times, and I found myself questioning him one time when he was on the stream very recently. I'm like, I know this player very well. I've seen him in all of the different crowds. He hangs out with the right players, and he plays good decks very well. But what do I know him for? And I just couldn't find that answer. And sure enough, he answered that question with an exclamation point.
Yes. I mean, that was just super dominating to watch all throughout there, and especially going against that matchup, maybe not feeling super confident going into it, but just saying, you know, I'm just going to play my best Pokemon. We saw that there from Lucas and was able to take the win against all odds of Lugia V-Star being your final opponent. Let's take a look at our bracket here. You know, now we're crowning Lucas our winner here in our championship final for our Masters division. epic to see, but there was a ton of fantastic matchups. Some of them we didn't even get to see. We can only feature so many matchups here on the stream, but we still got a lot of excitement out of both our top 8, top 4 matchup for the stream, and a lot of great players here on this bracket.
Yeah, we saw Brandon with the 2-0, 2-0, and also able to take one of the games in finals. Lucas working his tail off in top 8, top 4, and finals.
Brutal.
But it all pays off. As you know, you're in for that kind of tournament when you play a deck like this, playing the control variant. The final standings are here, and they are official. Lucas Zing is your champion with the Pidgeot EX control, with a sprinkle of Charizard in there as well. And congratulations to Brandon Vaughn as well with an incredible tournament.
Yeah.
You see the one true loss to Lucas there, as the other was just a surrender to see you in top 8.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, incredible there from Brandon. I'm sure was feeling super good heading into that Masters Finals as well. Gonna give it his all, and he definitely did that. There's nothing to be disappointed in if you are Brandon Vaughn. You took this incredible deck to this tournament when so many people were frowning upon it. We're thumbsing it down here, and Brandon Vaughn said, no, I'm going to go with Lugia V-Star for this tournament, and I am going to go through all of those control decks, but unfortunately, there was one control deck that stood in his way. Going to make him just the finalist here in Los Angeles, but hey, that's a pretty nice record to have, I'll tell you what.
That's right. I'm sure we're going to hear more from both of our finalists very soon as we are ready at the main stage. Let's go ahead and throw it to Heggy.
Wow, wow, wow. What a crazy finals match. Let's give another round of applause for that match, because that was one of the greatest finals matches we've seen in a long time. The crowd was loving it, I was loving it, and of course, lots of players here showing their support. We started out with over 2,000 players, worked our way down to just over 200, and we had our 2 finalists, so let's recognize those 2 players, our 2 finalists here. First off, our second place player, let's give it up for Brandon Vaughn. Congratulations. Well, Brandon, you did it. You made second place. An incredible accomplishment. I know this is your first time really breaking into the top 8, and you did it with style with Lugia. I know that was a crazy set. I know you must have lots of emotions going on, but in your heart here to get this big finish, what does that mean to you for your hard work you put into the game?
Man, I can't even believe I made it this far. You know, just been grinding. Kind of. I always had my mindset on Lugia. I was gonna make a last-minute change, but I'm glad I stuck with it. Over the weekend, I hit a total of 9 stall and control decks, including Top Cut. So I was bound to lose to one eventually, right? But congrats to Lucas, man. He deserved the win. You know, I'm glad he got his first win on that. So yeah, glad to be here.
And I'm sure lots of people helped you out. You've got your whole crew, you've got your team, you got lots of people. Who do you want to give some shout outs to, man? Who helped you get here?
Yeah, well, first of all, shout out to my wife, Jessica, right there. Shout out to 88 Card House for everything you guys do for me. And shout out to everyone putting this event together. And of course, my family and my friends. You guys know who you are.
Give it up one more time here for your finalist, Brandon Vaughn. Congrats again, man. Congrats again. And after 2,000 players, 2 days of competition, we were left with just one. Everyone, give a big round of applause for your Los Angeles regional champion, Lucas Zing! Lucas. Congratulations. You finally did it. This has been an incredible season for you. Almost from the start. Come in a little closer, man. Come on, don't be afraid of me. From the start of this season, man, you started off with a bang, top 8 in Pittsburgh. You've been performing well, 3 top cuts, and this is the one finally. And in a crazy Game 3, in a matchup that nobody would have told you would have been in your favor. I know you got a lot, man, but tell me, man, how does it feel and what's going through your head?
Man, I'm at a loss for words. This is truly, I've been wanting this for so long. And to finally get to this point, it just feels like all my hard work's finally paid off. And I just can't, I'm at a loss for words, man. It feels amazing.
You did it with such a cool deck, a deck maybe not a lot of players were expecting, and I'm sure people helped you prepare for this event. What really went through your thought process of playing this as your choice for this event?
I always wanted to play control during this format. I thought it was very strong, but I never had a really good deck list to play with. That's until Isaiah showed up. He's an amazing deck builder. He built this insane list. Every card was so impactful and important. Without him, I wouldn't even be here. So all credit goes to him for building such an amazing deck.
And that big moment in Game 3, or Game 1 goes your way, Game 2, the prizes, the cards, nothing falling for you. And in Game 3, you got 3 cards, the Iono for 2 and your top deck. What's going through your head as you're drawing one by one, getting ready to look at each card? Are you prepared for the worst, or are you hoping for the best? I really want to know what you're thinking at that moment.
It wasn't looking too good for me. The odds weren't that well in my favor because the Iono 2 Arven's a counter catcher to my bottom of my deck. So the only outs left in my deck were 2 counter catchers in Arven and 2 Ultra Balls. Those are the only outs. So I wasn't really expecting it to go my way, but it ended up going. Like, I drew the counter catcher, and the rest is history.
And that's crazy, man. Well, you finally got there. You finally got your win. You've been working for this for so long, and I'm sure you've had a plethora of people help you out. Give some shout outs, man. Who helped you get here?
I want to shout out my mom and my brother. They're just like my biggest supporters. They always put up with my my antics, and they always, they're rooting for me back home. So I love them to death. So thank you to them. I also want to thank Isaiah Brander again for building the deck, and all my friends and family for cheering me on. Everyone here in the crowd. It's been an amazing experience. And finally, the most important shout out, my dad. He's no longer with us, unfortunately, but he was my biggest support. He was always there for me, throughout Pokemon and in life. So all love to him. I know he's watching somewhere, so this win is for him.
That's beautiful, man. That is so awesome. Congratulations again. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for your champion, Lucas Singh!
A player that has struggled and struggled to finally get this big win. Lucas Singh here in Los Angeles getting his crown. My name is Adam Watson, back in the lounge, joined by Pablo Meza and Kyle Sablehouse to help bring everything home. How you feeling, gentlemen?
I'm very impressed with the play we just saw. Lucas played that masterfully, and that $10,000 counter catcher, that was really cool to see.
My adrenaline's still pumping. What a match. Both players well deserving to be in that spot, but it does not get better than that. Everything on the line, and you just have to hope that you've done enough thinning, done enough to get to that moment and find the right cards. 3 options, 3 cards to potentially change your life, give you that opportunity, and it worked out perfectly there.
He said that he was a control player just waiting for the meta to shift in his favor. We can take a look at the deck usage for this tournament in Los Angeles and see exactly how it all broke down for day 2. Dialga taking 3rd place. I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one because that's all I got left.
Good for you.
I mean, yeah, we had Charizard at the very top, no surprise. I wonder if there we have some of the control decks, as we did see, right?
Yeah.
1-1 Charizard line in control. So, yeah, Charizard still being at the forefront of the metagame despite not being the main focus of the specific deck.
And of course, the Marathon runners, the Snorlax players, the Pidgeot control decks, they're hanging off on the edge there. We see at least 15 or less of those were in contention out of the total 217 players, but they showed up in abundance when we were able to make our top 8. And we saw a lot of great players once more making their way to that stage. It was Regan Retzloff and Caleb Rogerson once more, just great young gun talent that were showing off in this final day too.
And we can move over to the caster predictions now because I haven't had enough punishment. We had a very well-rounded top 8. Usually when you see the same archetype take up multiple slots, you're not really looking forward to the finals. But Control is such an intricate list. It's a joy to watch. I know you had a lot of fun casting the finals, but when we look at what our casters predicted, I think Pablo and Ethan were kind of on the right track.
Yeah, I'm going to give myself a pat on the back. We saw multiple Snorlax in top 8. Charizard, of course, featured in this control deck. So, yeah, I think pretty spot on there, as expected with this metagame, yeah, for the last tournament.
Entei, very impressive call there, big from Heggy to identify that was the new inclusion that gives the control players a chance to take some additional prize cards. Allow yourself to give up those prizes early and then make the Charizard EX a threat, and it worked out very well. Sableye, on the other hand, we don't need to talk about that anymore, but Iron Hands worked out fairly well for me too. I wasn't exactly predicting it in the Future Box package, but we were able to see one of those in the top 8, and we sprinkled that in with the Chien-Pao top 4 too.
Yeah, the Entei technology just blindsiding the Dialga players. I wish that maybe there were some heroes out there who took the Great Tusk Mill trying to counter the counter of control, but who knows? It's fine. You know, I can get spicy and maybe I'm right twice a day like the broken clock that I am. But I want to take a look back now, gentlemen, at the regionals. This graphic we visited time and time again. So many locations are grayed out that we've moved through and experienced fantastic Pokemon action along with our audience at home. And we're going to be draining the color here from Los Angeles and moving to New Orleans pretty soon.
Yeah, only 2 weeks to go for the closure of the season. New Orleans, brand new location as well. I'm very, very excited for the North America International Championships.
Yeah, with Twilight Masquerade ready to go, that's pretty much where everybody's mindset was. If you did not attend Los Angeles, all of your testing was going there. If you did attend Los Angeles, that's all we did. As soon as 10 o'clock hit, everyone is playing with the new cards. They're so exciting. It's going to be an incredible event, and I can't wait to see what that does when we start looking towards our World Championships.
A lot of testing to be done. So many new archetypes on the horizon, and we have more events coming up, not just the ones you see here right now in front of you. We've got another tournament coming up in Bologna, Italy. So that's going to be pretty impressive for the EU side of things. June 1st and June 2nd. Going to be really stellar. We know that EU is an incredibly powerful region, but they're also known as control players. So now that they have a double confirmation that control might still be the way to go, do you think they're going to stick with it, Pablo, or is it third time's the charm where the counters are truly going to come through?
I mean, I generally think we have to reference Alessandro Cremascoli, an Italian player who has been at the forefront of these control decks, but I generally think he's probably not too happy that control just won, because when it's the most expected, that's when it's the least viable. So we'll have to see how control players can adapt over in Italy.
Yeah, that's been really the trend in Europe. Owen Kerman really speaks to that as well. Winning with the Chien-Pao, says, oh, crap, there's too many people looking at Chien-Pao now. I have to move it over. Wins with the Mew instead the next time around, and it really just speaks to the caliber of play that we have over in the European region. So many great innovators, but also identifiers of the metagame, and I'm sure they'll come up with something interesting for us to check out over the next week while we're all looking forward to NAIC.
That's a great point, Kyle. We do have NAIC coming up, as well as the NAIC preview show. And a great part of this show is our folks at home. You in the audience right now can submit your questions. We're going to sort through them, pick out the best ones, and try to answer them at the NAIC preview show to really get that audience participation and make sure that you have all of your questions answered heading into one of the biggest competitions of the year. And as we've said time and time again, the debut of Twilight Masquerade for the international scene.
That's going to be the big talking point for sure. I'm sure our audience will have a lot of questions for our panel of experts to answer. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this preview show.
We're going to have some great banter, some hot takes. We're going to have all of these panelists calling in to talk about their metagame and what to expect. Jot down this date, folks, May 31st, 1 p.m. Pacific time. I am so excited for it, but again, next event, NAIC, June 7th to June 9th. Mark your calendars. I can't stress this enough. I feel like we have so many tournaments over the course of the entire year, and we have this beautiful crescendo now for the Pokemon TCG, where it's going to be monumental events back to back to back. And I love when our players really grab onto these new sets and show us what Twilight Masquerade is going to be capable of.
Now, I'm really wondering, we had LAIC won by Yuho Kalama, European player. We had EUIC won by Tord Reklev, European player. Can NA show up at the North America International?
I hope so, because there's a lot of great players in NA that really take it personal. This is defending the home turf. You got to get the job done, and They've been trying desperately to do just that. Maybe a little nod to that as Azul GG was able to get it done on the regional level, but now you've got to get the job done at NAIC for sure. And we got to dunk on the haters.
I mean, when we send our best players over to EU to try to stir the pot a bit, cause some controversy, we love a little drama here in the Pokemon TCG, but EU is more than happy to respond in kind. So this is us on the casting desk inviting our international players to come on over to New Orleans and show us how this game should be played. And for those of you at home, make sure you follow these channels: YouTube, Twitch.tv, follow us on Twitter as well. Use hashtag #PlayPokemon whenever you're talking about the game, because it is you at home that we do all of this for, and we couldn't continue unless you tune in. Don't miss a single point of Pokemon action, and that's gonna be it from us. We'll see you at the next one, and have a good night. This is the last NA regional of the season. We've come such a long way.
What can you put together with a 2-part hit and has the Thrive Catcher off the Iota to 1?
And now we're back on the desk, ready to get into some more action to take, and a maximum belt comes
That's
down.
a big boy right there. It's getting dangerous.
What do you think about that, Boo?
I think it's pretty bananas.
Just got my Worlds invite. Oh, nice. I'll see you in Hawaii then. I'll see you there.
Free ticket to the top 8 of a regional championship. No big deal. Who had that caster prediction?
Stop.
Which one would you prefer, sir?
Lucas, come on, bro, get the dub.
The Defiance Band is here, and the Forest Sealstone can grab the Lost Vacuum out of the deck. Lucas Singh is going to be into the finals up against Lugia V-Star.
This is it. This is the end game here for both of our players now. Brandon sitting at 1 prize card.
The game is over. Lucas Singh is your LA regional champion.